Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to yet another one of these fun live streams where we happen to invite a bunch of people and we do fun things. And that's exactly what we have coming on tonight. I'm going to go ahead and start. Let's go in alphabetical order. We have, first of all, Andre from Worth It or Not. He is joining us here with this colorful microphone that's going to give me eye bleed here in a moment.
It's all for you.
Yeah. Well, it must be a USB microphone that he's just so proud of. Otherwise, would not.
I am. I mean, just knowing, your DJ history and working in a club and all that, I just knew that the RGB lights plus the quality that you're getting from this USB microphone would be something that you would appreciate.
Oh, yes, totally. Well, let me go ahead and waste no more time to B. We have Bandrew from Podcastage in all of 240p glory right there. If he's there.
I am here.
That's
doing
awesome.
Super. I had to jerry rig everything up because my entire studio's down. So I'm running.
Looks like you have a ladder. You have a ladder.
I do. I bought a ladder because I had to hang my sound treatment, and it came in handy because I had water bubbles all across my ceiling that I could just poke.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, that was fun.
Real quick here. Thanks, Jason, for joining the membership here. That's awesome. And then, of course, let's go down to the C now, which is Curtis Judd. Welcome, Mr. Five Guys himself.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. I don't know how I earned the Five Guys.
You saw my recent video from Ryco, didn't you?
I did. Yes. Yes. Five Guys, not bad. I'm not complaining.
It's better than McDonald's filet of fish, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
No, if Curtis was any kind of fast food sandwich, he would 100% be a filet of fish.
Don't do that to me, Bandrew. We're just getting started. It's just the start.
Speaking of guests, I have one more. Oh, let's see. I thought it was a fish sandwich. It is a fish sandwich. It's also Curtis's nickname back in college. Anyway, we also have one more.
I don't even want to understand how that could be interpreted. I'm going to go ahead.
Let's start off really, really fun. Let's get Curtis all riled up.
Ooh,
okay, and I do have one more
here already.
I do have one more guest. I'm going to invite, and this is the return of the world of live streaming of Kevin, Basic Filmmaker. Welcome, Kevin.
Hey, baby.
So this is something that I kept as a surprise until just a moment ago, because I thought it was awesome. I sent him a message, did not expect to hear back from him and be interested in joining, but he said yes only about an hour ago, and I was like, wow, of course. Hold on a second, Andre. Absolutely. It's as if Andre got tipped off there. Anyway, we have Kevin right here, and if you're not familiar with Kevin, we have Kevin's channel right here, which is Kevin Basic Filmmaker.
Oh.
And so
nice.
Also, if you're not familiar with Andre, we have Andre, and his channel is Worth It or Not.
Good channel.
Then, of course, and then we have Curtis, which I accidentally hit the wrong button and removed him from the stream for a moment. Curtis's channel right there, Curtis Judd right there. And then, of course, we have Bandrew here. Oops, that's not him. That's him. I promise I have graphics. Wow, that really looks great, Bandrew.
Is that a webcam?
Yes, it is. I spared no expense. Expense.
Kind of like this microphone.
It's totally awesome. Love it. Anyway, yes, indeed. Kevin has returned, and he is joining us in the stream here. So one of the things
and everybody just went, oh, crap.
No. It's great to have. I'm so happy that Kevin's here. As a matter of fact, we have 31 people in here. So,
well, those 6 people still want their Canon camera.
The T3i, yeah. They're still. Now, here's an interesting little thing here that I thought was kind of cool. I was going through past live streams, pulling some things to watch and listen to, and I came across something interesting. Do you remember, Curtis? It was actually 2 years to the day. I did a live stream with Michael Wynn. A little while into it, you popped in and I said, hey, why don't you join us? And Michael was like, yeah, you should join us. And you said, give me 5 minutes to set up. You joined us. Then later we invited Kevin. And by the time we were all said and done, we went on for hours and hours and hours. And then after the stream ended, Kevin and I continued to talk until the sun came up. And that's not kidding.
Was that the one
2 years to the day.
Was that the one that went like 5 hours or 5.5 hours long or something like that?
The one live stream that went 5 hours on my channel.
No,
Oh.
I don't.
You're
That was
gonna have
that's
to
a
narrow
short
it
one.
down a bit.
Yeah.
Is that when we did that short 5-hour live stream?
Yeah, that was one of the 5 hour live streams that we did. Yes, absolutely.
And then you and I talked, oh my gosh, another 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah. In the waiting room, as they call it here. Bandrew looks hot with that setup.
Wait, what?
That's Eldest. That's his comment.
Oh.
It sounds like that. Cool. So, 4th of July is tomorrow, and I thought it was kind of cool that we should just all see if we can get together and have some fun, tell some stories, and just be funny and laughing, and let's have some fun, man. Because everybody gets so serious, on the internet, and when you have a live stream, you're supposed to have fun. So I was thinking, let's just have some fun and let's cut up and be silly and whatever else. Out of curiosity, is anyone working tomorrow? Andre, are you working?
Nope.
Well, that's
Close
good.
tomorrow. Close tomorrow.
How about you, Curtis?
I'm working on videos for Light and Sound Media, but I'm not working my day job. No.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
How about you, Bandrew?
No.
Kevin, I see you're not either. And then Kevin, are you doing any content creation or anything like that tomorrow? Are you taking tomorrow off?
Nope. Working on a new video tomorrow.
Okay. Well, that's good. So Kevin doesn't get the day off, but Bandrew definitely does. And so,
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Bandrew.
Mhm.
Do you remember
Uh-oh.
6 months ago on a live stream when you said,
I have work
Yes.
in the morning,
yes?
and I'm a responsible adult.
Mm-hmm.
I have to get up at 5:30 like I normally do and work.
You don't want to take a zip viz.
Oh, I want to. If this was going on Friday, I would be making a complete and utter fool of myself.
So you're not working tomorrow, right?
You are the absolute worst. You are the worst. But I expected something like this would come up, so I had one left that wasn't past expiration, and I have a bottle opener that somebody gave me as a gift. And I
Oh
also
wow!
have water.
Show the bottle opener. That's a cool bottle opener.
It's a very cool
Oh, wow.
bottle opener, and
Oh,
it's an
nice.
American company. So we can use that. That's why I'm using it. It's an American company. A magnet bottle opener gift given to me by maybe somebody on this live stream. And I know they like to open their Zip Fizz with a bottle opener. So
Well,
let's see if
but mine isn't a Shure one. Mine's a Zip Fizz bottle.
yeah,
opener.
yours is
Oh.
a branded one. How much
Yeah.
water should I be pouring one of them into? Because I'm not gonna
Only about a
down
shot
it.
glass. Only about a shot glass worth.
Okay, well that's just wrong. You're just lying there.
Maybe I am. Maybe
16
I'm not.
ounces. Would that be
16.
fair?
Yeah, put it
Okay.
in a bottle. And of course, that's what they recommend, at least
Okay.
if you follow recommendations.
Okay. Well, I'll work on the next 8 ounces, and then when I'm down, I'll pop this open and make
Okay,
a Zip Fizz.
fair enough.
You got to be
Fair enough.
careful. I listened to him once about drinking Zip Fizz and how much water to put in it and all this stuff because I had never had it before. And then, so I took a big swig of this, and I swear that my eyeballs popped out of my head. And I went, that's it. I'm
Ah,
not drinking this stuff anymore.
need to practice.
He made me take one of these without any water, just dump it in my mouth,
Oh,
and I felt as though I was going to vomit.
oh yeah.
That was when I was there in person, though. That was one of the great things that Actually, we should, if we're going to tell stories, why don't we tell that as a fun story? Very first story of when I was out there, when I went out
I
there.
made Bandrew almost vomit. Here comes the
No,
story.
well, no. The story I was going to say
No,
is that
this
we had talked.
not related to that.
We had talked about
Okay.
going to a Japanese restaurant. So he picked me up from the
Oh,
airport,
different story.
and so let's do this one because this is a lot of fun. We went to a Japanese restaurant, and I thought it was going to be like all the Japanese restaurants I have in Atlanta, but it wasn't. They were a little bit different. So oh, look at him, he's pouring it on in there. So anyway, the lady there, I said I'd like chicken fried rice, and the lady said, okay, so you want chicken? I said, well, no, I want steak as the main course, but I would like chicken fried rice with it. And she looks at me, looks over at Bandrew. Bandrew was very easy. He's just like, I want this, this, this. And they were like, okay. But me, I was like, I want chicken fried rice. Okay. So you want steak and chicken? I'm like, no, I want steak and I want chicken fried rice. And she's like looking back and forth at like Bandrew and me. And I'm just like staring at her, and Bandrew's like not offering any help. This lady was
it's because I was confused as well. I didn't know what you were asking either. That's why I wasn't able to help. That's what you may have thought it's because I was unwilling. It's because I was just as confused as her.
But you have chicken fried rice. You have fried rice with chicken added in it. And then I also asked for garlic butter, and her brain looked like it was about to explode. I mean, she just looked like, she looked panicked. Because, Japanese restaurants were fun places to go with. Anyway, so.
What does that say? Sorry, excuse me, Andre, you keep holding something up. What does that say?
Kevin loves crypto.
Yeah. We remember this. That's a great thing.
Sorry, continue the story.
Oh, that was pretty much it. Anyway, let's go through a couple of comments here. You can joke about me not having power for 3 days. Well, that's not a joke. That's terrible. Well, especially in the summer heat, because that's brutal.
Not having what?
Heat or air conditioning and power in general. Right now, his power's been out for 3 days. That's terrible.
Sorry, dude.
But Alan, you wanted to talk about recording mistakes. And since you brought up coming out and visiting me and making a fool of yourself at the Japanese restaurant, why don't you share the horrible recording mistake you made while we were filming a video?
Yeah, let's hear that.
What mistake did I make?
A wireless receiver.
Oh, that was in the video, though. That was
plugging headphones into a mic input, as I recall, something like that.
That's correct. But if you recall, that made it into my review of the BPTRX, and because I said, look, it even got me, because I totally, who in the world with an IFB type system, when you listen to it, you plug in your headphones into the top. And me, I wasn't thinking, that you're supposed to plug into the headphone jack at the bottom. So I got totally confused and plugged into the mic input.
That's almost as stupid as I knew this guy who actually did a review of a microphone that was a side address, and he did the review as a front address. The guy was an idiot.
And then the mad lad left it up. That's the best part.
Okay, here's the best. No. The best part about it is Kevin actually put on his channel a poll, and he said, I accidentally did this review where I was talking into I was talking into the microphone wrong. So do you think I should go back and reshoot the video, or should I just leave it up the way it is? And like 80% of it said, no, just go ahead and release it. Just, tell us.
So I did.
And he got destroyed in the comments. It was so funny.
It was awesome.
It was funny to us, but
it was awesome.
Bandrew looks like a Minecraft character in that resolution. Let's see here. And then it says Bandrew was made in America. Does that matter to you? That was made in America. Cool. And then Zip Frizz has an expiration date, not to my knowledge. You don't. It's just a recommendation. It's a suggestion, but it doesn't really.
Is it like in this century, or
no? Whenever it hardens.
Well, then you add water to it, and then it's fine. So that's good. It's all good. Anyway, we have some great things. But actually, one thing that I brought out that I don't think that people have seen much, because I've talked to a few people on set about it. But ZipFizz now makes a 5-hour energy type drink. And so this is a fruit punch version. I'm going to add a fruit punch to it. So that's what I'm going to have, since Bandrew is now having his ZipFizz.
Wait, you're what? You're putting a ZipFizz inside of a 5-hour energy made by ZipFizz?
Yes.
At 9:15 p.m. your
Hang
time.
on, I read this earlier today. Let me go ahead and find this. Use 1 to 2 tubes daily.
Okay, well, if this tube goes into this tube, it's okay. This only counts as 1.
No, but how many of you had before this stream? That's the
None.
question.
None. I've actually been
really.
Yes, I've been saving. saving up.
Okay. Here's
took
a
a melatonin.
question.
Could we get
What
some
is it?
confirmation?
Melatonin.
Wow. Mind
That was-
blown on the math.
Oh man, that was brutal. You have to. This thing is like full. That was brutal. I don't know if y'all caught the story on that one. Man, all right. So I have my pill thing that I keep all my vitamins in, and earlier this week, last weekend, I was brain dead watching the thing render the video for Monday, and it was rendering. It was like 3:45 a.m. and I was 3:15 a.m. I was brain dead, not thinking, and I went ahead and redid all my vitamins, not realizing that I put melatonin in them.
Ooh.
And so when I woke up, at 5 a.m.
3 days later.
3 days
No,
later.
the same day. It was like 2 hours and 15 minutes later. This is this last Monday. I wake up, I go into the other room. I basically just, take out, because I take like Cadridin and the glucosamine and all the stuff for joints. I take like, the extra things for immune system boost and zinc and all these extra things that you should take, and
Counteract this.
yeah, all these different crazy things. Since I don't eat vegetables, you got to get your vitamins somewhere, I guess. Anyway, so I went over there. I know it's terrible. So I went in there and I had my breakfast, not realizing that I took and just did my normal routine. And I totally missed that I took melatonin because I was so tired at that point. And going to work and doing an exterior in 100-degree heat, and it was just, sun was brutal all day. And I was exhausted because I had taken the melatonin. I think I must have popped like 5 Zip Fizz in the morning alone, just trying to keep myself going because I was like, oh, why am I dying? Why am I dying? And I didn't realize what had happened until I went on Tuesday. I went to look at my vitamins. I'm like, whoa, that's not because I slept well Monday night. I looked at it. I was like, wait a minute, that's melatonin. And I looked at the rest of them. I'm like, that's why I was so tired yesterday. That's totally the reason why I was exhausted on Monday. So if anybody was there with me on Monday, they would know why.
Hey, I have an idea. Since now, my video, which I made where I'm talking in the front of a side address mic and actually posted the video. What are your guys? What's your worst video or the stupidest thing you've ever done on a YouTube video that actually got posted? I mean, if you don't want to share it, that's fine. I'm curious. I just want to make myself feel a little better, really.
Out of 600 something videos, there's 600 of them.
What?
You put outtakes in your videos though now.
Yeah, well, I kind of copied that from Kevin because I thought that was kind of neat. And when you're doing videos, it's just very easy to make a mistake. And for me, it comes naturally. So I figured, hey, it's kind of cute just to throw some outtakes in there. I don't know, Alan. I'll let you go with.
Actually, let's see. Actually, come back to me because I've been distracted here trying to make sure this thing doesn't overflow.
Curtis looks uncomfortable.
Curtis always looks uncomfortable in my streams.
I think we put him on the. He's like, I mean, Curtis
he's
is over there like
he's on edge. He's
over there. He's like over there like a mistake, like something bad in a video. What are you talking about?
No, this is my mistake was already highlighted on April Fool's Day by Alan Williams. Everyone, I think most creators make this mistake at some point when you're getting some momentum on YouTube and you're publishing every week, you're feeling good about things, you go to do one and then everything just blows up. It just completely stops working and you can't get one out that week despite your best efforts. And so for some reason I thought in my mind, oh, I'll just make a quick 2-minute piece saying, hey, I'm sorry, no video this week. Here's what we're working on. We'll see you real soon. And it was just, it's pretty embarrassing. Like nobody cares. It's just like, it's like Bandrew. Bandrew, nobody cares which microphone you're using. They really don't care.
He even did a video about that recently.
Yeah,
I know.
But Curtis, I get why you're saying that. Nobody does care if we miss a week, but at the same time, if you take a break from YouTube, I've had 3 weeks off now, and YouTube says, hey, when you take time off, it's okay, but you should do work ahead of time so you can schedule videos so you don't miss a week. Because YouTube wants you to have a video every single week. They want you to be regular. Just like your bowels ought to be regular. They want your videos to be regular.
So glad. I'm so glad you used that metaphor. Because now it's clear for me. Really
Wow.
clear.
It's out there now.
Yeah.
What's the equivalent of taking eating a bunch of yogurt on YouTube, though, Bandrew, to help regulate everything? And
Does
like drinking
yogurt help you regulate stuff?
I
don't know.
Does it? I don't know.
I
these
have
things.
no idea. Are you
Metamucil?
referencing?
I
Are
don't
you-
know what.
are you
I'm just trying to go. What is it? What does
Jamie
this
Lee Curtis-
stuff do? What does this stuff do?
The
I'm like
Jamie
so
Lee
ignorant to
Curtis
this stuff.
yogurt that makes women poop? Is that what you're referencing? That's the only yogurt that I've ever heard of that has anything to do with bowel movements.
It sounds
That's
more like
great.
something Gwyneth Paltrow would have.
No,
You
That
know,
is-
we're not going down the
What?
goop rabbit hole. We are
Wait a
not
second.
going down that rabbit hole, Alan. Don't you dare.
You know, it's
Don't
going to be
you
funny
dare.
as hell if within the next month or so we see some commercial where they're like, ours makes you poop better. And it'll be your fault, Bandrew.
well, anybody want to tell a story? To answer the question that Kevin put forth. Mistakes, since Curtis is.
I would say anything on my channel prior to 2018 probably falls into that category, pretty much. Like
Really?
cringy, like cringeworthy. I go back and watch them and I'm like, oh my,
Well, that happens
why
to
am I
everybody.
doing this? Why am I doing this?
I have a feeling in 5 or 10 years that we're going to look back on our videos we made now. Well, okay, let me speak for myself. I think I'm going to look back on my videos I made now. I'm going to go, cringe. Yuck. Maybe not.
But you know, that's just part of growth, though. Everybody ends up growing throughout their YouTube journey. I mean, like, that's one of the reasons why I didn't actually start my channel for another 7 weeks after I started the channel. Didn't do my first upload until 7 weeks after, because my very first video had like the room as the background. My eyes were bloodshot. My shirt was red. I was actually out of focus, and my audio still sounded really boomy. And I said, you know what? If I do videos like this, no one is going to want to listen to this, because right now content creation is now kind of at a point where you need to look at least somewhat like you are coming from an area of success, or otherwise people are going to be like, what are you doing?
Wait,
Unless it's a vlog style.
are we supposed to know what we're talking about?
Especially sound.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's fun?
yeah.
Go to someone's YouTube channel and then go to not the regular one, but go to the reverse order one.
Yeah.
It'll reverse
Oldest.
order them and go watch the oldest videos.
That's
Didn't
the way
they-
that
Didn't they remove that?
No.
no,
Or-
No,
or
they're,
they
they're
are
going
going
to.
to be
They're
They're
going
going
to.
to.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I think it's awesome because every
do too.
creator, not every creator, but almost every creator I've gone to, I'm like, man, I wish I were even close, even like 10% as good as this person. You go to their channel and you reverse order them and you watch them and you're like,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
they had to grow too.
That's
Yeah.
I did that on Bandrew's channel. I got a really great review of I think it was was it a backpack or a
Messenger bag, a Timbuktu
Timbuktu.
commuter messenger bag.
That's right. It was
Yeah.
so charming. It was
It-
like
Well,
it was like I'm like, oh look, it's
the-
little Bandrew like 20
Well,
years
like-
ago.
the
Charming.
reason for it is I wanted to start making videos, but I was so broke that I heard the advice: if you can't afford to buy stuff, just review the stuff that you have. So I was just getting started with what I had available to me.
he
It's
did a
not
mouse
like
pad.
I was think. I did a mouse pad. I did an
Yep.
SD card case holder.
Yep.
It's just crazy. The stuff that I reviewed, it's stuff that ought not be reviewed. There's nothing that you can say. I think I said it's a mouse pad. It works. You put your mouse on it, something like that.
Yeah,
That's actually
but
not
you
bad
review what
advice.
you
I
have, so-
mean,
You know, I want to do all
But
reviews that
I-
way. Say, oh, it's a microphone. It works. Cool.
It
Thanks for
works.
watching.
But
Outro.
that's probably some of my biggest mistakes, the stuff that I chose to review. But had I not
No,
made
no,
those
no.
mistakes, I wouldn't
No.
have actually started the YouTube channel.
uh-oh.
No. It is legitimately charming to see how passionate you are about this Timbuktu bag. Like you are all in on the Timbuktu
It's an awesome bag. I used it for 5 or 6 years.
Oh, I
Yeah,
gotta go watch
no.
this video
Yeah,
now.
it's a good one. It's like, oh, I want to buy one of those now.
But did you actually buy one?
They don't make them anymore. That particular one, at least.
Bandrew, you should go into your living room, grab the first thing he sees, and review that with his current quality setup and expectations of his video. Just do a review that way. Like start over. Just do the whole channel
So-
again. Starting right now, empty your room out because your house was pretty much empty for the first few videos you did. Because
the reason for
it was
that,
like vacant. It was a vacant wall. You look at your ground, the ground you put, you have this like storage tin or the storage, a plastic storage container, and then you put the bag up on top of that. But there was nothing around except like a tripod leg.
well, the reason for that is I had just moved for work, and I didn't feel like getting a moving truck, so I just got rid of everything and moved in my car. So I had a box of stuff, and that was it.
Mm.
And now you look around, it's just, you would imagine I've lived here for a century and a half with the amount of stuff that I've accumulated.
Dude, when I moved earlier this year, me and my wife and 3 daughters had lived in the same house for 10 years. You want to talk about craziness? They were all little bitty things. And now they're like the 2 oldest ones are teenagers and stuff like that. So it's just, we accrued so much stuff. It's crazy how much stuff you accrue. And it's just, and we still have storage units full of stuff right now. It's crazy.
I wonder, can you be a minimalist creator? Is that possible?
Sure.
Do you think?
I'm sure someone does it. You know what I thought would be really
there's
wicked?
plenty of minimalist creators, and they're massive. It's a huge niche on YouTube.
But could you be an audio gear reviewer and be a minimalist?
Have a
I
big
think
like
so.
warehouse.
I think so,
that
as
you-
long as you don't own it and keep everything.
Just don't keep it. Okay.
Yeah.
Or just put it all in
I-
storage. I guess after you review
Good.
it, just don't put it out behind
Well,
you.
see, that wouldn't be minimalism. That would just be faux minimalism. Like Craig Adams was a film reviewer, not like film cameras, but camera gear for wedding filmmaking. And when he got into minimalism, he just sold everything, and then when he needed something new, he would go buy it. Then if he didn't, he thought, oh, I won't need this for a couple of months. He ended up selling it again. So he just sold it and bought stuff over and over and over again, which from a financial standpoint, I just look at that and think, oh no, that's a terrible idea.
Well,
But
it depends.
Yeah.
It depends. I mean, on your style and what you're interested in doing. There's with regards to sound mixers, there's mainly 2 things that people fall into. They'll either buy the most state-of-the-art gear and stay on top of it. So that way, as soon as something new comes out, they'll sell their previous thing that they just used for 6 months for 95% of the value. And then they'll upgrade to the newest, latest. And that way they have experience with it. Then they'll upgrade again. Then they'll do it again. Then they'll do it again. And by the time they've done this for, even a decade, you're sitting on the state-of-the-art gear, and you've already bought and sold $250,000 worth of gear. And I know people that do that. And they have no problem doing that. The other end of the spectrum is I'm going to buy it and use it until it all falls apart. And then when the little case, when the case no longer will take a battery because you can't screw it in there anymore, that's when it's time to finally upgrade or send it into the manufacturer and get them to repair it. So, I mean, there's different styles right there.
I wonder if
Excuse me.
if you could only keep 2 microphones. I'm just curious what each of you would keep. I know what Andre would keep. I mean, clearly it's the glowing color-shaped microphone.
And the VJU.
No.
But
No,
I'm
it
really
would be my
curious.
DD. That's my 2. That's the mic of
That's
my
my two.
choice.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I like
I'm
that one.
curious, Kevin, if you could only keep 2 microphones, which 2 would you keep?
Definitely. This dude,
Okay.
SM7B. What the hell is this?
Yep,
Sure.
that's right. Yep.
And then
Because the earthquake.
I can't hear a thing. Does that come through?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That's amazing. I hear nothing. That's amazing. And then I guess the Rode NTG.
I think the NTG3 was, yeah, I think that was
Those
the one you were
are the
using.
2 microphones. I have a ton of microphones, and those are the 2 that, for me, they just work every time, and they sound the best to me. I have a bunch of other microphones. I don't even know what to do with them. I don't use them.
Yeah. What about you, Alan?
Well, I'll tell you the one that I would actually want to get back first before I could lock in on only two. One of them would be the DPA 4017B because I love that microphone. And if you watch my DPA microphone full disclosure video, I ended up sending all the stuff back because that was in the Masters Club kit because I didn't want to have a conflict of interest. I didn't want to treat them differently than everyone else. I wanted to basically no longer deal with borrowed gear unless I'm borrowing something for a specific reason, which it would be returned upon, completion of whatever that was. But I didn't want to do that anymore. It was too much for me to manage. And all of a sudden, I'm glad I didn't too, because in the middle of the move, it would have been really annoying with saying, oh, geez, this microphone or this thing broke or whatever. Now I have to buy him a replacement or something like that. But I would want a DPA 4017B, hands down. And then I would probably actually, as weird as it may sound, also go with the SM7B but I don't like it with the windscreen on. I don't use it with the windscreen on. I always take the windscreen off.
You just blew my mind.
Why? Which were you
I was thinking you were going to say the E100.
I thought about it, but then the thing is, I could always use the 4017B in here, right here. And then I could also do location shoots with it. But then the SM7B, you got to have a dynamic. So I would have a short shotgun, and then I would also have a dynamic. But
hopefully the people that are watching, listening to all these numbers aren't going, what the hell are they talking about?
Nah, people know.
If they're on this channel, they all know what the SM7B and 4017B are.
You hopefully better. This thing is getting a lot of pressure.
I had no idea that the 4017B was on loan. I did not know that.
That was you clearly didn't watch my DPA video. No, it's what it basically was is that and to reiterate what I said in the video is I went to New York. I heard a DPA microphone. This is like almost 10 years ago, 9 years ago, whatever it was. I did the timeline in the video. But I went out there, and that was the first time I heard the 4017B because we didn't really have them in Atlanta. And at the time, we did not have a Gotham Sound or True Audio. So I'd never heard it. And we mainly heard whatever sound mixers that we worked with had. And most of them were using the same microphones that they had been. And after hearing the 4017B, I was going to be teaching a class on lav mic techniques, I believe. And I came home and I said, I'm going to change this to boom microphone techniques. I contacted Gotham and True because I think they were opening up about that time or maybe right before. And I said, I want somebody from DPA here. I want to talk to them. I want to see what they have. I want to listen to a bunch of their stuff. They put me in contact with a guy. He came down. He brought a whole bunch of things for me to listen to. And I dialed in on two things, the 4017B, which I already knew I loved from being at Gotham Sound in New York. And then the 4098, which is great for plant miking. And I dialed in on those two microphones, and those are things that I started to really listen to, and I wanted everybody to hear them. And then all of a sudden, they got a lot of orders out of Atlanta for those microphones, and they were very common. They're very commonly used for, film industry plant microphones when you need something low profile. And then DPA a few years later, they released the 4097. I had been on them about making a right angle version of the 4098, and they finally released the 4097. And so I was very pleased about that. But I had been on them. I actually wanted them to make a modular version of the 4098 where you could actually add a little bit of right angle adapter to the capsule. But they said, could it be this instead? I'm like, no, it must be this. They said, can it be this? I said, no, it must be this. And they said, we can't do that then. I was like, okay, well, thank you very much for at least looking into it. And then they came out with a 4097, which is great. So either you have the end address version, the 4098, or you have the 4097 right angle version. So,
hey, I just realized something.
Yes.
Andre totally squirted.
Goodbye.
Andre on stream?
Okay, pretend you rewind this a little bit. Hey, I just realized something.
I was going to write Kevin.
Andre totally skirted.
Skirted what?
The question.
About oh gosh, it happened.
You skirted that question. I'm gonna say that. Let me say that again. Skirted. Thank you.
Skirted, not squirted. I would probably say in the beginning when I was doing action camera reviews, the God, this is cringy. So I've got a 4K monitor right here, and I used to put the action camera on top of the monitor, not even on a tripod or anything, and just use the built-in microphone from the action camera to do the audio and record the video and everything. And of course, you look back at those and it's just like, God, what is that noise? Does anybody hear that?
Oh, you might have been hearing me relieve the pressure of this.
No, it
this
sounds
thing
like
I don't think that was.
I thought I brought my
sounds like-
microphone down. Sorry, it was like it was.
No, it sounds like the ocean.
This thing was very pressurized, and I put it in there. And I don't know if you saw me a little while ago. I was trying to get the cap on it because the level started going up, and so
That's a
and the
warning.
pressure
Too much.
had built up. It had built up like crazy. So
What are you drinking, Andre? You're in oceans? What's going on?
No, I mean, you're sitting there talking about squirting. So
Oh
But-
no! Stop!
no, I just
Oh my gosh!
I'm sitting there talking, and it's like, God, what is that rush of water sound? Anyway, so
Stop talking about that. I just drank 32 ounces of water on stream. Don't talk about rushing
Don't-
water.
yeah.
Actually,
Let's
I'll
see.
be right back.
So of course he's got to go. He's got to go number 2 now.
Man,
You
didn't take
okay,
long for
Alan?
this live stream to go to hell, didn't it?
All right, back where we were, Andre was talking about
He was.
action
It's
cameras.
amazing.
Oh, I was
Top of
talking about how
monitor.
much. Talking about how much I suck, and still do.
No.
I mean, I would use an action camera and just use the built-in microphones. And of course, I go back. Let's see, I started this YouTube channel back in 2016. So it's been 6 years. God, 6 years, and I still haven't learned a whole lot. But I look back at those videos, and it's like, God, the audio is just terrible on it. I mean, it's so roomy and echoey and reverberant, and the video quality was bad. And of course, I got into the whole gas syndrome that Kevin talks about, the gear acquisition syndrome, because, well, I mean, got the Sony a7S III, then I had to get the Sony a7 IV because they both had different strengths in different areas. So I guess the biggest thing is once I became friends with Kevin and started watching Curtis's channel and started becoming friends with Alan, and audio was such a big thing. And luckily I got with DD, and DD's a great company. That's not to knock anybody else, but they were nice. They saw one of my studio in progression photos I had put up, and of course, Andrew, this
From
Andrew
DD?
from DD, yeah.
Yeah.
So he had sent me a Twitter thing going, "What is that microphone in the background? Is that a battery operated shotgun microphone?" And I said, "Yeah, it takes a AA." And he's like, "God, man, let me send you a real microphone." So he was nice enough, and he sent me the S Mic 3, and now bit by bit, I'm trying to up the quality, and audio is a big thing. And I guess out of everything, audio's got to be first, content, quality of content second, and then visuals, the distant third. I mean, because a lot of people, they're doing content with their cell phones now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would say my cringy moments. Let's see. This is July the 3rd. So from July the 2nd, 2022 back, it's been a rough 6 years.
Here. Me too. That's
Kevin,
funny.
man, Kevin, it's really good to see you. I mean, I've talked to you a
Thank you.
couple of times in the last couple of months, but it's good to see you back online and posting up videos.
Absolutely
there.
agree.
I'm getting there.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate your guys' support. I mean, behind the scenes, all of you guys, just your words and communications have been very helpful. Curtis has helped resurrect my inability to make things sound like anything. So thank you. And just even your sense of humor, it's been great. But anyway, enough about me. Ooh, I had something happen. Okay, next.
No, I didn't bring that up. I was just saying it was good to see you.
Yeah.
I did, and that's why I said next. I was talking to me. Sorry.
Okay.
Kevin, Matt says he moved to Nashville in 1998, semi-retired in 2020, downsized to a condo he and his wife built a 24 by 36 storage building at their place the weekend it was full. I don't doubt that one bit. Let's see here. All right, this is a question I wanted to address. Let's add Bandrew back because he's back now. How many SM7 4017Bs have you used? Have you experienced variance with them in the noise floor? Here's the thing. Well, actually, not Bandrew, Curtis. Why don't you take that, and then use that to segue into your two microphones that you would choose? Because I realize no one has asked you that.
I've only used one 4017B. That's the one I own. So I have not checked or experienced any sort of variance with regards to noise floor. So I understand there are different preamplifiers. The B preamplifier is the one I have. There are a couple. I think there's at least one other. Maybe two others.
There's two others. There's A and the C, and then you can use an active cable also.
Right. So I think the noise floor characteristics are a little bit different with the others.
They are.
I think the A is a little cleaner, if I'm not mistaken, than the B. If I heard right.
You're right. The A is cleaner. It also has a 20 dB pad inside of the XLR connector, so it's like inside there. You press a little button in there, it's 20 dB pad, and then the B has the high shelf and the roll off, and then the C is the compact version, which actually has more noise floor. So if you're using the 4017C, then that may be the source of your noise. Because when I used a 4018C, I used to keep it in very low profile mode. That was the one I usually have the issues with. The noise floor was it sounded almost like it was crackling sometimes. It was very inconsistent. May have just been the capsule, because I replaced the preamp at one point and it still did that. But with regards to the 4017Bs and the noise floor, what I'll tell you here is that when you have a microphone that does not bother embellishing sounds, it doesn't do stuff like color sounds to try to push them down or change the way that something sounds. The 4017B is very accurate. It's not going to do processing or a DSP like not the microphones won't do that. USBs will, but many microphones, what they'll do is they'll almost seem to EQ them out. They'll almost EQ it down so that way there's not that big of an issue. But a 4017B is very flat, so it doesn't worry about that.
Okay, what's we have? There's something
Bandrew
going on
over there. I don't know what the hell is going on with these.
But it's not an issue. It's not an issue, and if there's inconsistencies, it's only because it's plus or minus 2 dB of variance on the frequency response between any microphone, and so it may be a little higher on one, a little bit lower on another, but it's not really a big deal. What did I miss? I heard people laughing, and I saw Bandrew kind of.
I think
Bandrew was over there shaking things and doing things.
I just used the expired Zip Fizz, and then I shook it up.
You took another,
and then
second,
and then when I opened it, it actually squirted on me. So we were talking about squirting. It actually happened on stream.
Oh wow! I'm gonna have to go back. I totally missed that. So you took 2 Zip Fizz?
Yeah, this is my second one.
Now remember, he did read the warning. He did.
Yeah, I read the warning. 1 to 2 per day.
You want to hear something awesome? Tell me how much caffeine is on that one. On a Zip Fizz. 1 Zip Fizz.
320 milligrams.
Curtis knows.
Curtis already knows.
Wow.
It says 205 milligrams. That's botanical antioxidant blend. I have
Curtis,
no idea.
Do me a favor. Look up one of the Zip Fizz energy shots and tell me how much caffeine's in that. See if you can find that.
Is this
because
test?
Well, that's awesome. Bandrew, I got to go back and rewatch the stream now. Let's see here. I'm going to come back. There was one question answered earlier. And then, look at Heather. Zip Fizz hype. Yay. And then let's see here. Who owns the most
of all
mics?
the flavors I've tried, I think grape might be my favorite.
It's a good one. I like a grape a lot. Who owns the most mics? I don't win anymore. Retired and solo in the studio. Bandrew, without a doubt.
Yes.
I think
It's a
Bandrew,
problem.
how many microphones do you have, microphone boy?
It's well over 200.
Wow.
Well over 200. Like in these drawers, I probably have 10, 12. Let's see.
Real
Wow.
quick, to answer your question, it may be an issue with your preamp then. You might want to see if you can switch it out then, because there shouldn't be an issue if you're going straight into the 8 series with the cable. Either that, or just double check that your cable actually has the ground pin 1 tied to the shield on the female side, just to double check.
I'd order a SoundSpeeds cable next time those become available. Is what I'd do.
I have
Absolutely.
I have 2 8-footers available still. No one that I made a few extras, and all but 2
I'll
of them
speak
have
for
gone.
them.
Hey, let's do a commercial.
531 milligrams.
Of
Holy
caffeine.
smokes.
Wait, in
It's
one tube
actu-
or
Well, no.
just
This is the
in that
energy
shot?
shot. It's the energy shot, but it's not just caffeine. It also it's a blend, and they say 531 milligrams. It includes caffeine amongst several other things. So I don't know how much caffeine exactly there is, but
And crack.
let's just monitor Alan's heart rate here over the next 15 minutes and see what happens. We could kind of back into it from there, like triangulate in on the actual number.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
He's gonna count them.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 mics just in those 2 drawers. So
Now, do you still
It's-
have that mic that you had on the one live stream that was like a 1910,
Oh, the carbon
1920s
mic.
microphone?
The carbon microphone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that thing, I thought that was great.
Oh, it was
yeah, I
awesome.
got it right back there.
Bandrew, did nothing got damaged, I hope, in terms of your gear in the incident?
So there was a leak right over my guitar pedal board. So some of the pedals might be broken, but I got those out of there after maybe 5 minutes of water getting on them. And then about 30 minutes later, because I just thought it was going to come through the light. Then about 30 minutes later, I started hearing dripping again, and it was dripping on the shelf that I have over here. And right on top of the ribbon mics. Really good, because those are super durable. Luckily, the KU5A was closed, and it was dripping right in the center of it. But it was mainly the PR30 box that got a little bit wet. So I don't think anything got destroyed. If it did, I would be on a warpath right now.
Oh yeah.
Complete warpath.
Oh.
Especially the KU5A. If my KU5A got destroyed, I'd punch somebody right in
Really?
the wiener.
Really? More so than the U67?
Well, the U60, I don't keep the U67 in this room.
No, but the KU5A though. Why would that would be the one that
the U67 is like it's underneath his pillow in his bed. He sleeps on it at night.
I actually keep it in my bathroom.
Yeah, I was about to say he actually does keep it in his
What?
bathroom. He does. It's not his
Yeah.
bathroom. It's this bathroom in the hall. It's his second bathroom, but he does keep it in the bathroom.
Let me
Yeah.
just say this. Ew.
Oh, he doesn't use that bathroom.
It's an unused bathroom.
He doesn't use
okay.
that bathroom. Yeah.
You don't just go into the
It's
bathroom. and go,
microphone
"Hello,
storage."
Microphone.
It's
Yeah,
microphone
I
storage is
ran
what
out
it
of
is.
space everywhere else, so my unused bathroom became additional storage.
The microphone throne.
So I have
Yeah,
a question, like serious question. From Kevin.
Serious?
Yeah, right. No.
Serious?
So you have like 200 odd whatever microphones, etc. Are you? I'm having a hard time thinking with this. Do you keep them? Are you just gonna let them sit there? You like put them to bed every night and tell them stories, or I mean, what?
No,
what do you do with that many microphones?
I made the decision to keep all the mics that I review for one very specific reason, because doing comparisons, I think, is one of the most beneficial things you can include in a video, because it gives context to the review, because if I just review the SM7B on its own without any context, without comparing it to the RE20, the BP40, the SC, what is it, the Dynacast or whatever the new one is, then I could say it's a bright microphone. And if somebody just watched that video, they would say, oh, that's a bright microphone. But when you give the entire context, that changes things, because it forces you to be much more aware of where it sits in the market, and it gives the viewer and the listener a better understanding of what they're getting with that microphone.
Did anybody notice that Bandrew's video was like a commercial for fiber internet, where it just got like really choppy?
Well, so normally I hardwire in, but I don't have my iMac set up. I have a MacBook which doesn't have Ethernet, so I'm actually over Wi-Fi, which is a big no-no. You don't stream over Wi-Fi, but it's all.
I'm doing it right now. That's the only way everybody has ever seen me on this channel, has always been over Wi-Fi.
I'm over Wi-Fi right now. I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm 650 up, 650 down.
I could do a speed test right now, but that would choke out the internet speeds. I think it's like back here, as far away as I am, I think it's like 300 up and down, or 300 up and like 250 down, or something like that.
Wow.
I saw that somebody had asked about what headphones we're using, and
yeah, I was actually going to go back up there and hit that comment. There's one other comment from earlier that I wanted to also mention. Then I want to actually, let's see here. Where is the headphone comment? It was way up there. Favorite headphones. There we go.
I also want to address something really quickly. Also, all the mics are going into the microphone museum when that is opened. So that's why they're being kept. The microphone museum.
He's frozen on the screen.
I'm telling you, it's like that internet commercial. When a lady's like looking at the other lady's kid.
You know what, though? He sounds pretty good, though. I mean, he's using the SM7B. He sounds pretty good.
You know, for 4-bit audio, sure.
No. I mean, it's cutting in and out a little bit, but it sounds pretty solid. Doc Justice is here. Hi, Doc.
Yep. And that's my favorite headphones. Why don't we go around real quick, starting with Andre?
The 7506.
Cool. Kevin?
Favorite headphones?
Yeah. What are these? What are they? Do you know?
Those ones.
Walmart.
They're the Shure. Oh, man. I don't remember. They don't make them anymore. They're like the 5. I don't remember.
Does it say it on the side?
I'll look at it. Hold on. Keep talking.
Oh. Am I still all choppy?
A little bit.
Heck.
Bandrew, let's we're gonna come back to Kevin. What are your favorite headphones?
Sennheiser HD650s, but I lost them. I don't know where they are.
MDR V600.
Gotcha.
They don't make them anymore, which I hate. The reason why I got them is because they go from something ridiculous like 5 to 40 or something like that. It's stupid. And they were, at the time, they were on 80 or 90, maybe under $100. And then they quit making them and replaced them with a different model, which is your standard, I don't know, what is it, 20 on up or something like that. I love these things. I bought 2 of them.
Mm.
Okay. I'm so sorry, Bandrew, that you haven't been able to find your headphones. That's we could have a moment of silence if you'd like.
He can't find his headphones?
Well, he's talking right now.
He's talking. His audio.
I'm just so used to muting myself. No, it's just when I tore everything out of here, I did it in such a rush. I don't know where I put everything, and now I have even less space to live in.
It sounds like an auto-tune.
It's like that share video, Believe. You know?
So after tearing, you have a fairly complex, from what I've seen on your videos, you got a lot of stuff. So after everything gets fixed and the water and everything else, are you able to actually go back and set everything back up?
I should
love
be
that
able
comment
to.
right there. That comment is great.
Yes.
What does it say?
Your AOL CD.
What does it say?
He's got swept back away into the 90s. If you've been watching his podcast, Bandrew's been talking about how he loves the 80s and 90s, and he's been buying all these things. Like, he could probably show us, and if you could make out what it is at about the 12 or 15 pixels he has on screen, you'll see some really cool things.
I bet when he logged in, it was a dial tone where you dial up internet.
I got to put him full screen for this.
Quicksilver
And it's
wallet.
stuck. What
It was
was that?
one frame. It was one
It
frame.
was one frame. Whoa.
Watches. Yep.
Oh,
Are those
watches.
swatches?
Swatches, yes. Friendship bracelet.
He's stuck. That's
And-
awesome.
Trapper keeper.
Oh my goodness. You know what makes this even more fun is the fact that you're getting about one frame per every 3 seconds. It really
right.
feels 90s.
And that
It's
auto-tune
totally
sound.
awesome.
That's awesome.
This 56K comment is just great. I mean, I used to work in internet support over at Earthlink, and I can tell you, there were people that back there would kill for the internet speeds that Bandrew is having, and their video looked better.
Yep.
Oh, it's so great. I love it. New Rode headphones are impressive. For the price.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Time out. Andrew, you haven't told it, or sorry. Alan, your headphones. What are your favorite headphones?
Oh,
When I work at work, the headphones that I would prefer to listen through a little bit is the 7506s, because I like being able to hear a little bit through them. That way I can say, wait a minute, sound was that way, do this number and say, it's that way. What is that sound? And that way I can identify that's the direction it's coming from. But here, when I record at the studio, I need to have isolation. That way I can tune out the world. And here I use the ATH M50X headphones. So
Sorry.
ATs.
when I work at work.
When I work at work. The Zip Fizz is starting to kick in. Can you tell?
Yeah, because you're skipping beats. Like your mouth is about 6 paces ahead of your brain.
And what do you drink when you don't work at work?
Tea, I guess.
Just
Water.
Just-
Water.
Just keep going. Just right
Let's
over
see.
it.
The Rode headphones are impressive for the price. I have not listened to them yet, but I've heard good things about them. Ask
The
Tom
new
Buck;
ones?
he loves them, huh?
The new ones?
Yeah, the new ones.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but I'm still stuck on these. I can't get over that.
If they work.
I
If
can't
they
get over
work.
that 5 number.
Oh, Bandrew just left. He got tired of being cyberbullied, I guess. 5 Sbergs, 5 different headphones, proof that there is no best. Exactly, Doc. But I will tell you this. I will say, since Doc is actually in here, if you have not heard the new version of the Scene Monitors, the Scene Monitor 2s from Halter Technical, a world of difference from the Scene Monitor 1s. If you tried the Scene Monitor 1s and you were like, no, I'm not going to do that again, and decided to go away, because I've heard some people did. Some people just were not happy with it for whatever reason. Kind of keep in mind, that was version 1. A brand new company, very first product. It was brand new. He put them out there to the world. He listened. He fixed the issues, and the new ones sound really good. They're rugged. They're actually, I love them. I can straight up say that I love the Scene Monitor 2s. They are very well made. I personally tell people on set, get those. Don't get the Hamilton Burrs. Don't get the Panasonics. Don't get all those, the other ones that people just buy in bulk and whatever. Get the Scene Monitor 2s, because those are the ones that you can hear them very well. They feel very good. You know me, I'm not a fan of the pleatherette, cups and those aren't on there. They're very quick and easy to change out. The cups they're great. They're absolutely wonderful. So if you stepped away from the Scene Monitors, the number 1s, try the Monitor 2s. Same price, but they're so much better. And I'm really, really very impressed with them.
I'm going
Actually,
to be really disappointed when I ask this. And do you include an affiliate link below this video for that?
No, because it's a pro sound product that you get at your favorite sound related vendor. I don't. Here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
I'm terrible on this channel about affiliate links. I mean, I'll put them in there when I remember. In my videos, I forget to say, link down in the description half the time. And then when I say it, half the time I forget to put the link because I don't do this channel to make money. I actually lose a lot of money. Like in the live stream I did like 2 weeks ago, I impulse bought, because someone asked me about the, what is it, the AT875R? Is that one of the short shotgun microphones? Is that the one?
Yep.
Someone asked me about that. And I said, I don't have an opinion about that. I've never used it before. And then as I was thinking about it, I was like, I've heard like people like you, Curtis. I think you said that it was a good one. I've heard other people say it's a good one, especially for the money. And so while I was on the stream, I was like, what's the price? And I looked at it, I said, $170. That's nothing. I went ahead and hit buy it now. So guess what? I mean, I might as well use the thing. So that's actually what I'm using right now. I'm not using the E100S or the E100 or the E100SX. I'm actually using the 875R.
Well, Alan, if you become a member on the basicfilmmakeruniversity.com, there's some great classes on there that tells you all about affiliate marketing.
Does he side address his shotgun microphones in those videos?
Yeah, there's special microphones never before seen anywhere else.
Affiliate link below.
Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. There's a joke. Since Bandrew's probably logging back in here, 4 frames per second. Yeah, let's just play catch up on some of these here. 28K swatches reminds me of 56 gaming in the early 2000s. Yeah, Doom. All right. You want to talk about gaming? Let me tell you a fun story. Arthur Anderson is no longer a company, but because Enron, the whole Enron thing that you might remember from a few years ago. But when I worked in the Atlanta, I forgot the name of the building. There was I worked in tech support, the TSG, Technology Services Group. I was working in a lease turnover, the LTO division. And one of the things that we did is that they leased computers for 2 years for the executives, the managers, the partners, the staff members, and the seniors to actually to use. And then at the end of the 2-year lease, they backed up things to their folder. We would then back up the computer, wipe that computer completely, set up a new computer for them, put the information on there, make sure everything works, and then send it back to them that day. And it was a constant thing because there were so many employees. We had in the Georgia Pacific Tower, I was on floor 25. There was a whole bunch of floors between Arthur Anderson and Anderson Consulting. Then we also had the Harris Tower. We had the a whole bunch of other towers down at Peachtree Center. Well, there was a fun time. This is back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I think I was in February 2000 is when I left the company. But I think this was right before I was there. People were playing Doom. And back in the era of Doom, when you played it through the internet, there was multiple protocols. There was TCP/IP, there was NetBIOS, and there was IPX/SPX, if anybody remembers. Well, if you use TCP/IP, it would basically say, okay, go. Who else is going to play with me? Oh, this is their address. I'm going to connect the two, and we'll play together. That didn't work through the LAN over at Arthur Anderson. But there were 2 people in the Peachtree Center Tower that were sitting side by side that wanted to play Doom through the LAN at lunch. And so they decided that since TCP/IP wouldn't work, they decided to try IPX/SPX, which is basically essentially like broadcasting through the entire network far and wide. Who wants to play? Who wants to play? Who wants to play? Who wants to play? And one guy says, I do. And then they say, okay, cool. Anybody else want to play? Anybody else want to play? So they're basically broadcasting through the entire system. And so the net usage of the internet, and their network of people sending files, throughout the entire world was only about maybe 1 to 2% utilization. Well, it went up to 99% instantly when these guys were playing, and they were trying to do a ping. They were trying to do a trace route to see where it was coming from, but it was so much net utilization that they were getting choked out. And there was somebody who there were technology groups from all over saying, look, it's somewhere in Atlanta. Fix it. They're like, I know my phone is ringing off the hook because everyone's calling, saying, what's going on there? And they're like, I don't know. So finally, they figured out where it was coming from, and it was two guys playing Doom Through the Land that basically shut down, that was destroying the internet usage over there and the network worldwide for Arthur Anderson for a few minutes there. It was pretty awesome. Anyway, that was a great story.
That was a great story.
No, it's a good story.
I could tell you some fun ones
It's
from
also-
working at Earthlink.
Yeah, and I could tell you some fun ones working tech support for AOL.
Oh, I want to hear
in
that.
the CD days. Oh, I'll have to figure out which ones to tell. But it's great to have you back, podcastage, in high definition. It looks like
Really? It's
well,
working?
I mean,
It
Okay.
It
is
is.
good.
It's better.
Excellent. Well,
Way
I
better.
found a USB hub that has Ethernet, and I hardwired in.
That's much better.
what a difference!
Oh,
What
yeah.
a difference!
It's
difference,
much
yeah.
better.
Well, that's a shame because I was really, really enjoying being in the 90s.
I don't know if you actually, if you heard my thing say, I think you rage quit due to being cyberbullied. by,
So I
by
think
me and
Bandrew's using
everybody else.
Starlink.
No, I restarted my computer and found a USB hub with Ethernet, so I wasn't choppy. I didn't rage quit. I was solving the issue.
Great.
I mean, the comments are great. Reminds me of 56K gaming in the early 2000s. Bandrew had to disconnect to make a phone call. Mom needs to use the phone. Don't say anything about doing. You guys are on my car speaker now. That's really 90s style bullying.
Oh man, these guys are great.
Mom needed to make a phone call. That's the best one.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, these comments are awesome.
Yeah, and then the preference of inner-ear monitors. Those are great. Let's see here.
That's a good
Phenomenal
one
and not
from
bad for
Ramirez. Good question. How do you get used to your own voice? Bandrew, how do you feel about your own voice?
I hated it initially. I know a lot of people hate it as well. They tell me. But as far as me getting used to it, just repetition. You will hate it, but once you record 1,000 videos, you don't have time to hate it. You just get too busy. You get busy living, or you get busy dying.
Oh, good quote. I like it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's a good.
Yep.
That's true.
Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
Love
I
it.
don't think I don't know of anyone. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you, but I don't think anyone who listened to their voice the first time when they recorded themselves or something went, that sounds weird to me. It did to me. I don't know.
Well, Mike Delgadio heard his voice and said, "Jeez, I'm gonna have an amazing career."
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And he wasn't wrong. He was
And he
not
wasn't
wrong.
wrong.
No, I mean it's great. I mean it's,
Well, and
it's
Andre, who has that deep, ooh, hey, how you doing? I would just like to talk to you in this normal voice that sounds like I'm a king from someplace.
he talks into a shoe and he sounds better than any of us. I love
I
this
know.
comment from Doc. I may or may not have gotten had my family kicked off of AOL in the 90s for going into the Juarez. I used to always say Juarez. People were like, "Oh, it's Juarez." Chat rooms, allegedly. That's hilarious. And then more like 50 Bandrew. Oh, that's great. It looks like it's resolving 3 colors. There's only 3 colors it needs to have.
It's
It's black, it's white, and it's the tan colored hat, which is kind of like his skin tone, kind of.
It's the Logitech C920, and I don't know if you've ever had to use Logitech's G Hub software. It is one of the worst experiences ever. So I had to download a webcam controller app before this stream, and just to hang on, I'll show you what it looks like normally.
Okay.
Just to get it. Oh wait, no, I don't have it open anymore.
And then I want to hear an AOL story. Because I
man.
worked at Earthlink, and I tell you, we had people that were like, well, I have both AOL and Earthlink. And I'm like, great. Because AOL software, it would do whatever. It would hose anything it needed to on your computer to make it work. It did not matter anything else. It would destroy it. And, oh, man.
Whoa.
Oh wow, that's very high key, I would say.
Yeah, this is what it normally looks like when you plug it in. So you need to get a piece of software to make it look this good.
Wow.
That's awesome. At least we could see his background for a moment because it's so underexposed now. We could actually see proper exposure of his background.
Well, let's see it again.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
great
look at
right
that.
there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
It's like
cool.
an X-ray in
We
the
can see, we
background.
can see his Oscar in the background. We can see his Oscar and his Blue Yetis. He left the Blue Yetis in there.
I did.
Please damage him. Damage him. Please drop.
That's exactly why I left him there. I moved all the microphones I cared about, except the Blue Yetis. I left them there.
You want to destroy everything you possibly can. Anything, please. Ceiling,
awesome.
where are you? I want to accidentally have an issue here. That's great. Yep, he's a ghost. Okay, so tell me a story about AOL tech support. I would love to hear this, Curtis.
Well, I mean, this was in the 1990s, so it was 1996. We at AOL there was the Windows client. That's what most customers used at that time. There was also a Macintosh client. The Macintosh client, you could only use the most recent versions on the brand new Macs. So like they made a switch over to PowerPC. I don't know if you remember that transition from
Yep.
the Motorola chips to PowerPC.
Yep.
In any case, somebody called in. They were on an old Motorola chip. It was like a Mac Classic or something. I don't know. It was like the little thing with the 7-inch screen and the little upright, the original design. And the problem with that client was that after you surfed and you filled up your cache, which was like 300K, the app would just crash. It was over. So you had, every time you started the app, you had to clear your cache. You could surf around and do stuff until 300K was taken up, and then it would crash. And so, I had to explain, well, we have a new client, but it only runs on the PowerPCs. It doesn't have this issue. And for literally, I think it was 45 to 60 minutes, they argued with me about how I was discriminating against them because we were not updating our older Macintosh client. Are you going for a?
He's going Blue Yeti.
He's
Well,
going.
You have someone who's colorblind trying to set colors on his stream.
This is
cyan teal
Yeah.
color scheme. Okay.
that's
It's
right. Yeah.
It's cyan
cool.
and orange. Those are the two colors for like proper DIT.
man. Those are the colors. Whew. Cyan and orange.
Okay. There we go. Now you look alive. Stop there. Stop.
Increase the saturation by about 300%.
Does this actually look normal?
You look normal
actually
before you
looks
started jacking around with the settings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look alive now. It's
Okay.
great. Anyway, I'm sure in technical support you always endure some sort of abuse. I'm sure, Alan, you endured all sorts of abuse. But you're right. I will confirm that the AOL client just obliterated anything else on the computer. It would just say, we're not messing around. Everything else, you're screwed. We're taking over.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And there were so many customers that would call up Earthlink and they're like, well, it was working fine. And then I installed AOL and I'd be like, there goes my average handle time on my calls for the day. Because I was like, this person, this is back in the early DSL era. DSL started up, and this is before clients, the actual modem themselves started having a GUI interface, or what we called a UHP, a unified hardware platform, where you could actually go onto a website, put your information in there. This is when your Windows 95 had to have a PPPoE client. And if you had Windows 98, you would have to install it a different way. And if you had Windows 2000 or XP or whatever, it had to be a certain way. It was so annoying. Because I think XP actually you had the ability to use PPPoE. The client was actually integrated, but we would have customers that would call us up and they were crazy. This one lady, she called up, she was on Charter Internet, which we supported Earthlink. Charter would supply the line. We supplied the email client and stuff. And so she's like, yeah, well, I'm not able to get my email. And I'm like, okay, well, is your internet working? And she's like, I believe so. Let me check. And so I was like, look at your lights. And we looked at the lights and she's like, yeah, it's working. I'm like, all right, cool. And then she put me on hold for a second. She says, cause she's a business lady. She put me on hold for a second, came back and then said, okay, let's continue. So we continued to talk and I'm doing every trick I possibly can on her computer. And I'm like, my brain is collapsing and I'm like feeling my head just like heating up with just, straining my brain. And I could not. And after nearly 45 minutes on the call, I'm like, I'll be completely honest with you. we've gone through everything. We've verified your internet works. We've tried doing this and this and this. I don't have the first idea. Let's just verify. Let's verify that your internet's working again." And she says, "Oh, well, I can't do that." Right. I said, "Look at the lights again." I said, and she says, "I can't do that right now." I'm like, "Why not?" And she's like, "Because we left my house about half an hour ago." I'm like, "Wait a minute, what?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm on my laptop and my cell phone. We have a business meeting we have to get to. My husband's driving and I'm checking the computer." I'm like, "Okay, if we're 30 minutes away from your internet, I can't tech your internet. You have to be connected up to the internet in order for us to actually be able to troubleshoot you." And I mean, and
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, that's why it's not working. Because when she put me on hold, she was apparently taking her laptop and her cell phone and jumping in the car with her husband. And her husband was driving to the business meeting. And that's the kind of the thing. This one guy, we also had Direct PC. And that was a client where you would use, depending on the system you had, either 2 boxes, a transmitter and receiver through the satellite. And if either one of them messed up, you were toast. And so we used to always say Direct PC because you thought putting 66,000 miles between you and your internet would speed it up. We used to joke about that. But I tell you, it would also, another version of it was you would dial up and you would say, "Send me this website through the internet," and then it would download it from the satellite. Well, this one guy got a self-install kit, and he was upset. It finally got to me as an Escalate because by that point I was a senior Escalate technician, and I got this call, and I talked to the guy. I'm like, "Okay, so tell me a little bit about how you did the install. Did you do this and calibrate it?" And he says, "Well, the calibration's never worked." I'm like, "Well, the calibration needs to work in order for you to have your satellite, because your satellite has to nail a little place in outer space to get the internet to work." He says, "Well, I haven't been able to get that to happen." I'm like, "All right, so tell me, where is your satellite dish installed?" Because he got it from like Best Buy or something. And he said, "Well, I got it. I installed it on the side of my house." I'm like, "Okay, where?" And he says to me some term, and I'm like, "I don't know what that is." And he says, "Well, I live on a houseboat." And so I'm like, hold a second. You installed a satellite dish on the side of your houseboat? He said, "Yeah." I'm like, a satellite dish needs to nail a little bitty place in outer space, like a pin, size thing in outer space. And you're never going to be able to get that from your houseboat. He's like, "Well, none of the other technicians I've had said it was an issue." I'm like, "Did they know you were on a houseboat?" He's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "There's a reason why you're talking to me now. I'm the guy they put you to that will figure out the reasons why things are messed up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "You're never going to get this thing connected up." I was like, "Dude, no, I'm sorry. You're going to not be able to do this. Put it on a stick on the side of the boat, like in the grass, then maybe we can talk and get you
That's
connected."
right.
But we're not going to be able to, on the side of your
Yeah.
boat.
Next time you're in dry dock, we can help you out. Give us a call back then. In the meantime, happy sailing, because I would rather be there than where I'm at right now. That's we actually had another person call in. They're like, "Hey, I can't seem to get this installed on my computer," and this may not be a real story. I'm not sure, but they're like, "Yeah, I can't get I got this free AOL CD in the mail, and I'm trying to get it into the slot on my computer, and I can't, like, it doesn't fit." And the tech agent's like, "Well, what do you mean it doesn't fit?"
It was a floppy disk drive, wasn't it?
No. It was like a little grill on the side, and they were just trying to stuff it in the grill. And then finally the tech figures this out, and they're like, no, it doesn't go in there. There should be a button where you can push and the CD tray will come out, and then you put it in the tray. And they're like, "I don't have one of those." And they're like, "Are you sure?" And they go, "Yeah, well, I mean, I have this coffee cup holder like this. I push a button, and the coffee cup holder comes out. But I don't have a CD tray." And so it's like,
Yeah, I heard the same one. The same one, and it was.
I think that one might be made up. Maybe.
I hope it's real. I really hope it's real. And you know what? In the early days of the internet, you remember they used to have a tray. You'd have to put the disk inside the tray, close it up, and then stick this little rectangular thing inside. That was the very first CD-ROM drive. And that was a very real thing that people had to deal with. Just like some of the early VHS players were top loaded. You'd have to slide it in the top and then press it down. It didn't just go in a little slot in the front. It was just differences in design. It was actually pretty pretty neat. One of my favorite stories that I enjoyed telling is, as you guys know, I'm an oddball, and so
No.
I'll
What?
sometimes say
I don't
things
know
in
where
different
this is
ways.
coming from.
But at the same
No.
time, at the same time, I will I'll also not be afraid to tell someone, set someone straight. And like I said, I was an escalate technician for a while in the world headquarter building at Earthlink, and my supervisor would sit through the window and look at me from their desk, and he would sometimes and there was two different supervisors I had in the time that I was there. They would send me they would knock on the window, say, Alan, can you take an escalator? I'd say, sure. And they'd send me the information. As soon as I finish out, I'd jump into admin, which is a login on the phone. I say, tell me what's going on. And they'd tell me the details. I call the customer. And in the early days of the internet, of the DSL rather, people would get furious because it would take sometimes a month and a half for it to finally work. And people were freaking out at their internet not working. And so by the time it got to me, people would be screaming. And it was funny because while they were screaming at me, I'm like, okay, let's go down here. Let's look here. Let's look here. Let's look here. And I'm going through it. I'm like, okay, that's wrong. And so I'd go in there and I'd do whatever I needed to. And then I'd hit it and I'd do a test. I'm like, okay, that's working now. And then I'd do it. And they're screaming at me. After a good 15 or so minutes, the guy's, telling me the whole history of all of his calls. And he's screaming at me. And finally he says, and the last guy I spoke to, he hung up on me. And you've been quiet for a while, so you probably also hung up on me. And I say, oh, no, sir, I'm still here. But I'll tell you right now, there are two people on the face of the planet that care about your problem. And the more you scream at me, the more you lose one of them. Now, would you like me to actually fix your internet, or do you want to continue to scream at me? And the guy just was like, okay, well, let's see what you can do. And I'm like, all right, well, I want you to try to get on the internet. And he told me the error. And I said, okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to tell you my phone number and I'm going to give you my extension. And if it does not work tomorrow in 24 hours by what I just got through doing, because I needed to have the number that was on the screen, I said, then you call back and you tell me it doesn't work. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is I have a note right here and I'm going to write it with the details on there. And I'll call you back in 24 hours if I don't see that it's working. And he's like, okay. And I said, then you can chew me out for as long as you want to. Never heard from him again. So, because his internet was working the next day. But, that was days of internet. It was great.
Yeah. I'm glad we're
Or he
past
took a
that.
gun and went downtown. I hate you all.
For each panelist, what mic, regardless of
Ooh.
cost, is your dream mic to own and why?
I think Bandrew already owns his dream mic, if I had to guess.
Well, also, I still need to go back. Nobody ever asked me. My favorite two
right.
mics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can only keep,
Wait,
you can
wait.
Hang
only
on.
keep-
See
for a
if you
second.
can guess. See
Just
if
for
you
a
can
second,
guess.
let's hold
Ask
our
him-
heads in shame for a second.
SM7B
Okay,
and
there we
KU5A. That's what I'll guess. Because he freaked out about the KU5A. I'll say that,
Well, it's
then
because it's a ribbon microphone that was having water drip on the case, and it cost $1,300.
oh,
That's why I was freaking out about it.
of course it's sitting. Curtis has one in his desk.
Of
Of
course.
course. He
What
has
is it?
everything in his desk.
What
So-
was it?
What was the mic that he held up?
Yeah. That's
That
the
was
KU5A.
the KU5A.
Oh, okay.
So tell us your choices, Bandrew.
SM7B,
Yes.
U67.
See, it's funny because before I changed it to KU5A, I was gonna say U67.
Yeah.
Because when you first got that microphone, you and I were in a voice chat together, and you said I haven't connected it up yet. We listened to that, and then we beat it with the U87, and we're like, wow, this microphone makes the U87 sound like garbage
It does.
because it's that good.
Yeah.
It really is that good, and it was amazing. So those are the two that I was actually going to guess before I heard you freak out about the KU5A. But the
Yeah.
U67 was what I would have guessed.
Yeah.
One of you,
U60.
I think it was one of you. I'm not sure if it was one of you. I don't remember now. But somebody suggested that I get this SM7.
I think
What-
I did. I
what
think
made
I
Was it
did.
you? I think it was
might have been.
Curtis.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I have. Fine, I'm done. I haven't really wanted
See?
anything else since.
He's done. He hasn't bought any microphones since 2017, I think. Or
Yeah,
so.
I mean, ever since I got this, I haven't bought any
Yep.
more microphones since like 1980.
Yep. So Shoji, that's Kevin's done. He's got what he needs.
Then is
SM7B,
NTG3.
and of course the other one in the other room.
Yeah. Then TG3 shotgun mic.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm done.
All
So
right.
what about this question then? What mic, regardless of cost, would be your dream mic? Why don't we go back to Bandrew this time? That way we don't accidentally skip him.
I would have said U67, but now I really want to try the Telefunken Elam 251. But it used to cost $10,000 new. Now it's $11,000 new. And if you want to get a vintage one, it was the most expensive microphone ever sold by Vintage King. I think it was $35,000. So it would be the Elam 251 probably. And because it just sounds really, it's a lot airier than a lot of mics that I use.
It's a tube mic, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
How about you, Kevin?
Money's no object.
Sure.
I can think of a bunch, but I mean, not to harp on this. I'm really fine. I like if somebody said, "Hey, I'll give you $1,000, $2,000, $3,000," I'd say, "Okay." Oh, to buy any mic, to buy any mic you want, I'd be like, "I'm fine." I'm actually, I don't have any mic envy or want, or there's no mics I'm lusting over at this point. That may be because I'm just so totally satisfied with what I have, or maybe because I'm freaking stupid. But either way, I'm just satisfied. I don't look at mics and go, "Oh man, if I just had that Neumann mic, or if I just had this mic or that mic." I don't do that at all. I don't know why I don't do that. Maybe I'm just broken, but I don't lust after microphones anymore at all.
You're the opposite of broken. That's how it should be.
No, he
Yeah,
might be that way
you're
regarding cameras though. He might actually be regarding cameras. Maybe, since he
Are
is the
you?
basic
Well,
filmmaker.
maybe.
Me? Oh no, not.
Okay,
Really?
so yeah, you are broken.
I'm lying
too.
like a mother.
Yeah.
Cameras? Yeah, I when it comes to cameras, I'm like, oh yeah. So Canon's gonna come out with a new camera. Oh, I would like that. Oh, Sony's coming out with a new camera. Oh, I really want that. Oh, I got the Sony A7S III. What do they got out now? Something else. Sony A4. Oh, I really want that camera. I don't drop the coin on it, but I do tend to lust after cameras more than I do the microphones for sure.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I mean, I actually would kind of halfway expect it from you being the basic filmmaker. Plus, truth be known, as long as you got good microphones, if you're doing content creation, then you're fine. You don't, like you've heard me say many times, I don't want any more gear. And
Let me
then
just
I
say
get
this-
more gear and I'm like, I still don't want more gear.
Let me just say this for the record, because I don't know. Why do I have to say that? Well, I want to say this for the record. That's a stupid saying. I have to credit, big giant credit to Curtis, because I was out looking at microphones and this microphone and this thing and that thing and up and down and back and forth. I guess, should I get this? Should I get that? And he walked me through quite a few different choices. One of them was the SM7B. The other was the Mix Pre-3. I use a Mix Pre-3, the SM7B in here. I have a Mix Pre-3 over there, and the Rode over there. I'm fine. I'm done. I haven't had to look at my stuff. It sounds fine. Is it perfect? No. Would I use it in a movie? Well, no. I'd hire people who knew what the hell they were doing. But because of Curtis, I have these things, and I'm fine now. So hats off to you, sir. I don't lust after anything anymore as far as microphones.
Those are the kind of microphones that could actually and very easily fuel a career, the entire career.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
And they're going to be rugged. They'll stay with you.
Yeah.
How about you, Curtis?
I would like a beautifully restored 1933 RCA ribbon mic.
Oh.
That's what I would like. And I'd have to get the preamplifier to go with it. I don't know what that would be just yet, but that would be another $10,000 probably.
Would you go for a vintage preamp of the era to get that classic sound, or would you get
probably
something like
not.
a modern AEA that
Probably
has
a
really
modern.
low noise?
Yeah, probably a modern preamp. Yeah, but hearing some of those, it's just
Would you go
to me,
solid
it's
state or tube though?
it's breathtaking. For the preamp,
Yes.
well, no, I'd go for the more modern, probably solid state. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're such beautiful sounding microphones. It is unreal when they've been restored really nicely. Actually, one of my favorite microphones that I have that I don't get to use very often, I do have the KU5A, but I also have the Rode NTR, which I don't know. It's like the internet hates that microphone, but it is an amazing
Really?
microphone. It just seems like it. Like everyone's like, oh, I don't know. It seems like the internet hates it, but I think that's one of Rode's best creations yet.
I still haven't heard that. Yeah.
I have it. I need to review it, but you have me excited for it.
You have to have the right space. It's a figure 8.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have to have the space to support it. But if you do,
I think in your video, Curtis, you were like, you had the camera set up and you had 2 panels, like right there and right there next to you, is what you said.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, the rear lobe of it was just going to be reflecting back up. The thing about it is, most of these figure 8 microphones, the detail is different on them. On the front side and on the back side, the detail is more so. And so, like, if you watch my video where I destroyed ribbon microphones, it was straight up. I totally was like talking in, because if you look at the right side of it, it didn't look as interesting as the back of it. So whenever I was talking into it before I destroyed it, it didn't sound right. But then it was a cheap, ribbon microphone. It's like $100 ribbon microphone or whatever. So of course you're talking into the back of it. It didn't sound right in the video. And I'll listen to that later. I'm like, I'm not going to go and redo it because I'm not going to buy, $400 more worth of microphones. That video to date has only made me $16.50. At least as of last month when I looked at it. I'm like, yeah, $400 well spent. But you got to love it. It's just awesome.
I think that ribbon microphones are underrated. And Bandrew agrees with me. We actually would podcast and make videos with ribbon mics. No, I don't think there's anyone else in the world that would.
With regards to sound, yes. With regards to maintenance, a lot of people just don't want to deal with it. If they were easier to manage, if you were easier to manage and they were more versatile, like if you could talk into them without running the risk of damaging them, over the course of time, if humidity didn't kill them, if you didn't use a pop filter or something like that and all of a sudden blow the thing out, and require a new ribbon, if little things like that didn't kill a ribbon, I think they would have a lot better appeal. But that's the big thing that I think kills the ribbons, at least regarding YouTube. Pros still know what they are capable of.
And that's something that's kind of, I've had really great experiences with tube microphones for the most part, but one of them has just kind of ruined them for me. And now I understand why the entire industry has pretty much moved on to solid state. Why that was such a big thing, because just the amount of self noise of a tube mic is bonkers. Then realizing, I have to change this every 6 months to a year if I use it every single day, and finding a tube that meets those requirements to give me that same load, it's just a nightmare. So although I have a bunch of great experience with some tube mics, one of them, the Manly Reference Cardioid, was such a terrible experience, and it's the noisiest mic I've ever used, totally put me off of them. Well, not totally, because I still like them and I still use them, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
For most people, not going to make sense.
And that is true of ribbon microphones as well.
It is.
They're really delicate. You if they're the original design where it's a figure of 8 pickup pattern, that's not going to work for a lot of spoken word stuff. It's just not. If for people recording at home in particular, usually they don't have acoustical treatment, and so it's just not. It's not the thing.
Hey, I have a question. What I'm not sure who's watching, but for people who are watching, what's your recommendations? Because there's a lot of brains in here. What's your recommendations when somebody's looking? I mean, where do you set the bar? $100, $150
for what?
For someone doing a YouTube channel or wanting to record their voice, etc. Where would you set the bar price wise, and what would be your recommendation
For a microphone.
For a
microphone, yeah. Bandrew already covered this, I think.
Yeah,
did.
I just put
Yeah.
out a video about it.
That's right.
And I
Well-
think you said, it was $100, wasn't it?
100 for dynamics. I think around 200 to 250
That's what I was thinking.
is good for condenser.
condensers.
Yeah.
And what was
I
your
agree.
Did you have a recommendation? I don't remember on that video for a dynamic.
For dynamic, SM58, SE Electronics V7, E835. There's so many $100 to $150 handheld dynamic stage mics that
Yeah.
anybody is going to be able to find a sound that they exactly want. But those three, SEV7 is neutral, SM58 is kind of dark, but it has that presence boost. And then the E835 from Sennheiser is just super bright.
I'm gonna
if you want that.
I'm gonna point out one thing here that a lot of people seem to forget in the modern era because they get hung up on noise. Is that it was only 15 or so years ago we were just having analog audio, and you only had 20 to 30 dB of dynamic range back then, and you pushed it really hot in order to make it actually sound good. Now in the age of digital, you don't need to go crazy. You can get a very good, even if it is high noise microphone, add very gentle processing to it and knock out the background noise, even free processing. It's one of those things where still you need to be aware of it. But I get so many people that write in the comments, noise, 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 noise. And I'm like, okay, it's one of those things. I'm like, okay, let's not freak out about the noise floors. Noise floors in modern microphones is usually below a recording environment if you're talking about exteriors. If your noise floor is quiet enough to hear the noise floor of the microphone, great, easy to process out. If it is not, if the noise floor is lost into your environmental noise, get rid of some of the environmental noise so that way you hear the noise floor of the microphone. Every single one of the videos I've ever done on sound speeds, and except for the reviews where I say that this audio is not processed, I've always knocked out the background noise. There have been some videos that I've done where in my old studio, there was literally an air conditioner right there, an air conditioning vent literally right above me. And it drove me crazy because during the summer, I would always have to listen to that air conditioning vent. And if you noticed, if you remember seeing my videos in that old studio, there were little particles flying all over the place. That was because everything that got stirred up by that air conditioning vent, and it was blowing stuff all over this house. I could dust everywhere. I could dust everything, and it would still pull up dust. It was the most amazing thing. But even though we would just change out the filters and it would still be back. I don't know where the dust was coming from until I moved out. And then I realized the back behind the background collected a lot. And because the vent was like right there, it would catch right beside the window and it would blow through there and stir that back up. And then it would cycle through. So every time the air was on, it would cycle through. But people always get hung up on noise. It's actually very easy to process out without being too aggressive to your vocal tracks. And no one's going to notice. So that's the God's honest truth of it. There is a lot to consider regarding noise. Yes, you want a clean recording. Yes, you want it to be very quiet in your background. Yes, you want to have a good quality microphone. But most things, if you use a microphone properly, it's not going to be an issue.
It's also not the only characteristic of mics, and certainly not the most important one from my point of view.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of other things that are more important. Like having a lot of the production shotgun microphones, for example, self-noise is in the teens, mid-teens, easily. Mm-hmm. You compare that to a Rode NT1, which is one of the quietest ones, which is I think 4 dBA. I mean, that's you would just if noise was the only thing, why would anyone be using those shotgun mics?
Yeah,
it wouldn't make any sense. But there are other things that need to be taken into account, I think.
I see a comment in here that says Kevin's voice is a bit low. He needs a new mic. So
no, he's fine.
Everybody's saying, "Is that better?"
Much better.
It's not nearly as low anymore.
But it sounds better now, right?
I tell you, I must say real quick here, then I want to go to Andre and find out about his microphone. But I got to say, I loved that in that recent video that you did, the part 2 of the live stream that you did talking about with what was that thing that you did recently? What was it called? The Mix Master Challenge. I love that. when I said when that I put that video that comment up there that said Bandrew's too loud. He's about, he needs to go down by 60 dB. You didn't even read the comment before you put it up on the screen. I love that you put that up on the screen,
I
and you were
remember
like,
that.
"Oh, I know better too." It
Yeah.
was so funny. That cracked me up so much that did you put it up on the screen before reading?
I should know better. You're right.
But that was what you said. But
And I should know better.
what was funny is as soon as I wrote that comment, you saw Mike and Bandrew both laugh at it. They both laughed at the exact same time. Then you didn't realize what had happened. You put the comment up there, and they both started laughing. And Bandrew did this. It was great.
But Curtis doesn't Curtis is either your daughter or your wife? Don't they handle your comments? Do I have that right?
Normally they do. Yeah, that one was on a Thursday night, I think, and
Oh, okay.
I was running that one solo. Yeah,
Okay.
so it was a little different.
Andre, you're next. Tell us real quick, regardless of price, what microphone would you get, and if you could get anything?
Regardless of price, I wish I could remember which Sennheiser mic it was that I worked or used when I did radio back in the 80s. It was a studio mic, and it was great. I think I've talked to you once about that, Alan. You said that you thought it would be a certain model number. And I do like the Shure SM7B. I mean, I'd like to get one. Need to get an audio interface to be able to deal with that. Otherwise, it's not a plug for Deity. It's just that out of all the microphones that I do have, I do like the S-Mic 2.
Yeah.
Well, it does
nice
sound
mic.
good on you, I tell you. But you
does.
have a really good voice to begin with.
I
So
know, right?
Well, thank you very much.
okay,
And,
here's a quick question I've been hanging on. Does anyone here actually use the Sphere L22? I have no idea what that is.
I don't know what that is.
You ever heard of it?
That's the
spaceship
modeling
or something,
mic.
or-
I have it, but
It's
I don't use it because I don't really use any microphones except the one that I'm going to review. So I don't get to use any of the stuff that I already have.
And you reviewed that one, right, Bandrew? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, for people that are not familiar with it, it's a modeling microphone. So it has software that comes with it, and you can make it, in theory at least, you can set it to sound like a bunch of different classic microphones or very popular microphones.
Yeah.
And what was I'm trying to remember what the upshot was. I think it kind of sounds like them, but not necessarily exactly.
Yeah, so it doesn't give you the exact sound of a U67, U87, Elam 251, but based on the mics that I have and that I compared it against, it gets you in the ballpark. So I think it's a pretty expensive microphone. I think it was $1,400 or $1,500, but compare that to buying one U87, which is $3,600 or $3,700 now with inflation. It's a pretty sweet deal, in my opinion, if you have a use for all those different microphones.
Yeah. By the way, while we're on the topic of U87s, there's somebody here who lobbied hard for me to buy a U87 AI, and I finally did. And I want to
Really?
just say, my voice and the U87 despise each other.
It doesn't do voices any favors.
No.
I didn't do
and
it.
I don't sound good on a TLM 103. I don't sound good on a U87. I don't sound good on most Neumann microphones that I've heard either.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it's. I mean, I'm not actually mad, Bandrew. I do have it as a reference. So when I am reviewing other microphones that I can compare it to.
Wait,
that's great.
did I tell you to buy a U87?
Oh, come on. Are you serious? Are you going to play this game with me?
I don't remember saying, "Hey Curtis, you need to
Oh.
buy a U87."
No. Yes.
I am
yes.
pretty sure I said, "Yeah, you probably shouldn't."
Bandrew, you don't want to see Curtis when he's mad.
he's still smiling though whenever he's mad.
I know. Curtis is like the guy, like, if he
No,
really
I
ticked off
really
and
don't
pissed off at
remember
you and he started
telling you
kicking your
to
ass,
buy
he'd
it.
smile. Was that?
You just kept going on and on about how amazing it was, and most German microphones tend to be sibilant, not so great with sibilant voices, but the U87 was different. You You have to experience it. There's just
There's
no
no
way to describe it. You just have to experience it.
There's
It's like
0%
it will change
chance that
your
I
life.
said that.
It will change your life. You will never be the same
I'm
again.
sweating right
ever.
now. There's 0%
Did he use that voice
chance
too?
that I said that.
Are you sure it wasn't Mike Delgadio that said that?
In using that voice.
Bandrew, you said it. I promise you. I just love the U87 so much. It's so good. This is before you got your U67. This is
Use
this
the
is a
other.
couple
Use
years
the
ago.
other voice, please.
Oh. I can't do it now. I can't.
Curtis, just listen to me. You
See, that works.
you need to buy the Neumann U67. You need to.
Okay, segue. Can you guys describe the sound of the U67? I've been sitting on this question for a while.
Oh boy.
Bandrew's gonna have to do that. Yeah.
I would say.
Can I go first?
Yeah, please.
No. Next.
Good answer. It's
It'll change your life.
It's a relatively neutral microphone. It's not boosted like a lot of other Neumanns are, and it tames the sibilant frequencies really well.
Yeah.
Curtis, listen to me.
I'm not listening to this. I have turned off my headphones. I think your mouth is moving, but I can't hear it. It will change your life. You will never be the same ever again. Ever.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
The first U67 is free, just not from me.
Of course, it's at his desk.
Plug it in.
Of course, it's added.
What mic are you using, Curtis?
Ethos, I bet.
This is the Earthworks Ethos today. Yeah. So,
Somebody comment on that. See the black version. That's the one that I would get if I was going to get the U87, but I'm not going to ever get it. I have zero interest in that mic.
it's not a neutral mic by any means.
No.
By the way, I think some people think it is. It is not.
I think you definitely need to plug it up. Let us hear.
Yeah.
Okay, stand by.
In the
I'll be right
meantime,
back.
what can be done to tame a nasally, buzzy vocal fry sound in post?
Vocal fry, you can't fix that. I mean, if you just want to sound like NPR, you're stuck with it. There's nothing you could do to fix vocal fry. You could try to EQ a little bit of the nasal frequencies out, but other than that,
What is I don't even know the phrase vocal fry. Is
Vocal
that a character?
vocal fry is when you talk really quietly and your voice does the that's vocal fry.
Huh. I've never heard of that term before. MKH 416 is on his list, on Linda's list, not his, her list. A few lav mics, then I'm done. Bandrew, what are your thoughts on one of the best mics ever, the Samson CO2?
I'll let you know when it's officially a vintage microphone.
Okay. Can't see ever spending $1,500 for a microphone at any point here. I would hate to admit it, but microphones hold their value or increase over time compared to camera bodies. There's a guy on Facebook selling two RCA 74Bs. Ooh, ping pong. Send that to me, and let me see if I can send that on to Curtis if that would interest him. Alan, the ribbon microstructure video is actually the one that led me to your channel in general. Thank you very much, Father Jordan. That's awesome. Hey guys, I use my 4017B on a 7-day project and love it. Worked perfectly inside interviews and also outside interviews, and when protection and boost engage. Yeah, great microphone. I love that microphone. That's actually the one that if I could only deal with, if I could get one microphone or whatever, that would be the one I would get. True, but wait a minute. Why do people keep falling away? All right, let's add Curtis back.
Whoa.
Oh, he's putting the windscreen on. I'll mute him. True excess
You
cash.
should zoom in on him.
I should totally just go full screen on him.
Yep. He
There you
liked it
go.
last time.
And I'll keep him muted too, so that way he can't even make a comment.
That's right.
Actually, I'm going to unmute him now, so that way we can hear the wonderful microphone noise.
You film this. Here's how you put a cover on a microphone.
Oh.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
He's gonna leave.
Okay, well, he's going to leave. Okay.
Oh,
True by excess cash, it goes to instruments.
pissed him off.
Vintage mics a good investment. U67, U87, Shep seem to be going to value over time. as you can, most of the vintage models, what will happen is once it's sold, it will usually drop down to only like 90 to 95% of the original value. Then after a long time, if it's still around, it will go back up. It's really kind of cool. And then Matt left. Let's see here. Curtis has now returned.
Hey. Tom Buck's here too. Hi, Tom Buck.
Ah, Tom is in here in the
Hey,
chat.
Tom Buck.
Hey, buddy.
Tom, you have, I don't know if you have the link. If you want me to send you the link, I can put you in here too, if you want to join. Tom was busy before, but if you want to.
He was busy.
Yeah, he was busy.
Uh-huh.
At least that's what he said.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
I'll-
checkity check check. 1, 2, 3.
Whoa. What you doing? That's
yeah.
a mic.
That's a U87.
Except it's pointed the wrong way. You need to turn it toward your mouth, dude.
Okay, first of all,
That joke is never going
Whoa.
to get old.
super compressed. I need to adjust the gain for this mic here. Checking my levels here. Whoa, that's hot, hot, hot.
Actually, sounds good.
How's that sounding now? So we okay?
Now it sounds really dry.
Okay. So this is running through the Rupert Neve Design Shelford channel with a little bit of compression on it. This is the Neumann U87. I don't. I think it's good. I think the reason this microphone is so popular is it's been used for so many years, so many decades actually, on singing vocals in so many cases, studio recordings. But I think for just spoken word dialogue, it doesn't, like podcasts or live streams, it's just not a great, at least not with my voice, just not a great.
This sounds like it's a little breathy.
You mean like it's picking up my
Yeah.
breaths
Especially
in
when you
between
breathe.
things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have a problem. That's my own problem. I actually do think I need a vocal coach to do.
No.
better sound.
No. I'm not saying
no,
you. I think
no,
it's the microphone that it's
Yeah,
picking
yeah.
up a little bit more breathy.
It's
Yes.
a
Do
Do you
little
have
bit,
a high pass filter on?
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
It's at 60 hertz, 65 hertz.
It sounds so much higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Where we at.
Did one of the switches on the mic get
Oh,
hit?
possibly. I'm going to mute and we're going to check.
Yeah. Sounds strange. Hey, Post Color Gear is here too. Hey, man.
Tom, for some reason, I never seem to ever have your email address in my phone and in whatever else. I just sent you the information through Twitter if you happen to want to join us, because I can't find your information no matter how I look for it.
He should join us because I'm gonna have to bolt in a little while.
Okay. Let's see. I'm just gonna put up a couple more of these comments. Panel, does anyone have thoughts on the C100 Sony?
It's nice. It's really nice.
I have no
mean-
idea what it is.
Yeah,
What is the
you-
Sony C100? What is it?
What's a camera?
Oh,
No.
it's a camera.
no.
See, I thought it was a microphone.
No.
I have no idea. I
No.
did.
It's a camera.
It's a
C100 is
microphone.
nice. I think I don't know if they changed this, but I think it's still relegated to 1080. But that's okay.
Hello.
It's a great camera. It really is.
Testing.
Hey, I saw my name. Backup one. What did that say?
Remove the windscreen? Is that what that-
Testing. Hello.
No,
Hey.
that's the KU5A.
Hey.
It's the end address KU5A.
Oh crap! I'm so. I thought it was muted in here. I am so sorry.
I think I unmuted you. That's why. Any
Could've said
opinions
a
on
lot
the
worse, dude.
C800G tube condenser? I mean, I've never used it.
What? What
The
is it?
C800, the Sony crazy big $12,000 micro. It was discontinued, I think, a year or two
I
ago.
don't know
It's-
what that is.
It's got a massive heat sink on the back. It's nothing magical. It's just, Sony's hyper detailed version of a microphone or whatever.
Oh.
And I mean, it says, 11K.
I
And
think
then-
that goes back to the C100 though. I think we can reference that because somebody asked, "What are the thoughts on the C100?" If you don't have $12,000 to get that hyper detailed Sony sound, the C100 costs $1,200. As far as the C100 microphone is concerned,
Oh, the C100 microphone. Is that what he was
What?
asking?
I don't know. We gave him answers for the camera and the microphone.
Buy them both. Buy them
Thorough.
both. Affiliate links below.
What are your three favorite Sennheiser microphones in Beyerdynamic? I don't have a Sennheiser. I would basically say probably MKH50. 416 is pretty much legendary. And then you got to also love, if you're going to go Sennheisers, I'd also say the 816. Go old school.
And
Maybe
by
the
the way,
70
just to
actually
screw up
instead of the
everybody's
80/70.
life, just to screw up everybody's life who's watching forever, we call it Sennheiser.
I don't have a three favorite Sennheiser microphones, but I mean Sennheiser microphones.
Yes.
But as far as
Success!
Beyerdynamic, M201, the M160, and I mean those are two perfect microphones for their application for what they are. So I don't think I need a third because I don't have one.
I'm curious. I'd like to talk about the MKH50.
Mhm.
Why is that so popular?
Did you not watch Tom Buck's video about it?
No,
He
I
did
didn't
it-
know Tom Buck even did a video. Where's Tom Buck? Tom, get your buck on
He
here.
interviewed me for it. The same day that video dropped is the same day that Boot Junkie released his video where he interviewed me. So I was like, wow, look at this. There's like me all over the internet now. It was kind of cool because they had both interviewed me like months previous. And yeah, Tom did a video about the MKH50, and I talk about the popularity behind it
Okay,
in that video.
When is Tom joining us here?
I
to
don't
talk
know
about
if
this?
he decides he's going to join us, then he'll join us. But
Okay. I personally prefer the 8050 way more.
I do
over
too.
The 50.
Over the 50, I do too. I do too, actually. So usually what I tell people is the MKH50. Usually, if you were going to name the three top microphones, I would say probably, like you heard me say earlier, the 416, the 50, and then the 70, and then I said or the 8070 actually. I mean, honestly, I would say that the 80 series is preferred, or the 8000 series is preferred to the Legacy. And mainly the reason I would say that is because there's so much enhanced bass on the 50 that you can actually use the 8050, and it's a lot less bass hungry. I mean, it doesn't just pull in so much bass and just, knock you on your butt. To me, it's
It also tends to sound. We use it at work actually, and there are some voices with a lot of mid range in them that just sound.
What does it say?
On that microphone?
Somebody read this? Or is this unreadable?
this video right here goes back to Kevin Basic Filmmaker's Unhacked live stream, where he was trying to say,
What does it say?
What do you mean? What does it say?
Could you read that?
Kevin talked about this. He said, stop talking about Curtis's daughter. She's not being given away. That was
It's the only time I've
goes-
ever seen Curtis's face just go, what?
That's a throwback to the Kevin Unhacked live stream that he did, where Kevin invited a bunch of his friends to when he got his channel back,
Yeah.
and Kevin was giving away all kinds of items on the stream, and then he goofed up his words really bad and paused too long. But what he was trying to do is say you needed to, he's going to do a technician, so he was trying to say, we're offering Curtis's daughter as a technician for your live streams, but he goofed up the wording really bad.
That's
And
not
that-
the way it came.
Here's the line. Here is
Really
you going over the line. And here is Curtis with a baseball bat
Way
ready
over
to
the
get you
line.
out of there.
it
Way
was
over the line.
It was
I've been in
so-
hiding ever since.
It
That
was
live
so-
stream was like a black hole just getting sucked in.
Yep.
Dude, that
Yep.
that live stream is one that I tell you, I go back and listen to every month or two because it just, whenever I want my jaw to hurt from laughing, I will listen to it. If I'm like ever in a rage, seriously, Post Color Gears 17-minute highlight video of that, I will watch that over and over again. Sometimes if I'm really mad at a day from work, I'll say, you know what? I need it. And I'll hit play on it and I'll drive home and I'll be laughing like a minute into it because it's just awesome.
Every time I think about that, I just feel myself turn red. I couldn't believe it.
It's
All right,
pretty awesome.
moving on. Thanks for bringing that up, by the way, post color
For me,
Dumb person.
Providence makes the mic most special. Providence?
I think that Nick means the
Presence.
association of the microphone, the
Providence.
use cases, the history
Ah,
of the microphone.
gotcha. Used for the keys.
But I don't know what
GBYBR
GBYBR is.
Used for the keys on GBYBR. I have no idea. I'm just going to go through the comments here and see if there's any other questions that pop up here.
Curtis, do you have where's the button that makes it sound good?
Yeah, there's
Well,
the
here's the. I just unmuted, and that's not sounding great to me. But you know,
Wait,
pointing in
so
the
the
wrong
high pass
direction.
filter wasn't on the microphone.
it was not on, and it's. I also turned the high pass on the Shuffler channel off, so this is pure
It
unadulterated.
doesn't sound bad.
I mean,
It's
I can
dry.
get up really up close here if you wanted to get more of the proximity effect.
See, I think that
good.
sounds awesome on
That
you.
sounds really
When you
good.
get right on
sounds-
top of it.
it sounds better that it does when it's farther away, because then you're not so.
I think we all need to get up on the microphone.
Yeah,
I
we
get
should
it
all
on the
get
thing.
right up here
Yes,
and talk
we
like
do.
this, right?
Okay, this is
Right on
creepy.
top of the
here we go.
creepy.
rhythm
I don't
microphone.
really. This
It
is making
will
me
change
very
Alan,
uncomfortable.
do
your
like
life.
this,
I don't know.
especially if we.
I don't know what to do about this.
There's
'cause
another
I
zip
feel-
biz. I just need another zip biz if I'm going to deal with this stuff. Now, if you, I mean, I'm using a 286S right here. I can always use the enhancer and add a whole bunch of bass to my voice artificially,
Ooh, yeah.
and then add a whole bunch of high pitch, and then kill the lows. And just, I mean, if you want to play around, let's play around.
But see, now you just sound like
Ooh, yeah.
plenty of YouTube videos.
yeah,
You got the YouTube sound.
yeah, there you go. Here's a question that was asked a long time ago, and I've been holding it for a while. What are your current working condition, current setup? Thank you very much. So mine is the same as it always is. New video, new studio video 3.0, except that I'm going to the AT875R through the ARM into 286S, Mix Pre 6 to the internet. What about you, Andre?
I'm going
Yes.
through a $39 microphone that's going through probably a 30-cent USB-C cable that's going into a $2,500 computer.
Using $1 million voice.
Why? Thank you.
What were you going to say, Bandrew?
What are you willing or able to share any preliminary thoughts on the 875R?
Honestly, what I would say is I'm not a huge fan of it here because I hear way too much sibilance out of my voice, and that may be it bouncing around my desk. I mean, I'm using the windscreen because if I take it off, to me, I sound a little on the harsh side. And so I'm using this to try to tame it down a little bit because to me, I sound a little overly sharp, a little bit too much. It's not bad. I personally still prefer the E100 in here because I think I could dial in on the angle a little better. But the 875R, I think as far as the microphones go, for $175 or refurbish is actually one of the, it's really funny because I looked at it and it was right there, $170 or $150. I looked at it and I bought the $170 version. And then I said, you know what? Wait a minute. It says it's refurbished for $150 right below it. Still has a warranty. So I actually, after the stream, I canceled the $175 or the $170 one. And I bought the $150 one because it was still perfect condition. And I was like, you know what? Let me buy a refurb. I don't care. And so that's the one I'm using right now. It doesn't sound bad at all. I think it actually sounds pretty good. The one thing I would say is it doesn't seem to pull out a whole lot of bass, but it does sound natural. To me, I sound pretty accurate to myself. I mean, it doesn't artificially give me any. I mean, Bandrew, you remember my voice in person. I don't have a very low voice at all.
Right.
And most microphones I use at this desk, it because I'm using them closer than normally you would, you know, at where it's measured from a meter away. Normally it makes me sound a little more bassy, gives me some testosterone. But this thing here is pretty accurate. It's just a little bit sharp for me, in my opinion. A little bit.
But as far as sub $200, would that be considered a short shotgun? A short shotgun microphone? Pretty decent,
absolutely.
Pretty usable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say that I can actually get some. I could fool you with this if I use this microphone. I could probably fool you, you know, on set. I don't think anybody, if I used it on a film set, I don't think anybody a post would not complain. I don't think that my mixer, if I didn't tell them and switched it out, they might say, man, that's a little, if someone has a really sharp ear, like some of the most sharp eared sound mixers I've ever worked with is probably Michael Clark first. He did Walking Dead and Stranger Things with me. I did those with him actually. And then Michael Wynn, especially if Michael Wynn has his, if he's had his cold brew, that unlocks his superpower. Like ZipFizz unlocks mine. If he has cold brew from whatever that place is in Avondale Estates, I tell you, if a fly runs into a wall, he's going to say, I want that shut down. I want someone to find that fly and stomp on it because I'm not going to listen to flies hitting. He's
Find
got
that wall
sharp
and
ears.
knock it down.
He has got good ears. I mean, by nature. And then when you actually, when he has his cold brew, it's like, geez. But luckily he gets really chill and kind of cool. He hears it. And he'll make some comments, but he's not worried about it as much. He'll still comment, oh, I hear this and I hear this. Can we do anything about it? I'm like, I'm working on it. He's like, all right. But Michael Clark, he is extreme. He has probably the best ears of any sound mixer I've ever worked with. The man hears he'll hear a little, and also his standards are insanely high. If he doesn't like the way something sounds, change it out, move it, do something. And then you'll move it into the best possible situation. And he's still not happy with it. And then he'll say, make it sound good. He'll say, I don't like it. Do something else. And you change it again. And it's just, if it's not, it could be the acoustics of the room. And because it's a wide shot, the only place I could put a plant mic, and he would want it to be not a little small mic. He'd want it to be a bigger microphone, but you couldn't hide it there, but it wouldn't sound good. And he would say, I want it to sound better. I want this. And so his ears are sharp. His ears are extremely good. And it got to the point where, for me, I would sit there and say, well, what I could do is probably get decent sound out of this, but it's never going to sound great because of the environment or because of this. I could put this other thing in there, but it's not going to sound great. I could put that in there, but he's going to hate it. It would be the best of all worlds if I did this plant, but then he would listen to it and not like it. And then when I would say, I can't use that because there's no space, he would say, put it in there even if it's farther away. And then it would sound terrible because of the acoustics or something. He would say, fix it. I'm like, his standards are very, very high and his ears are very good. So it made it very difficult for me to make some plants, like in some of the places that Walking Dead would put us. That was when I would be like, geez, he's in
here.
Huh?
And Michael Wynn is in here.
Oh, he
Or
is.
he was.
He was.
Oh,
I didn't know that. Where is? Hey. I didn't see his comment.
Hi, Michael.
He was talking about the U67.
Oh, was he?
Michael. Hi.
Yeah.
I totally didn't
about
see
10 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm still not down there as well.
Man.
At 10:51 for you.
Okay.
Oh man.
Oh, I still haven't gotten that far. Let's see here. Someone says define vocal fry.
It's the NPR sound.
We'll fix vocal fry. Thank you, Bandrew. Understood. And the problem with having to EQ it. Not that bad, but it gets annoying. And then let's see. Vocal fry register is the lowest vocal register and is produced through a loose glottal closure.
Glottal closure.
Okay. That permits air to bubble through slowly and popping and rattling sound. Wow. That's a really good definition. So
how can somebody do it?
It's like glum, I guess.
Yes. So this is NPR. Today we're going to talk about all things considered.
Wow.
Although you should have been the one doing it because you had the NPR microphone, the U87, on the stand.
Yeah. Do you know that they use that at quite a distance? In an interview I heard with their engineer, they actually have it probably 2 to 3 feet from the announcer.
Really?
Curtis, did you change your microphone?
Yes, I'm back on the Earthworks ethos.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, it sounds terrible.
And then I see Michael Wynn's comment. I hadn't got down to the farther.
I'm kidding, Curtis. I'm kidding. Don't bring this up 2 years from now saying, "Oh, I bought the U67 because you said the ethos was terrible."
Hey, sorry, Alan. I'm going to be back. I've got to go buy a U67. See you in just a little bit.
Copy that. It'll be like, if you're like me, then you're gonna, scroll through through Amazon or scroll through websites as you sleep, and then buy something impulse buy something, because that's what I do. And so that's the reason why. I'm sure that people have heard the story before, but I used to, when I would lay down in bed, I would plug in my phone, and I would look up at the phone and lay on my back in the bed. I'd scroll around and do whatever I was going to do. Go to Amazon usually and start looking, on Facebook and everything. And I would doze off and continue to scroll and click things and whatever. If I'm on Amazon though, it was bad. Because normally what would happen is I would be looking at my phone, I would doze off, and I would drop the phone on my face, and that would wake me up, and I'd say, what? And then I'd put the phone next to me. What would sometimes happen, though, is I would sleep by something. So
Lingerie.
one night, no, actually, I bought a 14-foot green canoe one night in my sleep, right as I was going to sleep. And I woke up at 3:30 a.m. to go to Walking Dead. And when I woke up, I looked at, I checked my phone and I said, Amazon. What did I buy on Amazon? I looked at, this is the days before you had to schedule a delivery time and everything like that. I looked at it and I said, a 14-foot canoe, cancel. And it said, we will try to cancel your order. I'm like, please cancel. And I was like watching and 45 minutes later, it says, success. We were able to cancel your order. I'm like, thank you. That was like one of the scariest things in the world. Cause I could just imagine being at work on Walking Dead and a 14-foot canoe was leaning up in the front of the house and be like, trying to explain that to my wife. How do we get this thing away?
Gentlemen, I must depart.
Okay.
No.
Kevin,
it's
it
been a
was
pleasure.
lovely chatting with you and great to have you on here.
It's been
You're
an
amazing.
absolute pleasure. Thank you all. You guys are all amazing. And for anybody that's currently watch it, see all these people, don't forget to subscribe and like all their channels and all their videos. All of them.
And if you have not checked out Kevin's channel, it is youtube.com/Kevin, or rather Basic Filmmaker. That is how you can see more of Kevin's content. He is awesome. He has been a content creator on YouTube for many, many years. And
True.
And check out basicfilmmakeruniversity.com.
That's another great website to go to. He sells courses and all kinds of things. A lot of really good online things.
I need to hire you guys like my PR firm. Holy smokes, because the one I got sucks. Hey,
well, it sounds better with Andre's voice, I tell you. It's awesome.
Oh, I should get Andre to make me promo videos.
You totally should.
That's brilliant. Hey, thank you for inviting me. Thank you all for being here. Anybody who's watching, commenting, etc. Thank you all for the support. We, all of us, really appreciate it. You all have a great night, and we'll see you next time.
Hey,
thank you so much, Kevin, for
great
joining.
To see you, Kevin.
You bet.
Kevin, this is Kevin's first appearance in about a year and a half on YouTube doing a live stream. And it's awesome to have you back. Thank you very much, Kevin, for coming out here and hanging out.
Love you all. See you later.
Really looking forward to seeing you again. And that is Kevin, Basic Filmmaker. I'm so glad he was able to join us for a little bit. That was awesome.
Good guy.
10 out of 10.
Love him.
Good guy.
Let's see here. C100 is a microphone. Okay. But Kevin actually clarified it was actually Canon. Let's see here. Let's go through these comments here. There's probably another question in here because I want to tell some more stories. We should totally tell some stories.
I do have a question while you're flipping through those for Bandrew. On the U67. Does the $7,500 price include the shock mount, or do I have to buy that separately?
It does include the shock. Hang on, I'll go grab it. It comes in a suitcase. I'm not going to plug it up. I'm not going to plug it in.
You totally should.
Yeah, you should.
Why won't you?
If you bring it out.
Okay,
It sounds so good.
I'll be right back.
Yes, I'll hit mute on you.
Make me get my favorite microphone and set it up and talk.
Wait until you hear it. That microphone sounds so good. What about the CMIT 5U? Is what I'm sure you're talking about that, and not the Super CMIT 2U. Do you have any experience with that one, Curtis?
Just as a utility. No, just as a utility. It was. Lots of people love the Shep sound. It's who's going to argue with that?
To me, it's a very bright microphone. It's one of those microphones that sounds very natural. No matter how, if you basically put that microphone over someone, it's going to naturally pick up the environment because it is, as it was said in Tom Buck's video, rotationally. Did we actually hear him open that? Because I thought he was muted. Oh, is Curtis muted? Who's muted? It's Bandrew, right? Yeah.
No, because I actually heard the microphone hit.
I had it unmuted.
Oh. Okay. Because I was like, wait a minute, what happened there? But yeah, it's it's very bright. It does pick up very well. It reaches very well. It doesn't pick up as much reflections off of things as you would expect. It sucks in sound very well, you know. And there's a lot that can be said about the CMIT 5U. It is a very good sounding microphone. It's actually a very, very good sounding microphone. One of the big things you got to keep in mind is it's not all about signal to noise ratio or reach and rejection, as a lot of people always say is, oh, it reaches and it rejects out a lot of noise. Well, that's code for signal to noise ratio, because basically what a microphone will do is it has an interference tube that will kind of not tune into the outside world. It will kind of reject it out. And then because of the tightness of the pattern and the reach of it, people always say reach, when really what that is just signal to noise ratio. Is it's hearing mainly out of the front of the microphone and pulling the sound in. So when you talk about a microphone that way, a Sheps will pick that sound up, but then unlike other microphones that will pick up usually above and sometimes above and below, or, you know, left and right, depending on how you have the microphone oriented, the Sheps will pick it all up kind of around. It will pick up a little bit more background noise in the front area, but that also allows it to pull in a lot of sound without a lot of comb filtering. So it does sound very natural. And you got to keep in mind, though, that a lot of off-axis sounds, a lot of the times, if you reject out too much of that, it makes your sound artificially kind of artificial. I mean, it doesn't sound natural as much.
Otherworldly, I like to say. It does have, like, if you're in traffic, like if you're filming by the side of a road and cars go by, they sound like spaceships, basically.
Yeah. You'll hear a microphone, you'll hear a car be completely far away, and then you'll hear it enter, and through the comb filtering, you'll hear, you'll hear that sound.
Yep.
Because the microphone goes in. Sheps doesn't do that as much. The CMC 641, the Sheps CMIT 5U, is a very natural sound. The reason why you love the Sheps sound, and we all love the Sheps sound, is because it is very natural in that front lobe. It does reject out more of the rear, but it also picks up a little bit more in the front and around the front lobe. So you could say it doesn't reject out as much, but it actually picks up more in the front. So it has a wider pattern. It reaches, more, but at the same time, because it still doesn't pick up, it still picks up, pretty decently off axis too, but it does sound more natural. And because of that, and because it's picking up more, like the difference between like a more narrower pattern, like an interference tube, and then hearing it on a cardioid, how it fattens up and sounds really rich. A Sheps is more like that, more like a cardioid type sound, how it can richly pull out everything from the front, as opposed to dialing it in on a pretty narrow path. That's one of the reasons why the Sheps sounds so good, because it doesn't just pick up here, it picks up a little bit around it. So that way there is more air around it, but it sounds natural. And that's one of the reasons why people love it.
Yeah.
And then Com says his favorite microphone is the MKH 50. He says, from what he understood, the 50 is pretty old, where this 8000 series is pretty modern. I think I told him that. Just got his MKH Cisco. Is that something that you put inside that? Oh, he's still connecting up. Just got his 8050 the other week and have yet to use it. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. That's the weirdest ASMR stream I've ever seen. Oh, that was because we all went, everybody was talking really more mouth clicks. Output mouth clicks only. Let's see. Could try throwing the Shure A81WS on the 875R to cut some of the highs. I'm not familiar with the sound of the A81WS.
It's just it's a foam windshield.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. It's I don't know if it's a heavier one. Maybe that would, but yeah,
Probably
you're already using foam already. So yeah, it may sound a tiny bit different, but.
What about the ultimate question? Since I watched Curtis this morning, has computing come far enough that a simple digital live streaming setup can be more reliable than a hardware and analog chain?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that there's a clear answer to that.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to spend enough money, here's the thing. In my opinion, analog is still great unless you record analog. If you record analog digitally, it's going to sound very good. If you recorded analog to record analog, then you have all the analog sounds that you're going to have to deal with. And you're going to have the tape hiss. You're going to have the lower signal to noise ratio. You're going to have those things you're going to have to deal with. Whenever you record digitally, there is advantages that come from recording digitally, but it's also very precise and it's not forgiving. So if you use an analog sound, you use analog processing. That's the reason why I always run through the 286S. I hit bypass on it whenever I do one of my videos because I want to add processing, not my noise for all my settings that I use for streaming or for voice chats or whatever. But to me, I like analog processing because I could physically put my hand on a knob. I like that. I really miss the days when you could go over to a camera, you could actually physically adjust a switch, make an adjustment on the actual camera itself, as opposed to having to go 6 menus deep. Then all of a sudden you realize, oh, wait a minute, this is the new firmware. Where is it now? Is it under this? Is it under this? Is it under this? And now you're like, why is time code under audio now when it used to be under setup? Oh, it's because it's given to you by audio on one camera, but then on the other camera, it's not. It's under a separate time code menu, and it's the time code button. So it's like, geez, it drives you crazy. So personally, I would prefer not to rely on computing to do processing on the fly, because also that's where your latency starts to come from, personally. But Bandrew is giving us the full tour here of all the plastic. He's just demonstrating all this on the U87 or U67.
So I think we're waiting for the microphone to warm up and settle in. Is that what we're doing here?
No, I was waiting for the story to end.
Oh,
that actually does sound. Talk to us a little bit more.
Talk to us a little bit. Podcast. Yeah, tell us a story. Tell us a story. You haven't told us a story yet.
Yeah. So
okay, stop.
No. Okay,
we're done. We are done.
Okay, so the biggest mistake that I have made in terms of audio recording is not understanding that Isotope RX editor is destructive. So I recorded an entire podcast while I was traveling, dropped it into RX7 thinking, oh, this will be super fun. I'm just going to try it out. I processed it to hell just to see how far I could push it and what I could get out of it. And then it was the worst sounding podcast ever. So I had to delete the entire podcast and just re-record it because that's why I don't have the greatest answer in terms of the biggest YouTube mistake, because I know the audience doesn't care if I had a bad day and doesn't care if I made a mistake. They want good information. They want good sounding recordings. So I'll just re-record it. So there you go. That's the U67.
It's interesting. Is it just me? And this is, again, it's through YouTube, but or through, in this case, StreamYard. There's a little bit of distortion, like pretty pleasant sounding distortion.
It could somewhere. Well, I'm running it through a tube preamp also.
Okay.
And then I have a limiter going, so it's just all the tubes. It's probably, I might even be overdriving a bit. Let me bring down my gain a touch. Yeah, so I'll bring this down, and maybe there won't be as much distortion. Hang on, let's.
No. I like I was saying, it's sort of a musical distortion. It's actually quite pleasant.
Interesting. Yeah, because
it's a very different sound than the U87, I would say.
Yes, I would agree with you 100% there.
Real quick to answer the question that was on the screen a moment ago. Andre is he does sound on his channel, but he mainly does action cams and a lot of camera stuff. So that's to answer Liberty Dude's question. He does do a lot of budget focused action cameras and compare them. He also does a lot of microphones, and he'll do all kinds of different product reviews that could help out content creators or people that are on the go. So that to answers your question, Liberty Dude.
And I would like to thank Andre for reviewing the Ceramonic Blink 900, I think it was, because they kept trying to get me to review it. And I said, no, Andre's already done it. There's no need for anything more than that.
You must be drinking Zip Fizz. But that thing, there you go.
He's not
There you
actually,
go.
but
I just want to know, can we get a read on heart rates for Bandrew and Alan, please?
oh, I'm needing another Zip Fizz right now. I have a whole thing of tonic water here. And
Okay.
Bandrew just left. Where did he go? I was going to get him to talk some more.
I think he went to get his third tube. I think
Oh,
we
I
should
hope he
talk
did.
him down. No, we should talk
No,
him down.
we
This
should
is
talk him up.
dangerous.
If Bandrew does go get another Zip Fizz, I will take another Zip Fizz. I've already taken the energy shot with the Zip Fizz inside of it. I will take another one if he does. Totally. Without a doubt, hands down. For location sound, do you prefer VU metering or PPM? Curtis?
Yes, both.
Okay, there's your answer.
What? I mean, that's the ideal, isn't it? To have both. A VU meter is going to help in terms of understanding where your loudness is, and a peak meter is going to help you make sure that you're not clipping.
Yeah, I mean, personally, in the digital era, DBFS is really the meter that you look at, and most of the time, that's what we're all going to be looking at. It's upside down. Bandrew's oxygen level is at 93, 95, 94.
96, 94,
and his
62.
62.
It's dropping. 92.
You need to have another Zip Fizz. Do you have any more?
Take a
No.
deep breath.
You don't have any more? I'll have to
No.
send you some. I'll have to send you some, and I'll send Curtis one.
67's pretty low after drinking 2 Zip Fizzes.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
say that I'm impressed.
I love the fact that you had 2 of them, though. I only got you to take one, and you're like, I'm going to take the expired one now. Woo! Must do that. That's awesome.
Well, on
I
that
love
note,
I don't know what you're
gentlemen,
talking about.
Oh, you're leaving us, Andre.
Yeah. I'm an
Oh,
old guy. I'm an old guy, and I've got a family, and my daughter's, she's been peeking at the door window here a couple of times. So,
Fair enough. It is definitely a holiday.
Dad, when are you going to come tuck me in?
Yeah. I mean, she's 11, but Dallas Mavericks. She went to a Dallas Mavericks basketball camp, and I got to definitely give her a shout out because she got camper of the week out of 120 some odd students that were there. So
That's awesome.
She's done very good. But anyway, I'd like to thank you very much, Alan, for inviting me on. Curtis, it's always great to see you and chat with you. Bandrew, you are
He was
one
here.
cool cat. One cool cat. And I'm glad that Curtis, I got to get Sarah Monica off your back.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, I hope you guys have yourself a great weekend. Stay safe. Enjoy Independence Day. And Alan, thanks again.
One last question for you, Andre. Are you planning on
Sure.
doing any kind of recording of fireworks and stuff like that with any cameras tomorrow?
No. Well, my wife, she drugged me out to the local mall because she was like, all right, let's go out to the mall, get some new basketball shoes for Leah, and we'll walk around the mall. We'll eat there at the mall, and then we'll go watch fireworks because they're going to be shooting off fireworks. So we stayed there at the mall till the mall closed because fireworks were supposed to go off at 9:30 p.m. We sat out in the parking lot, and I told my wife, I said, are you really sure that the fireworks are tonight? Which was yesterday. And she's like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, well, because the parking lot's empty. Because normally when we go out to Lake Grapevine, it's packed. Sure enough, she takes a look online. She goes, oh, guess what? It's on the 4th. So we're probably going to go see some fireworks. We saw some here in our local town a couple days ago. But other than that, just going to relax a little bit. I got to finish up review. And by the way, Curtis, it's another Saramonic microphone. It's not here. The smallest little wireless microphone I've ever seen. It's probably about that big.
I think I saw you on Twitter about that.
Yeah, it's the Blink 100 B2. It's a dual transmitter. And so I've got Saramonic off your back regarding that one too. So, but anyway, thanks a lot, Alan. I appreciate it. Thank you for everyone for that tuned in. And like I said, I hope you have a good week and a safe holiday and spend some good time with your family. And I'll see everybody later. Thanks a lot.
Take care, Andre.
Thanks for coming in,
Bye-bye,
Andre.
Andre.
Great to see you, man.
All right.
Oh, I do that so bad. All right. Andre's back. I pulled him out the second he started to say something. I do that. I'm so bad about that.
No, that's fine. There's nothing important.
If you say it, it's important.
No, it's not important.
All right. You take care, Andre.
All right.
Great
Bye,
having
y'all.
you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I pulled him out. It didn't cut him off. Whoa, what is this? That is not what we need to be doing. I'm telling you, Friday night, my neighborhood, the new neighborhood I just moved into, went crazy with fireworks. They just, for whatever reason, it was like July 1st. I was like, are they celebrating Canada Day? Is there a lot of Canadians around here that I'm not aware of? Because I tell you, it was so crazy. They were just over there, over here. Oh, you're slowly dying on us, Bandrew. It's now 59. Your oxygen levels improving, getting up to 97, but you're slowly dying. You're in your 50s. He needs another zip fizz. But I tell you, if they tomorrow night, I would so start recording the fireworks all over the place on New Year's. I'm probably going to have to do that because if they go crazy like they did Friday night, I would love to set up a stereo array. I probably an AB space pair of probably my C4000Bs, my AKG C4000Bs. Put them up in two in an AB space pair array, and then probably take them up on a stand 15 feet and just set them up and listen. Because since Michael Wynn's been in here a couple of times, when we worked on American Soul season 1, the first episode, there was a scene that we did that took place in like a what was it? It was a World War. No, it was Vietnam. That's what it was. Vietnam scene, and we were shooting guns and stuff like that all over the place. Now we separated them farther away. We had them maybe 40 feet apart, which you technically should put them closer. But we recorded that sound and we played it back, panned hard left and right. Man, it sounded like a war movie. It sounded so good. And I was so thrilled with the way that thing sounded. And I think that the AB space pair of something like with the C4000Bs, which have a high SPL level with fireworks, I think would sound really cool hearing it all over the place. I think I could dial it in spatially and it would sound really cool.
I hope you share that. I hope you share the recording with us.
I can't do it because we're not going to be home. But you know what? If by the time we get back home, if I didn't have a 6:30 a.m. call time on Monday, I might actually do that. New Year's Day, I will probably be doing that though. I'll probably be recording New Year's Day. When is Chinese New Year, by the way? Because there's a lot of Chinese people in my neighborhood, and whenever Chinese New Year's is, that might be another day that they would, start shooting off a bunch of fireworks. So I need to look that up.
February.
Oh.
It was February 1st in 2022, evidently.
Okay.
In 2023, we're looking at January 22nd.
Oh.
There you go.
Might
Couple
be on a
options
show.
there in January.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You might still be recovering from the epic live stream at that point.
Oh,
Yeah, no kidding.
I recover from the epic live stream really quickly. What are your favorite mic pre's? What do you think about different pre's for different colors, especially in music? I don't really have an opinion about, especially in music.
Bandrew?
I don't record enough music to have really in-depth thoughts about that. But as far as the pre's go, I really like the Rupert Neve design stuff. The Portico 5017 sounds outstanding for the 500 series. The 511 is the same pre as that. What do you think about the Shelford channel?
Bandrew, I don't understand why you haven't purchased a Shelford channel yet. There's an open rack space in your rack there.
He has plenty of space back behind him to actually put a lot of things now.
I don't understand it. Like it will change your life. You will be happy every single day of the year.
Really?
When you have what seems like today would be a tough day, you'll just shrug it off in the future. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
I'm on it. I'm gonna start saving.
Okay.
No, because I really was considering the Shelford. That
Mhm.
it was between that and I think it was that and the LA 610, and then the LA 610 was just $2,000 cheaper.
Yeah,
So
it doesn't sound $2,000 cheaper, but I think the Shelford channel, wasn't that one of the last pieces that Rupert designed before he died?
I think so.
Yeah.
But my 500 series rack, I have the 511 pre.
Mhm.
Then I have the whatever the Portico compressor is, but then I also have the Shelford. What type of compressor is that? I can never remember.
A diode bridge.
A diode bridge. So I have that compressor in my 500 series. So I have a
Okay.
little piece of it, but not the main bit, not the pre.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Is it going to change your life? You already have all the bits and pieces. They're just spread out across a few different boxes. I think I don't know. I really like it. It's been really useful, especially for my live streams.
Absolutely.
Here's a good question. What's better for vocals, small condensers versus large?
Yes, both. I have
What?
enjoyed small diaphragm condensers on voice. I've liked them.
Yeah, I don't think there's a universal answer to that. I think it depends. Different manufacturers take different approaches, and Earthworks doesn't produce anything with a large diaphragm. It's
Yeah.
all small diaphragm, and I think they sound fantastic. I think we've just heard here the Neumann U67 has an amazing sound to it, large diaphragm.
Yeah.
I think it depends. What's the theory behind it, though? I mean, the thing I hear people say is that the large diaphragm isn't as responsive, and so it will generally sound smoother on voices. Is that the thinking?
Okay. Here we go.
Let
All right, here
me
we
go ahead and
Here
mute
we go.
myself.
Here we go. If you have, let's just say, a measurement type microphone, a little small Earthworks. If it is a measurement microphone, it has a small diaphragm. The reason why is because there's not a whole lot to move. It will be because it's a small diaphragm. It will take a lot less to move that diaphragm than it will take more. Here's the thing though. Anything that comes in off axis and hits that microphone capsule is going to be fairly consistent because the capsule is so small. If you have a capsule that's this big, let's say, or even a large diaphragm that's an inch, think about waves and the way that happens. If a wave comes in straight at the diaphragm, no problem. It's going to respond to it and it's going to pick up that sound. If it comes in off axis, it's going to be hitting it kind of like a ripple. It's going to ripple across. So it can make some inconsistent sounds if you're dealing especially with higher pitch sounds. Because you got to keep in mind that the size of a wavelength, a 20 hertz wave is about 56 feet long, 17.15 meters, I believe, if memory serves. And if you go from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, that goes from 16.15 to now 16 or 17.15. It now goes to 17.15 millimeters. So we're talking about less than an inch. So if a high-pitched sound like that hits, the entire wave will not be picked up square on that diaphragm. It can actually cause a ripple and a change in the transient pickup of that microphone as it starts to pick up the sound. Now, a small diaphragm is going to be more accurate, which is why they use them for measurement microphones than a large diaphragm. But a large diaphragm has the advantage of it taking, if little particles, for example, are in the air and it hits a small diaphragm, then it will cause a higher self noise. A larger diaphragm, there is a lot more dissipation that will happen over the course of the thing. So little bitty particles that might hit it, and there's a lot of those in the air, part of what creates self noise. It will create a lower self noise and have a much lower noise floor simply because a larger diaphragm is going to have a lower noise floor because it's picking up less of those particles that hit it. So there's also, with regards to the inner workings of them, if a small diaphragm condenser is more accurate with a higher noise floor, a large diaphragm is going to pick up more of those bass frequencies that it's going to basically cause more of a ripple through it. So that's where you run into less accurate sound. You'll pick up perhaps more pleasing to the fundamental vocal frequencies of the human voice. with regards to music and other things, depends on what you're recording. But that's when sometimes higher pitch sounds, that's when sometimes some microphones are actually designed more for instruments or designed more for vocals, or maybe a kick drum, a snare drum, electric guitar, well, not electric guitar, but acoustic guitar, all these different microphones. You have to really dial in on exactly what the sound is that you're looking for, because depending on the size of the capsule, that will make a big difference.
And then all the microphones are voiced differently with their
Yes.
their amplifier circuitry. So I think it's that's actually really good.
No,
That's
but
really good
see,
background information.
tell me what the best microphone is.
Oh, clearly it's the Neumann U67. Didn't
The
we
newer
already determine that?
NW700,
Okay, newer NW700.
everybody can get it. Everybody can get it. That's
Excellent.
the single reason why everyone needs to buy that.
That
Because
is that the
every-
most reviewed microphone on Amazon?
Oh, I don't know. I can't answer that. Nick, I'm sure you can.
Do you have another? Can you hit the fizz again?
I could.
Nah, don't do that to your family.
If you can't smell your own blood, then you haven't had enough sippets. Let's see here. I'm still going through these comments. I'm getting close to the end here. What is this? January 20? Oh, that's talking about
Chinese New Year.
Chinese New
Yeah.
Year.
Yep.
Okay. I think mic pre-color is just a money rat hole. Once mixed, nobody will know which pre you use. I believe Bandrew has said similar about mics. Yeah. And that's
I think that's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
And
that's
something
Yeah, go ahead.
something that is interesting to me is not we, but manufacturers of preamps and interfaces have made their preamps pretty damn near neutral.
Mhm.
There's very little coloration, very low noise. And what they were trying to do when they were designing preamps in the 50s, 60s, 70s was make it as linear as possible. It was just due to technical limitations that they ended up having all this color to them, all this saturation, all this distortion.
And what's interesting is it's kind of like what's really interesting to me, especially in the modern era, is that we hit a time like, let's just say a little over 100 years ago, where cameras were just starting to add, they were just about to start adding sound. We're not even 100 years now with sound added to camera. And the early days of sound recording. Actually, watch my my video called "The Origin or the Real Origin of MOS," and I talk all about it. I do a deep dive about the past and how sound came to be interacting with camera and how it came to add, and then works its way up. And then I finally answer the question, like typical Alan style, 10 minutes in. And it's like a one passing sentence. If you scan through, you'll miss it. So you have to watch the whole thing. But if you're talking about sound, then it's very much like camera in the sense that we tried so hard to get it as good as possible. And once it got as good as possible, what did people do? Put a retro vintage filter on their phones to make it look like garbage again.
Dirty it up.
Yeah, it's like it's one of those really weird things that people a lot of the times miss that analog look. If you go back and look, there's videos on YouTube of 4K upscale of New York City colorized from like 1912 or whatever, and it is fascinating. You see like cable cars driving down the street with wagons being pulled by horses and people just walking casually right in front of them. Not a care in the world. People are walking everywhere. It looks like the most dangerous thing ever, and I'm sure it was. And people will then they start running because they want to miss a bunch of cars because there was no traffic lights. And it's the craziest thing when you look at that. And then now, this day and age, it's like if you run through a traffic light or something like that, a cop pulls you over, you're going to get an $800 ticket for that. And the idea of that coming from that was acceptable back then to this day and age, a lot has changed in the past 100 years. And a lot has also changed in the past 10 to 15 as things have gotten cheaper to create really good quality components. So a lot of the times people will like you said, preamps are pretty much across the board, more or less the same. Some are even using the same processing, some preamp chipsets. But when you talk about modern day digital, people 20 years ago would have loved to have what we have. Any one of the cheap components that we have, the Behringer, interface, digital audio interface, even the $70 one, people would have killed for it 20 years ago. It would have been the best thing on the market because of how good the technology has gotten. We can get them very, very inexpensive.
Yeah, I've said multiple times that I would have killed in the late 90s to be able to get the Behringer UM2 and the XM 8500 and to be able to record that quality for $50.
Yeah.
In the 90s, you couldn't do it for $50.
Well, think about any of these USB microphones. The Q2U, the Samsung Q2U is a great sounding USB microphone. Imagine if you had that back in the 90s. What is he? Showing the water damage. I was going to say that's a shot just to freak out a boom operator.
Right there. That was a big water bubble right here on the wall. Can't see it, but there's a big paint bubble and water. Jeez, this is hard. Up here. And it's just dripping down. And then you can see all along here, it's kind of bowed out.
Yeah, I can see a line.
All that water there. And then
there's no light. There's no glass on the light fixture itself. You see open bulbs.
Yeah, I took that off because the water was filling up the fixture. And I didn't want the bulbs to be submerged in water. I didn't think that would be good.
No, it probably isn't. That's just a hunch, though. Maybe if we had someone in here that understood lighting, like perhaps Curtis Judd,
then
he could tell us: is water good to put in put a light in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The latest light instruments, you can just
water
douse
cooled
them, and they're totally fine.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, though, Bandrew, are you going to have to move out for this to all be repaired? I mean,
I have no idea. So last Tuesday they told me they would be up here.
That's his next channel.
They would be here to repair the drywall in 30 minutes. I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
I've also been hounding the property owners for I've been hounding the property owners for I think 17 or 18 days at this point. And I've heard them on my roof for a total of 2 minutes. So not enough to patch any kind of leaks or anything.
Oh, did they figure out what was the source of the water leak? Was it just rain coming in and just a bad roof?
They said that it was because the roofs were just redone about 2 months ago. And they didn't seal it properly somewhere. That's what they said.
Is it a flat roof or is it a pitch
flat roof?
Okay. Oh my, I am so sorry.
Well, if I wasn't here, I would be on a warpath because all of my guitar pedals would have been destroyed. The KU5A, all of my ribbon mics would have been destroyed. Everything over there would have been destroyed. So if I had not been here and heard it within 5 minutes of it starting, a lot of stuff would have been ruined. So I'm just glad that I was here to catch it.
Yeah, for sure. Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely good that that you were there for that. I mean, I can't imagine what would have happened if you had been out at work and then come home and found your studio flooded.
If I was out of town because it rained for a week straight, there were gallons. I had gallons of water in buckets. It was crazy how much water. No, I got the guitars out in time.
Yeah.
Only the pedals and the PR30 box got a little bit damp, but not bad. And then the KU5A
it's got that kind of flight case thing. So
so it was like right here. So it didn't get into the seams or anything.
Whew.
And that's why I threw it on the stand, because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't completely buggered.
Here's an interesting question. Is the SM58 still the most popular microphone worldwide? That I don't know.
I don't know sales figures. I would imagine so.
It seems like a lot of, obviously, 10 years ago, certainly longer ago than that, almost all the live venues had SM58s, like a whole case of them. Although I think a lot of touring musicians now are using different mics. I think a lot of Sennheisers, but I don't know what the venues. I imagine the venues still probably stock SM58s.
I'm sure they do.
And I know a lot of, at least the convention halls that I have gone to, the city convention centers, they still rent out SM58s. That's what they'll rent you for $75 a day.
Unreal.
Insane.
Yeah.
So when I was a panel coordinator, I went to the owner of the convention and said, okay, we could rent these $75 a day, or you could let me buy 50 XM8500s, and
no one's gonna
then
know the
you will
difference.
Never have to rent another microphone again.
Yep. It's
Saved
funny
him
because
so much money.
It's funny because I actually made the same recommendation about 3 years ago, whatever it was. Whenever I did Devil All the Time in Alabama, there was a guy that was our sound utility. He needed to take a day off, and he was like, "Yeah, they given me a certain budget, and they would like to have, like there was like 10 people sitting around a table, and they're like, I'm thinking about just getting an Omni and putting it in the middle. I'm like, don't do that. That's gonna suck." He's like, "What if I get a high quality Omni?" I'm like, "Then you're gonna hear everybody sounding like crap." I said, "What's your budget?" And then I told him, get 10 XM8500s, go into a mixer and then just, mix it. Just bring up whoever's talking and just do it that way. That would probably be a lot better for their budget, and you would actually own the mics.
Yep.
You guys all seem awesome. Is everyone on a film set as nice as the audio guys?
I can't speak to that.
Curtis, what about the sets you've worked on, the corporate events?
I hate to break it to you all, but there are some weird sound guys.
Oh, of course there are.
Yeah.
Well, look at this panel. Obviously.
I know. Exactly. But they're nice. They're nice, weird guys. And women. So it's yeah. Mostly is nice. Yeah. I have worked with a mix. I worked with a mixer that was pretty. That was so awkward that it was a little bit painful at times. He meant really well, but he was just so. He
Curtis, I'm sorry. I tried to be as normal as possible.
No,
I'm so sorry.
No, Bandrew, it was not you. This guy, a band got there. I was helping out with sound, and he goes up to the band and he says, "Don't worry, guys, I'll make you sound awesome." And I'm just like, I don't think you need to tell the musicians something like that. He meant well, but it was a little bit awkward. But yes, Andrew, my general experiences have been that the audio guys usually really, really friendly, really nice people.
I'm gonna point out one thing. If you've seen me throughout this stream, I've been holding my thumb a bit. The reason why is because you're talking about weird sound guys. Last night, I was in a voice chat with Bandrew and a bunch of people. Someone posted a picture of how to break your thumb in 2 easy steps. And I looked at the picture. I was like, I'm going to slowly do it and feel the pressure. And I put too much pressure on it. I hurt my thumb. So, of course, we're weird guys. I'm like looking at it, like, oh, look at this picture.
But
so
but
I'm
hang
not
on.
gonna show. I'm not going to show what to do. But holy crap!
But I want to
cool.
jump in here and say, not all sound people are as quick to harm themselves as Alan. Most people have the common sense to see, oh, this graphic is telling me how to break my thumb. I'm not going to do that.
Well, I didn't actually do it with the speed it said to do it. I did it lightly. and put pressure on it. I was like, oh, that actually would work.
Ow.
And it was surprisingly accurate. I think that if you did it at the speed it said, it would break your thumb. But here's how I will answer that, Andrew. You got to keep in mind a lot of picture people. The DP is under a lot of pressure. The DP is in charge of setting the camera angles, lighting with the key grip, and with the gaffer or the chief lighting technician, CLT now as we refer to him, because it's not just about lighting anymore. It's now about an entire computer network. So they're now building computer networks to control lighting, not just putting up stand lights. That's the reason why the technician of gaffer, the title of gaffer is going out the window, and CLT is becoming more common. But here's what I'll say to that. The DP, if there's a lot of pressure coming from the 80s to make the day, the DP is under a lot of pressure. That will trickle down. That will go to the camera people. That will go to the lighting people. That will be felt from go, 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 go. We need that prop in here now. We need to have the hair, makeup, wardrobe done now. We need to have this done now. And that's all under a lot of pressure. Sound people have to be very on the ball and listen. Try to not talk a whole lot. Try to just sit there and listen and be chill. And because we usually are flies on the wall that are pretty laid back and cool and listening, we're going to try to make any question we ask worthwhile. Now, if it's a long setup and we're waiting on a wardrobe change or something like that, sure, we'll cut up like everybody else and we'll joke and laugh. If I've worked with a sound mixer I haven't worked with in a long time during a long lighting setup, if they're still, fiddling around and trying to figure out what camera they're going to, what angles and stuff they're going to be doing, I'll step off set for a little bit, let them figure it out, and I'll cut up with the sound mixer and the sound utility. But to answer your question is, are they as nice as the audio guys? You got to keep in mind, camera does not need sound for anything. But sound needs camera, lighting, everybody to be on board for us to get good sound. If the camera angles are a really huge wide and a really tight shot, that doesn't work for us. If the gaffer puts a bunch of ballast right there on set, that doesn't work for us. If the key grip doesn't cut the lights that we need to cut so that way we can actually get in there, then it doesn't work for us. If a prop is loud, it doesn't work for us. If the wardrobe is not sound friendly and is crinkling around, it doesn't work for us. Everything has to work for sound too. So if you have a sound person that's a jerk, you're not going to make it very far. So there are some very direct sound people, but usually they're with other sound people. It's usually a boom operator or a sound mixer will be very direct or even a jerk with their own team, but not usually with other people. Now, quite often when I hear about a jerk on the sound department, usually it is a mixer that's overly uptight about something, and the boom operator will try to keep things chill. I always refer to the boom operator as the good cop, the sound mixer as the bad cop. Don't make me have to bring in the bad cop, please. Because if the sound mixer comes in, they're just going to throw everything, tip over tables and whatever. Don't make the sound mixer come to set, because that's usually when it's bad. I could tell you some fun stories about a sound mixer I recently worked with who was constantly under pressure. COVID was always like, you have to do this. If you're going to have a day player, the second unit, you need to find someone. So that person must be under COVID compliance, and that person must say this and this and this. And then the accounting requires this special form filled out. The production requires all these different departments would love to hound us about things that are their job that we didn't have to do in a non-COVID compliant era. So it would drive us nuts that people were wanting us to fill out this form and that form and this form and that form. We're like, can we just do our job? We don't have time to respond to 30 emails every hour from all the different departments when we just are giving you the name, you do that stuff. This is what your department needs to do. We're concentrating on sound on set. We don't have time for this. And at one point, the compliance that we had on the show, the COVID compliance was getting more and more strict that it got to the point where we could not get a day player in there. Because it was like you could not get them tested quick enough. You could not get the forms filled out for them to be happy enough. You could not get a rapid test. And so the sound mixer basically said, you know what? If you don't approve of someone, that's fine. We just won't come in. It got pretty much to the point where when they did a change and they said, okay, if you have not been boosted or have like a medical or religious waiver, if you have not been boosted, you are not going to be on the set where the actors are. And we had somebody who had joined the show and was not boosted. And so they said, no, he might be your second boom, but he's not allowed on set. Sound mixer quite literally said, if he can't do his job, I can't do mine. Gathered up bags, just basically turned and walked away from the sound cart, freaking out the ADs. They had to chase this mixer down. And they had to change their shots because it was originally 2 cameras looking this direction and this direction on 2 different people. I'm like, I need a second boom. And not having it, I tell you. And then they as soon as to get the mixer back, since they weren't going to allow my second boom back on set, they said 2 cameras on this one person. Alan, would you say that this is a single boom situation? Yeah, if we do that, okay, great. Get the mixer back. Get the mixer back. It's not, and that was one of 3 times that mixer had up and quit. Said, you know what? That's it. And they were like, no, get the mixer back in the chair. Get the mixer back in the chair. And they're like, Alan, can you do anything? I'm like, no, it's not me. It's you guys. You guys are got to be the one. I wasn't the one that made the mixer mad. So, yeah, that was fun.
So yeah, there's I'm sure there's been so much more drama on the sets that you've been on. I just work on these scrappy little things, so for us it's not usually stuff like that. But that's because that's a completely different world where you have I don't know. Are you like independent contract? I mean, like a show hires a mixer, and then the mixer hires the boom op and the utility, right? And same thing for the camera department, I assume.
Yeah, here's the way it works. We're all independent contractors until we're hired by a show. We fill out our start paperwork and we join full-time on the show. And we are then therefore employees. That's why they're able to give us a call time that we show up for. They pay our benefits. They require so much safety videos. There's a bunch of different criteria we have to have in order to be invited on set. But we are employees that are not contractors. Now, if you do a contract gig, which is like ENG type stuff, maybe a documentary type thing, they can be a little more flexible with you. But then technically, if you're getting a 1099, you're a contractor, could technically show up whenever you want to do the job. But we all know in the film industry, if you don't show up at call time, there's a problem. So one of the reasons why they basically make us employees is so that way they can control our schedules and require us to be places at certain times and require certain health and safety standards and that kind of thing. But yeah, we are all contractors until we become employees and are hired full time. Now, usually what happens is they'll hire the DP. The DP will hire the key grip and the gaffer and the camera operators, and they will hire their team. So this one camera operator might always have the AC and the first AC, second AC that they work with, and then the digital utility or whatever will also be the DIT will be the person that they hire. Any camera utilities, the key grip will have their dolly grips. The gaffer will have their best boy. All these different people that help. They'll also hire a sound mixer. That sound mixer usually rides with certain people. If their team is not available, then they'll bring in someone else. But most of the time, that's the way it happens, is they'll hire the department heads. The department heads will then hire people that will work within their standards and do things the way they want them to and make good sound and get and record good sound. So that's usually the way it works on our film sets.
And these are union jobs, right? These you're talking specifically in the case of union.
Yeah, that is definitely the world that I live in is union production sound. So,
which is a different. I am in the scrappy independent world,
but
completely different thing.
But I can tell you also, if you were going to buy a house and you have a whole stack of 1099s, you're a contractor.
Yeah.
They could say you're self-employed. Let's look at your past few years, and we'll figure out if and how your income looks over the past few years. When I went to buy my house about 10 years ago, and I walked in there with 13 W-2s, they freaked out. They were like, "Oh my gosh, you're a job hopper," and I'm like, "No, I'm not." Like, "Yes, you are." I'm like, "No, I'm not. I work in the film industry. Every single studio I work for hires me as a full-time employee. So if I do a week on this show, and then I do a month and a half on this show, and I do 6 months on this show, and then I do 1 day on this other show, and then 3 days on this other show, I get W-2s for all of those. But if you look at them, they're all cast and crew. They're all entertainment partners. They're all under the same major players. So I can say, look, I'm not actually a job hopper. I still work in the same industry. I'm hired as an employee because I'm a union person. And they're like, I'll see if we can get the loan, the loan approved, and they approved it based on my income, I'm sure. And the fact that I don't, that we actually pay our bills. So I'm sure that's the reason why, but still it does look like a job hopper if you're not used to handling loans so a lot of people that work in the film industry, they'll say, oh, you need someone that can actually do your paperwork for you and get you the loan. They handle it because there's like 2 or 3 people that are the main people here in Atlanta that will do all the loans for film people. And like, oh, you need a loan? Cool. and they know how to get the best ones because they deal with a lot of film people. So that way they'll say, "Oh, you have another film person? Cool. Yeah, that's the way, it is."
Yeah.
Here's an interesting question right here. Raises an undiscussed issue: buying an insurance rider on all specialized equipment because regular homeowner insurance does not cover it. Let's talk a little bit about that, like regarding your situation here. Now, here's another thing: a lot of insurance does not cover water damage. So you have to be careful about that. It will actually have a little piece that says it's not, that if your house floods, that's considered an act of God and not covered by insurance. So sometimes that is something that you have to be very careful of. If you live in a floodplain, spend a little bit extra, get the water protection too. But Bandrew, what can you say about this?
I don't want to talk about insurance on a live stream.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like talking about insurance stuff. I'll tell you this: itemizing audio equipment and stereo equipment is a real pain in the rear end, because they want to have receipts, and if it hasn't been purchased within the last couple of years, you will need to have it appraised. Now, imagine being in my situation where you have hundreds of microphones that have been purchased 7-8 years ago. The cost of appraising all of those microphones would be a nightmare. So,
interesting. I actually, for my little business here, we have a policy. I think they called it a marine. What they call it? It's a general business policy, so it's outside of my homeowner's insurance, but it's specifically for the business and all the equipment that the business owns. We didn't have to have anything appraised, interestingly. And they just said, what you need to do is you need to make an accounting of all the things that you have, give us an estimate for the overall coverage that you need, and that's what we have. So we kind of, that's one thing I do have to do, like on an ongoing basis, is I get new gear. I have to make sure that I have a little app that I keep track of everything on.
I'm going to email you after this.
Okay.
The way it usually works, I'll tell you this, that a lot of people, sound mixers that have, $250,000 set in their equipment, what they will have to do whenever they get on a show is get on the certificate of insurance, the COI, on a show. You cannot and should not consider your sound package as a kit and fill out the kit rental form, because on that form, there is a little thing that says that you are not going to be reimbursed for damaged or lost gear. If you have a $250,000 package sitting in a trailer on the weekend, someone comes up, steals that trailer, and that entire sound package goes away. If you do not have insurance on that package, and you are not on the COI of the production company that was responsible because they cut the lock on their gate and then they just hooked up and left with it, then you could very well be out $250,000. And I know a bad thing that happened to a sound mixer who he was actually day playing on the show that I was on. And while he was day playing and helping us out as a utility, which he was a mixer at this point, he actually had a 6 a.m. call on Walking Dead the following day, and he was there with us as a utility until about 10:30 p.m. And when he went back out to his car in the crew parking lot, was actually up the street a little ways, his van was gone. And he knew that he was going to have a later call time and that he was going to go late. So he went ahead and packed up his gear, which normally he doesn't do. And his van was stolen. And he as I'm driving home, he calls me and says, "Alan." I'm like, "Yeah." He says, my van was stolen. I'm like, "Are you sure you know where it's parked?" He said, "Oh yeah, I left it right here. And it's not here." And so he was actually surprisingly calm. I turned around, I went back there, and he was like, "I have a call time in 7 hours on Walking Dead." Yikes. Let's look at the call sheet and see what you need. And so we actually, as a community in Atlanta, I gave him as much gear as I possibly could out of our sound package that would help him. And then I made a few phone calls. He made a few phone calls. Overnight, we had completely set him up with loaner gear so that he could actually make the day on Walking Dead and not sabotage the day as a day player. That is something that doesn't happen very much. Most of the time, markets would be like, oh, your gear is stolen. That's fine. Send me the call sheet. I'll take the day for you. But we actually helped loan him gear and got him going, and he was able to establish himself again and get those rentals going, because we were like, you know what? You keep the money for that. You're going to need to rebuild your sound package. And so a lot of people gave him loaner gear that he was able to use to get his sound package built back up. But he was a day player with us, and that gear was not on the certificate of insurance of the show because we weren't using it. So if you do not get a certificate of insurance, do not join the show. If they say, no, you're not going to do that, this is your insurance. No, it's not. If my gear is on your show and you're responsible for it, it's under your certificate of insurance. Now, with regards to kits, I have about a $20,000 boom kit. And one of the things that they always love to do is give you digital start paperwork. Or one of the things that I will not do very often is sign the kit rental form for that particular show if it's digital. I'll bypass it. I'll fill out the paper version of it. The reason why I do that is because I will scratch out the little part of it that says that they are not responsible for lost and damaged gear. And then I will turn around and I'll have a UPM or a producer call me up and say, Alan, you can't just scratch something out of the form. I'm like, sure I can. If I don't agree with it, I will sign it the way it is with the scratched out part. And they'll say, you can't just scratch it. Why would you scratch that part out? I'm like, because if my gear is in a trailer that your Teamsters don't lock up correctly, or it is stolen off your lot because it's not secured properly, am I supposed to be out of all that gear when it's going to be covered? The trailer and everything is going to be covered by your certificate of insurance. Am I supposed to be out $20,000 when I know you're going to be reimbursed because you require me to submit an inventory? If I submit an inventory, they're going to put it on their insurance, whether they cover it or not, because it is something that is a liability that's rented by the show. So am I supposed to simply say, geez, I got to start over again and rebuy booms, rebuy a caddy, rebuy everything that's in my kit, headphones and everything? And then the show could say, you signed the form that says we're not responsible for it. Now, I've worked with very few producers that if there is a piece of lost or damaged gear, they're going to say, yeah, no, you know what, we'll cover it. But they do reserve the right to not cover it if they want to. And that is the downfall of a kit. They consider that we're paying your kit fee, so we don't need to actually pay you. It comes out of your kit fee. And that's something that I personally hate, and I will usually scratch out if I bring in, a kit. If I'm day playing and I'm using someone else's kit or something like that, I won't worry about it. I'll say, you know what, that's fine. They don't pay a kit rental, so I'll go ahead and fill out all the start paperwork. Oh, it's only for one day, then I'll just bring in like a boom pole or two, and I'll be fine. And I won't worry about it. But if I'm a full-time on a show that's lasting 6 months, I'll usually have an issue with it. And there was one time that a producer and I went back and forth. Actually, it might have been a UPM. And I said, okay, here's what I'll be willing to sign. If I break my own thing, I'll cover it. But if a piece of gear is stolen off of your set when it's supposedly locked up by a fire watch, or if it is stolen out of off of a trailer, which after we've secured it or something like that, then you cover it. If it is destroyed by me or damaged by me, not by my control, then I'll cover it. This actually helped me out a few years ago because I was on a set. I had bought an ambient QP 480 off of consignment at True Audio. I had just got the pole. Very first day on a show, which was the pilot for Red Band Society. We were about 4 hours into the day. We had not done any coverage yet. We were all doing wide shots. We punch in for coverage. I had a Neumann KMR 82i, which is a long shotgun microphone inside of a Zeppelin with the dead cat because it was wind. And I threw that thing up there. As soon as I threw it up there, camera operator goes running, trying to run behind me to adjust a background person. Wasn't paying attention, ran straight into that pole, which caused the pole to go this way and the front end to go this way because it pivoted around me. And that pole snapped on the thinnest section. When that happened, because I was on a show that was not paying a kit rental, the sound mixer was actually paying me out of his pocket for that. What I did is I gave the sound mixer my kit inventory, and I said, add this to your sound package. So that way the sound, it was covered under their certificate of insurance. So I said to the sound mixer, this particular pole I bought because it was the old design. the newer design of the QP480 is not being sold anymore. So in order to replace this, it is going to be one of the new QSMs. So I told them I needed to have a replacement QSM. And because that pole was no longer being sold, I said, I need to get a brand new QSM. Production had no choice because it was covered by the COI, but to buy me a brand new boom pole. And so what I did is I bought a replacement section off of the QSM, replaced that section on and made it work for the QP480, and I had 2 boom poles.
And that, my friends, is everything you ever needed to know about insurance
And
when doing
more.
production.
And more. So yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting point because I actually rented one of the higher end lights I have to a Warner Brothers production recently, which is funny. Like me, they're renting lights from me, but it was also included on their certificate of insurance, and they sent me a copy of the certificate. So
yep, always need to have it.
Yep.
I had someone tell me that someone spec'd U87s as the communication microphone when building DC Metro systems. Someone didn't know what they were doing.
Or hear me out. They absolutely knew what they were doing. And then after all the mics arrived, they stole them and replaced them with XM8500s.
Maybe. Can we model the XM8500 to sound like a U87? I saw that on this video on YouTube that you can do that. Where's that free software?
I have a video teaching people how to turn their garbage U87 into the amazing NW700.
I know. I remember that video. I loved it. Was that an April Fool's Day prank?
That was.
Yeah. I love that one. Was that this year?
That was 2021.
2021. Last year. Let's see.
And I made a big mistake by not putting it on my main channel. That's main channel material.
Was that on the Deuce?
Absolutely.
That was on the Deuce. Dropped a hot deuce on everyone on April 1st.
Let's see. How much zip fizz? Actually, none. To answer that question right there, how much zip fizz was Alan on when he experimented with the breaking of them? None. That's right.
Yeah. You need to understand this. You need to understand this. Alan is like this all the time.
I don't put on a show for the camera. This is me. What you see is what you get. My daughters are constantly laughing and shaking their heads at me because they're a lot smarter than me. But it's funny. I think the first time each of my daughters rolled their eyes at me was when they were 2. Because I think by then they had already figured me out. So, let's see here. Alan's favorite story, the fake serial number label. Refresh my memory of that one, Nick. Send me a text and tell me what that is, or put it in chat, whatever. That mic really blew up. Oh, here's an interesting question. What?
Oh, just
the handheld dynamic
ring with the V7.
How much is spent on set per day at one of these shoots? Okay. Here's what I'll tell you on that. They usually break it down by episode. Usually a certain amount of money per episode. If you were to break that down over, let's say an episode is 10 days or 8 days. Let's just do it simple. A $10 million episode would then broken down into 10 days, which is sometimes depending on the if it's a Warner Brothers, it's usually 7 or 8. If it's streaming, it might be upwards of 12 or 13 sometimes. But if there is let's say there's 10 days, $1 million per day basically is what you could average that down to, even though we know that it's not linear like that. Then you would say that on set, that just the time that we would spend, divide that by 12-hour day. If it's budgeted for 12 hours, divide it again by 60, divided again by 60. You can sometimes get down to somewhere between $10 and maybe $100 per second is what it really will sometimes boil down to. I've been on shows before. I've been told the budget, looked at it, done the math. And I remember saying, oh, so we're $34 a second on some of these shows. That's one of the reasons why If you're a boom operator that constantly gets in the shot or constantly there are waiting on sound, they're not going to tolerate that. They'll tolerate it for camera and lighting because the DP, the production designer, and the director are usually insurance. They're usually on the insurance as these are commodities, and these are trusted individuals to make the show. And the sound mixer is not. So you need to have those people. Otherwise, there's potential issue. So what they'll do is they will straight up, as long as you have those people, you can spend money on the production designer, you can spend money on the DP, you can spend money on the director, and they cause delays, no problem. Sound mixers are not going to really tolerate it as much. Boom operators, not really tolerate it as much. If I get into the frame too many times, I'm out. They'll say, I'm going to replace you with someone that can keep the microphone out of the frame. If I start causing delays, I need another minute. I needed this. I need, they're going to say, geez, this sound guy is driving us crazy, and they're going to replace me with someone else. That's why it's so difficult to actually get into the industry at this level, because you have to work your way up, get those skills, and then get hired on bigger shows.
Also surprised at how often you look through the end credits and in the roll, there's no reference to production sound. Like nothing, like zero. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, that is exactly right. It doesn't, and you saw like last year, I think it was, they took the 2 Academy Awards, one for mixing, one for editing, and they combined them into one, and then they didn't even want to air it on the Academy Awards this year, which, by the way, I know the producer, Will Packer. I know him. I've worked with him before. He's a very good guy. He's very intelligent. I don't understand some of the choices he made, but then again, I'm not a producer. I mean, I'm sure he made the reasons. I'm sure that he had pressure in doing what he did, the way he did it. Personally, being a sound person, I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't get any of the love in the live show. Not at all, even our one award. But the Epic live stream did have Mark Mangini in it, who won an Academy Award for Dune. So if you watch that live stream from about 6 months ago, whenever it was, we had an Academy Award winner on there, a 2-time Academy Award winner now, because he'd already won one. So that was kind of cool. We got a chance to talk to him.
Very cool. Yeah.
What is your personal favorite video you've done for your channel?
I think the video that I made that helped the most people was 10 tips on how to get better sounding vocal recordings. So I'll say that one for me.
How about you, Curtis?
It would be something similar. I'm not even sure which one. I think maybe EQ for dialogue is one that worked really well. I mean, it seemed to help a lot of people.
It's really hard to pick that out, because then you have to decide, which was it? The one that I killed myself over for a month and a half, or was it the one that I think got the most response and helped the most people? I mean, that's a really difficult one.
Well, the thing that's interesting, though, is that with YouTube, for better or worse, YouTube is kind of brutally honest in some ways. Like, from the standpoint that if you make something, even if you think this is what people really need to know, and it kind of fizzles, I mean, it's really disappointing, but it also tells you that people aren't interested, at least in looking at it from that perspective, and so you have to maybe approach it a different way, maybe.
Yet, that's something else to remember about YouTube. There are long lead videos where I've had videos that come out that tank, and I just think, oh my gosh, you idiot. And then 6 months, a year, 2 years later, I just look at it and see, wait a second.
Yeah.
How did that get 100,000 views?
Yeah, that's true. It's true. There are sleepers. There are definitely some sleepers.
And it's like, it's funny because you and I were talking about one of the ones on my channel the other day, is if you look at when I looked at my metrics, I was like, why is my color of noise video suddenly skyrocketed? Because some of the videos that personally, like my videos that I usually do, like you saw, recently in where I code HC15 and HC22 video, I said, if you want to know how this microphone sounds and look at things like off-access rejection and the metrics, look at Curtis Judd's video. If you want to see how it's tested in multiple environments, watch mine. And I did the same thing in the BPTRX video. I said, if you want to know what it's like for more consumer type stuff, watch Kevin Basic Filmmaker. I said, if you're interested in more of a prosumer, pro audio, but like ENG or sit down interview style, look at Curtis Judd. And I don't think you ever actually did that review, but
They never sent it back to me.
no. I don't want to be mean sounding, but I think I hurt them on that one. I didn't mean to, like, you know,
But you have to
but
be
at the
honest,
same
too.
time, it was honest. I mean, that's
You had
the
to be
thing is
honest,
that I
yeah.
always tell people I'm going to be honest about it. But if you look at the comments of that video, oh, I'm going to cancel my pre-order on that. And I'm like, I know this hurts. But the thing is, though, I did answer the question of, is it pro wireless? And it's built off of 2.4 gigahertz wireless range, which is consumer. And it doesn't matter how solid the system is or isn't, if it's operating it's a wireless microphone operating in consumer frequencies that are
Yeah.
very competitive on a film set. It's not going to be, but
and it made Bandrew walk around the forests for hours trying to find the other end of the system, and it never.
Making me think that my ears were the absolute worst thing ever. I can't tell you how self-conscious I was the entire time for 30 minutes thinking, have I just gone deaf? Because I don't hear anything. And Alan was like, you should be hearing something. And I don't hear anything. My ears suck.
That's the reason why the moment that I had to put it in the video where you see Bandrew say, unless I'm completely deaf, and he turns it towards me and I put it on and I say, oh, because I look at it, says, oh, you do have it, because I looked at the signal because we were close enough at that point. And I said, oh, and then that's when I realized that it was plugged into the microphone, and I took it around because he had asked me multiple times. I'm like, yeah, it's right. And man, I left it in the video where you see him, just the frustration.
He's
and
scarred. Yeah, he
drops a couple of things I had to beep out, which is hilarious. And I didn't put it all in there, but there was some other stuff that were as we were walking back, because he's like, all right, go back. And we went back to like the beginning and started over again. But it was hilarious because I could not stop laughing because I did the one thing you're not supposed to do. I looked at this thing and I said, I'm going to be using this device, this brand new device that I should be taking and bringing all this stuff for, because how much is it to bring like an antenna that screws onto a microphone, to bring a couple little cables? I should have brought that stuff with me when I went to visit him. But I was like, you know what? Why would I need an antenna for this transmitter? And so quite literally, I did the thing you're not supposed to do. I said, yeah. I won't need it. And I left it at home. Not just at my hotel. I left it at home. So I was like, oh, geez, the whole, the whole content creation thing that we had been talking about for a while is now completely botched. I had to think about a way around it in order to do that. And so that's what we thought of the HDT X. But that was hilarious. And that was actually a really fun video. I really also, I really liked the April Fool's Day where I melted the microphone of the company that pestered Andre, who was on here a little while ago. That to me was a microphone comparison that I enjoyed. That was April Fool's Day 2021. But I mean, when you talk about it, I look back at some of the videos, like the BPTRX video and the 32-bit floating point. I'm proud of those, even though I know it's no one's going to watch them. That's when people are going to be like, it's nothing that interests me. And I know that I basically am making it for, the one person out there looking for the information in 5 years. But to go back to it.
I watched it.
Go ahead.
I watched it. That's all.
Cool. I appreciate that. The one thing I'm going to go back to, that one video that's doing very well for the past like 2 or 3 weeks, Bandrew and I talked about it. The Color of Noise video, which it had like 300 views or something like that, 400, something like that, not very many. And it was released almost 5 years ago. The reason we suspect that it suddenly skyrocketed in views is because I put in the upper corner the bands of of the different colors of noise, the pink, the brown, the whatever. And it probably was picked up by the algorithm as a Gay Pride Month video. And that's why YouTube chose to give it a push, and it became my #1 video for about 3 weeks. So my colors and noise video is apparently my Gay Pride Month video, which I thought was pretty awesome. So
Progressive for 5 years plus.
Yeah, pretty awesome. And then, of course, for the people on the East Coast, happy 4th to all. I have no idea what this is a reference to. I had to break in after that. It is the worst. Question for Curtis. I'm about to do an inventory, all of my various gear, computers, audio equipment, etc. So I'd like to know what app you use, if you don't mind sharing for that.
For keeping track of all of the assets for the business, we use it's an iOS app called Home Contents. And it allows you to back up to iCloud or I think their service as well. So,
Curtis is correct. Buying a business policy with a dollar coverage for what you would expect audio equipment assets that will likely require appraisals on a high dollar or rare collectible equipment. So maybe your U67, your U87, that kind of thing. And then Bandrew is correct that ride homeowners insurance would require detailed schedules and appraisals like jewelry. Insurance riders to homeowners insurance. I don't understand yoga castage.
I was stretching.
Oh. I hope it's your gummy bear XLR cable for Alan. Let's see here. For Alan, it has to be wrapping a 100-foot cable. I guess that's how I relax.
That's a good one. That's a really, really good one because I think there are a million cable wrapping videos on YouTube. But
I have problems with most of them.
And if you want to see Alan get very angry, just let him watch those.
But I mean, the technique that you show is way more detailed than any of the others I've seen.
Well, sure. it takes a while for you to really dial in on things because a lot of pros, they'll do it and you won't have time to really break something down on set. So a lot of that is because I teach a lot of classes. I was like, well, what's a way to break this down? And so I would do this. I'm like, that's not exactly right. There needs to be a tweak. There needs to be something else. So when I did a cable wrapping class, I think the last time I did, it's funny, about 3 or 4 years ago. No, might have been 6 or 7 years ago at this point. What show was I on?
Was it pre or post adoption of Gay Pride promotion on your behalf?
What?
Never mind.
We're talking
because
like
5 years ago. 5 years ago, you made a video with a rainbow in your thumbnail. It's called a callback, Alan.
Oh.
Yes, and.
It went over my head. I think it was on Finding Carter. So 2013, 2014, something like that. We were shooting at the Dixieland Fun Park down off of Highway 85. And yes, it's still called that, I think. It's the same place they use for golf and stuff on Cobra Kai, by the way. So anytime they do Cobra Kai goes to golf.
Cobra Kai is filmed in Atlanta? Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't know that.
Didn't Alan work on it on season 1?
I did quite a bit on season 1 near the end of the show's run. I was there doing a lot of second units. I was doing a lot of filling in for the what's his name? Filling in for the primary boom operator, Matt. I did a lot of that. There was actually, if you look behind the scenes on the tournament days, if you look at that, you will see that there were 2 boom operators. And sometimes you'll see in the background, because Cass was interviewed kind of at the top of the bleachers. If you look at the background, you will see one of the boom operators is wearing a traditional Cobra Kai gi, the one that Johnny wore in the original Karate Kid during the fight with LaRusso. That was me.
Dork!
You know what, though?
It's amazing.
It's one of five movies that I tell you is core to my being. You know what? I'm going to see if I can find that picture. I'll show you a picture that is seldom looked at, but it was, I don't geek out about working with a lot of people. To me, I'm like, okay, another colleague, but there are probably a list of a handful of actors that I'm going to freak out about. And I work with a lot of really big actors. I just worked with Martin Lawrence a few days ago. He's great. I love him. But there's a lot of big name actors that you work with and you just kind of shrug because, they're not the ones that you really grew up with, or it's someone that you just don't want to bother or don't want to freak out about or whatever. But there was in 2017, I worked with Sean Astin on Stranger Things season 2, and I worked on Cobra Kai, and I was always team Cobra Kai back in the day. I was always like, Johnny's the biggest badass around. He's awesome. I was always, team Cobra Kai, and I was like, yeah, kick Russo's butt. I was never following the Karate Kid story, I guess, for the right reasons. But when it came down to it, I wanted to get a picture with Johnny, with Billy Zabka, and I was able to get one. And I'll show you the picture here in a second as soon as I find it. And yeah, you could say dork all you want to, but hey, I'm the one with the picture, and it's awesome. But I had this picture, and
You
you
realize
see,
I'm just joking with
oh,
you.
of course I do.
Yeah.
I do. But at the same time, where is this picture? There is, you see in this picture, you'll see me wearing the outfit, because as soon as I took off my coat, because it was like freezing that day, as soon as I took it off there, Johnny was talking to the referee, who was also a big historical, fan of the Karate Kid. They were like, "Oh, that's the actual gi that Johnny wore," and and Johnny was like, he's like, "Man, he was in an all black one." He's like, "I would have loved to have something like that. That would be really awesome to have," and go back to that era. And but they were going in a different direction. Where is this picture? I have to go back and find it. I'm still scrolling through. I'm looking through Stranger Things photos now, so I'm slowly getting back there. But yeah, there was a picture, and in this picture, you'll see them setting up in the background with at the very beginning of Cobra Kai season 1, episode 1. You'll see a kind of a recap of the fight between Johnny and Daniel, and in the background, you will see that that in this picture, you'll see them setting up for that with the stand-ins, because they were setting up for an overhead shot with the camera. So, where is? I know it's got to be in. Oh, no wonder. I was like, this folder has got to be the one, but I'm like, why isn't it there? It's because it stops mid the year, like 4 months before. It should be coming up here. Sorry, I'm going through all these. Right after. Oh, there's a good one. I should tell you the story about P Valley working on the presentation video. Remind me of that one here in a second. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to show one other thing. Working on American Soul. When I worked on American Soul, the day the like 40th anniversary, 50th anniversary, whatever, of the very first day of Soul Train launching, of Soul Train airing, we happened to be on set that day, and we happened to all dress up. We were dressing up as people on the show. They decided to send out the email. You were talking about, people. They sent out the email to everybody except the sound department. And we were the ones that were saying everyone should dress up for this day because it's a big day, but they were going to have cameras on set, and they didn't want to confuse us doing, whatever with the actual actors and everything. So we didn't get the memo. So all of a sudden we show up and we're all dressed out for 70s, 50-year anniversary of the launching of Soul Train on the day that we were shooting that scene. And people were saying to us, yeah, I guess you just said, to hell with the memo. And we're like, what are you talking about? Apparently that we didn't get the memo because they did not include us. I'm going to share this picture though. This was me on the Soul Train set, the way I dressed up that day.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, that was one of the very few days I didn't wear all black, but if you notice, I'm wearing dark colors.
Why have you not done a video wearing that?
Because I don't remember where it all is. Honestly, I have no idea where.
That is a really poor excuse. I'm really disappointed.
Yeah, same. As a
Okay.
subscriber and a channel member,
You can be disappointed all you want.
I would really appreciate if you brought that back. Hang on, pull that back up.
Oh, it's gone now.
I don't know what it is. It makes you look so young.
Let me see if I can find it again. I have a picture of me with a possum that we used on that show. Here, hold on a second. I found this one. This one's easier to find. This was, we had a possum that we had on the set that day. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Share that window. Here is, this is a live possum. And I was like, oh, you use a possum because Rycoat has the animal prints. Oh, you can see that I'm wearing my my black Santa hat, my all black Santa hat. That when I worked on Avengers: Infinity War, Robert Downey Jr. actually came to set and he said, "What is that?" And I said, he was looking right at my head. And I said, "This is my all black Santa hat." He said, "That is fantastic." I'm like, "Oh, thanks. That's pretty awesome." Let me see if I can find the picture from Cobra Kai that I keep dancing around. Why can't I find it?
I would think that if this was so important to you that you
I would be able to find it.
you might know
It doesn't exist
where it is.
unless I can find it, right?
Hey,
Someone tell
Bandrew,
a story.
Yeah, Bandrew,
go ahead.
can you talk for just a minute? Your microphone was sounding different.
Testing, testing, testing. My microphone is sounding different.
Now it's back to normal.
My
Okay.
microphone is sounding different.
It might be just my ears are tired.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That could do it. Let me see. I think this is going to make the microphone sound a lot better. Does this
Yikes.
sound a lot better?
Yikes.
A lot better.
What are you doing?
Or we could do this. I bet this will make it sound really good too. We could just do this.
Okay.
I think this is the ideal sound for the U67.
You just took a $7,500 microphone and you make it sound like
Amazing.
trash.
I know.
Okay. Here we go. This is a picture of me booming that was sent to me from someone in season 1 of Cobra
Oh.
Kai. That's me wearing the outfit, booming the sequence. I had to be up high because you see the crane in there. But
That's so
This is
cool.
So cool. Oh.
but yeah, that's
I watched that show and I was a little embarrassed to tell people that I was watching it. I don't know why. I don't know
don't be
why, but
embarrassed. It's awesome.
I know.
Because you would have had to admit that you were a YouTube Red subscriber at the time, and only huge nerds were.
no. I actually watched it on. Was it Netflix? I can't remember where it ended up.
Oh, okay.
After
Yeah,
it hit
no.
Netflix,
Yeah,
I
after
mean,
it
I've
was
watched-
bought after
I've-
season 2,
I watched all. Was it 3 seasons so far? I've watched all 3.
4 seasons.
4. Sorry.
They're
4.
going to be launching a 5th season in a few months.
Wow.
I'm so disappointed that I cannot find this picture.
You just found it. Didn't
No,
you?
no, it's not
What's the
the
other
one I
one?
was. It's the one of me with Billy Zabka. I don't have to find it.
Oh,
Though.
okay.
I don't have to find it. It's in
I
there
think-
someplace.
I think my ears are getting tired. I think I need to go to bed.
I think you're wrong. I
I
think
should
your
go
ears
to
are.
bed, too.
I think y'all are both doing great.
Yeah, I just thought that Bandrew's microphone was tweaking out on us, was doing something really bad.
Well, it could have been.
Well, were you messing around with stuff?
He was.
I wasn't until just when I just screwed with it intentionally.
I actually have a question when you're ready for one. What is that question? What do you all think about audio description? I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Probably like, and it's especially in regards to industry and filmmaking, audio description. Oh, maybe it's like when you watch a video and it tells you what you need to hear. It doesn't just do the subtitles. It's like if you can't hear it, it says this is
Oh,
the
like
person says this,
boom,
or
bang.
if you listen to it and you can't see the screen and it says he picks up he walks through the door, he picks up a drink.
Oh, well, yeah. It's I mean for accessibility, fine. I think it's a good thing.
I guess that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Drop the you need to drop the microphone off so I
no.
can buy it for $25.
Also, yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that. Somebody else would pick it up. Although to be fair, I don't think anybody would get this because Goodwill, they are so good now at finding the valuable stuff and running it on their auction site, so you don't find any of the great stuff in the thrift
Which is annoying.
stores anymore.
Yeah. It's good for them, I guess, but it's really annoying. And you're talking about the videos that are 30 plus minutes are too much to sit through usually. Those are a lot of the reviews I do. They're that long. And you're not alone. A lot of people don't watch them. They're like, watch
Same.
Curtis's 10-minute video or Alan's hour and 10-minute video. I'm going to watch Curtis's. I mean, I'll just throw out anybody else other than Curtis because we would always watch Curtis's. But holy crap, it's like it could be anybody. 17 views on this one video from a content creator I've never heard of before with 4 subscribers, or Alan's hour and 10-minute video. I'm gonna watch the other one because it's shorter. That's the way a lot of people are.
That's unfortunate in some ways. I mean, hour's a long time for a review. I think it's valuable if if I've narrowed down to a piece of gear that you're reviewing, and I want to really deep dive before I put my money down. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what it's for. Is if you actually find
niche. Very
yeah,
niche.
it is. I mean, it's not for everybody. People are going to be like, geez, this never gets to the point. I always think it's funny when someone says video starts at 8 minutes and 42 seconds. And I usually write underneath that video starts at 0 minutes, 0 seconds, just because that's the way I've been respond to those kind of things. Cause it's like, you know what, whatever. Soul Train was my favorite show as a kid. Possum ripping your face off in Australia. Fiance walked me through watching those epic high school corridor fights. The look she gave me. Okay. 421 was a Savers Village, Value Village. Yeah, I remember you telling us about that. Other thing that kills long videos on YouTube is the obnoxious, unskippable mid-row adverts. Yeah, totally.
How do you feel about those, Bandrew? Your videos don't do the mid-roll, right?
I don't do any mid-rolls, and on one hand, I am happy to do it because I hate them as well. On the other hand, I hate it. I hate that I don't do it because I have foregone tens of thousands of dollars over the last 7 years. And I would love to have tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah. But I think the long game, though, from my perspective, is that I get so frustrated. I mean, will I click off if it's something that I really want to get an answer from, or I'm really curious about something in it, I'll stick with it, but it still frustrates the heck out of me. I was just like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
I made the decision when I used to actually cover like what was going on with content creation on Facebook, and I would watch videos on there, and they would give you 2 minutes right up until almost like a cliffhanger, and then cut to a 1.5 minute unskippable ad. And every single time I clicked right off of it, because I had that reaction to it, I said, okay, I'm not going to do mid rolls on YouTube either. I'm not going to do it because I hate them so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting that YouTube did their research and their conclusion was, well, people stick with it for the most part. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that might be the case, but it still doesn't make for a good experience for the viewers.
Exactly.
So.
And that's I can understand them wanting to do something from the financial perspective and wanting to. I mean, but I get it.
I understand, but I ask this question, devil's advocate: where does it stop?
Yeah.
If mid rolls, then what? If they're gonna continue to try to, if they're gonna have to do things like that to increase their, year-over-year growth in terms of revenue, where does it stop? And when does it become Bandrew's got his tinfoil hat. So here's the thing. My question is this, is that, remember, what was the name of that the first really big social media network was called MySpace.
MySpace, yeah.
What happened to MySpace? It was so overcome and riddled with advertisements. It just became a digital wasteland.
Well, I don't think that's what killed MySpace. I think it was the overall customization of everybody's webpage. You had too much customization possibilities, so it led to the site loading too slowly. So you could go to anybody's MySpace page, and it would have sparkle backgrounds, it would have videos shooting off, and it would make a terrible experience. That's why Facebook never allowed you to do that.
But is that so? Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair. That could have been. But here's what I've always observed for syncing platforms: once they know they're syncing and there's nothing they can do about it, they just throw all the ads in the world at it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So is everything okay there? You're really struggling to keep that tinfoil hat on.
Yeah, it's the conspiracies are just shooting out of the top of my head, blowing it off. So the reason I grabbed this, you're talking about where does it end?
Yes, where does it end?
I have a conspiracy about that with YouTube. Okay. So they started to roll out YouTube Red and YouTube Premium. What does that offer you? A 0 ad experience. So why not roll out ads enough to the point where it annoys your viewers to potentially force them to sign up and give you 10, 12, 15 bucks a month?
Well, there's also another aspect of that, like Disney Plus. They're like, well, we're going to also do, for the same price that you've been getting Disney Plus, we're going to now, which they just increased the price of, we're going to now give you commercials, but you can pay even more if you want to have no commercials.
Yeah, like
They're
Hulu
starting to do
did.
that. Yeah. And that's really annoying. You know, that's the reason why we canceled Hulu, because we're like, if I want to see ads, I'll watch, something else. I'll watch it on TV. You go to these channels and, I don't mind watching an ad or two, but I don't want to sit there and spend all day watching them. Every time I open something up that I don't want to have just all the recommendations. That's really the reason why I open up incognito browsers and search on YouTube, because I don't want it to recommend every single thing in the world that's related to some of the videos. I'm like, oh, what was the person talking about? Let me see if I can find that video real quick. And I just don't want those recommendations. Or I'll say, oh, this is kind of an interesting video. I might watch that, but I don't want to get a billion recommendations about, epic fails, compilations or something like that.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts. So
They've done some tweaking to the algorithm recently too. It seems like they're doing a lot more. I seem to be getting a lot more recommendations outside of the things that I would normally watch. It feels like
I have had a really bad experience with the algorithm over the last 3 months or so. They used to, every single video they recommended me was something I was interested in. Last 3 months, maybe a tenth of it is interesting to me.
Yeah. Yep. I'm curious, what is it seems like to me Facebook is dying. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's dying. Eventually YouTube might die. Do you think they'll be able to buck the trend of social networks that just die after a decade? Or because they've been going a lot longer than a decade now. 15 years, isn't it? No, 15 years since Google owned it.
It's almost 16. Yes, it's like 16 years now at this point.
So now that you have no tinfoil hat on, what are your conspiracy theories, Bandrew?
I can't have any conspiracy theories without. I guess we could go to the conspiracy corner. Where's my lighting?
Where's your music?
I don't have that, but we could.
That's going to get my video. If you play that song through your whatever, it's going to be instantly flagged, because they're going to say, oh, this video now, Bandrew has ownership of this video, and it's going to say, you could instantly say nope and send this video to the abyss.
No, but I think what differentiates YouTube from other social networks is it has a lot more utility than Facebook or MySpace or Friendster. Those are all social media apps with the almost sole purpose of, I need to scream my opinions about everything all the time to the people that I know. YouTube is more of a resource for almost anything. Somebody asked what I put numbers in Excel. I can go and find amazing tutorials about macros in Excel on YouTube. I studied finance. I could find tutorials and tutors on YouTube teaching me the financial theories that we were learning in class. So I think there's a lot more utility to YouTube, which differentiates it from all the social medias that have died in the past. I'm not saying it won't die, but I think it has a much lower likelihood of dying. That's my take on it.
Okay. What do you think if they were to make some missteps, what would any ideas what you think the missteps would be that would start to kill it?
Well, I think one of the big missteps, this could be me just being a Luddite, but the push towards short form content because they're trying to beat out TikTok. I understand why they're trying to beat out TikTok, because TikTok is growing in popularity and taking over market share. So they want to compete with that. But I don't think long term it has much value, because the great thing about YouTube for content creators, at least in my opinion, is it really allows for evergreen content. With a lot of short form content, it's ephemeral. Would that be the right term? It's very quick. It doesn't have long legs. I don't want to discount it, but it's a completely different format and different style. It's not something that I like, not something that I watch. So that could be why I think that. What about you?
Personally, what I think is YouTube has the market share with regards to video, like long form video, like you said. I don't think ultimately they're going to compete with TikTok with regards to shorts, just because TikTok has the advantage, the lead. Now they're trying to do that, and their monetization would probably be something that if they could fix that, they might be able to pull people away from TikTok, because TikTok's monetization is not nearly as good. The short that I did this last week that I released, the one of the longest boom pole in the world, that got almost 1,800 views, and I made 0.2 cents on that. Now, granted, I'm not looking to make money on things, but I looked at that and I laughed and I said, not even, it's like 1/5 of a cent that I made off of that short.
So it's about the same amount you would have earned if you had $100,000 in a savings account, right?
Maybe for a day or so. I don't know.
Just to put that into perspective.
Yeah, put that in perspective. But I mean, I think that they actually have the lead on. Now, if they do not concentrate on user experience and still focus on educational type content and things that, the epic fail videos and the game streamers and stuff like that, those videos, I think, are its major players. Like a lot of people, Twitch was not able to take it away from YouTube in that sense. And I think that's because YouTube was offering monetization differently. And I think that as long as the monetization that YouTube has behind the content creation platform, people are going to create videos for YouTube, and they're going to continue to do that. Now, if another platform comes up, if Vimeo suddenly says, oh, bring your videos over here, it's going to be higher quality audio, higher quality video, and we're going to allow you to monetize it, and they're better than Google, I could almost expect Google to come back over top of that and maybe squash it back down. But I can't see that happening.
And Vimeo would have to say, and we have 2 billion monthly active users who we will distribute your videos to, because that's the real big thing for YouTube creators. Yes, monetization, that's amazing. But the ability to get discovered, the ability to get eyes on your content, which is why TikTok also blowing up.
Yeah. And it's really interesting, because I think that YouTube has kind of a niche there. And I think that they constantly are staying on the cutting edge of what is and what is not. I don't want to say acceptable, but that's kind of like, if there's something that people don't like I really did not like them taking away the dislike button. I don't care what their excuse is. To me, it was dumb. Because to me, there is nothing better than when you're scrolling, when you do a search for something, you want to try to find a good video, and it says, 6% like, and you're like, oh, I'm not going to watch that one because it was so far hated. And instead, you now go to it and you have to watch it, and you're like, oh, this is garbage. And then you click off of it, but because you can't see it and because a few people were bullied or whatever, I understand the bullying. But that's when you allow content creators to turn off the dislikes. Or
which was always a possibility.
which is always a possibility. Or you say by default, turn off dislikes on all videos. And you could then opt into it, just like you can opt out of mid-roll ads. You can opt in on the dislikes. Like I would opt in on that, because to me, you can still see them. And so it's like, if the content creator can still see the dislikes, it kind of, if they're like, oh, this is such a hated video,
Yeah.
then they still have the same thing.
That's why I think their justification was completely disingenuous.
Yeah.
I think that if they are not careful, if they get greedier, like if, for example, at some point they said, you cannot opt out of mid-roll ads anymore. I think things like that, if they do enough missteps like that, then I think we could see another platform come up and take the place.
Yeah. Also, I know a lot of people were really ticked off about the dislike button. I get it. There's also a lot of rumblings, oh, they're going to kill the comment section next. Because if you look at the justification they gave for the dislike button, we don't like that people were harassed and bullied. Where else are people harassed and bullied? The comments.
Yeah, chat. Yeah,
and I don't know about you, but I have seen the comment section there was a huge decrease in the amount of engagement. And then you have the spam issue that they have to combat as well. They did just roll out some new features to make it a little bit more strict. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, they're gonna. If they kill the comment section, that would be a huge.
I don't
misstep.
see that. I don't see that happening.
I don't
though.
either. But
I don't see that as being a thing.
If they did that, that would be a massive misstep. That would be like that. They could shut it down overnight with something like that.
But if you think if the spam gets bad enough that people are actually losing a large enough amount of money, if people are actually getting scammed severely enough, then YouTube could develop the reputation of being a place where you go to actually get scammed. It would ruin the entire reputation of YouTube. So if they're unable to get the spam under control, they could be pushed into a corner where they would have to. I think they're smart enough to avoid that, though.
Yeah,
I hope.
Whoa, say that again. If they don't get the spam under control?
if they aren't able to get the spam under control, the impact of the spam could cause such a large reputational damage to YouTube that they could be forced to disable comments.
Got it. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. I thought Alan went to bed. I don't. No. I was like, what?
No, quite the opposite, actually.
Did you get it? A zip fizz?
Because Larko, this is the only time Larko did, do the old school thing, and he donated. So I didn't say the rules, which if you donate a certain amount, then I will not take a zip fizz. Even though Larko, you missed it. Bandrew did 2 earlier.
I did 2 zip fizzes already. And that's all that I had. So I can't do more.
And you missed what I did, Larko.
Well, hang on. What time is it right now? I'll be right back.
It's 7:30. Anyway, I put in a zip fizz energy shot. I put a zip fizz in that. Real quick here, since Bandrew has put himself out for a second, I'm going to put myself in one. I finally found the picture. Oh. And actually, you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until Bandrew comes back. I'm going to come back. Wait until Bandrew comes back, even though I know he's seen it before. When Bandrew comes back, I'm going to do that. But in the meantime, I have a little bitty bit of the tonic water, which it was this size thing of tonic water earlier that I had, and I'm now going to.
That was a 16 ouncer, and now we're down to what?
No, it's not a 16 ouncer. This one was. How many ounces is in a quart? 33.8. So this is a liter. Oh, quart is a quart.
Okay.
So, and we're down to like a shot, basically. Actually, you know what? I can probably reduce it less than that. But this is what I'm willing to do at this point because I've already I don't want to like take the whole powder right now, but a little bitty tiny bit. We'll do that. Okay. Oh, I thought Bandrew was back, but he's not. And I will do this for you, Larko. Huh. Is the bottomless zip fizz? Where's... I don't know if the smoke is showing up. But we'll do this. And whenever Bandrew comes back, I will add this. You're shaking your head. What you need to do is this. It's going to get big. Anyway. Let's see here. This is not a comment that I think any of us are going to answer, except me. It depends on the video. If it's very successful, I might make $15 off of it over a couple of years.
I'm not even sure. I don't even know the answer to that question.
I don't make much.
Is that bad?
My whole channel doesn't make a whole lot of money. Here's one thing that I've been so surprised by, and I'm gonna say thank you because at the very beginning of the stream I had yet another membership. I don't know what it is in the past 30 days, but I have had an increase in membership by 2/3. I only had 4 members, YouTube members, and then in the past 30 days I've had 8 people join, and I don't know why. But finally, the membership is now starting to take off. And I'm like, wow, that's really cool. But it's not anything I ever expected. And that right there has taken the little amount that I make actually on YouTube and increased it by about another third, probably, maybe a third to a half, because I don't make much on the channel. And so if someone happens to join the membership or happens to make a donation, that's really the lion's share of what I get, because a video will quite literally get a few thousand views, but I might see only like $2 or $3 or maybe $4 or $5. What are you looking at down there, Bandrew?
Oh, I'm looking at what I've earned on each video. So it varies quite a lot over the last 2 months or so. It varies from like $40 to $130 for a really good video. I think it's funny. The thing I laughed about is my video 5 things to avoid when buying audio gear. So the video about how to save money has earned me the most money, and I think it was like $200 or something. But I know that sounds like a lot, but then think about, he earned. Hang on, I'll tell you, on the $1,700 or $1,800 microphone, the TF47, I've earned $47. So in 100 years,
considering that you're getting like 20,000 views, $47 is
that's 10,000 views on that. So
and how much money how much money did that microphone cost?
$1,700 or $1,800.
Yeah, so this is money that you're shelling out of your own pocket. You're not being sent these things.
Correct.
So considering so it's not one of those things where this is a humongous money maker. Oh, I love this idea.
Because I don't have any more Zip Fizz. But so although it sounds like, oh, you're making $100 or $200 on a video. Yes. But that subsidizes all the gear that I buy for all the other reviews that I know will not make money. For the U67, I spent $7,000 on this microphone. I can tell you how much I've earned. I think last time I checked, it was $300. I will never earn that money back.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm okay with that.
My favorite flavor, the black cherry, is now gone. You're welcome, Larko. Let's see here. Oh, before I do this one, I waited until you got back because I'm going to show this.
Oh, nice.
That's the set of Cobra Kai. And that was that when the tournament was finally done. So there you go.
Very nice.
Seldom seen. What is your opinion about the MK4 for audio narration? I don't have an opinion on it because I've never used it. And no, I'm not about to impulse buy it. I'm not going to just.
Yeah, it's fine.
Like I said before, I think I made the amount of money that I make on this channel is maybe $130 to $140, including the membership. But as of the previous month, I can't recall. It might be a little bit higher than that now after YouTube takes their cut. But I spent I turned around on the last live stream I did like a week and a half ago and dropped $150 or it was 170. Then I changed it to 150 to get this microphone. So I basically negated out the entire amount that I would get. And I spent a lot of money on, like Bandrew, I buy a lot of things that are sitting on a shelf that's now in storage because I moved, and I God knows when I'm going to finally get around to it. So let's see here. Use YouTube for almost everything. The algorithm is weird, but with some patience, there's a lot of gold in there. Present panel included. Thank you. Vimeo wants content creators to pay rather than Vimeo pay as creative. Yeah. That's why I'll never take that.
That's how the internet always worked up until YouTube.
Yeah.
I wanted to upload videos to my band's website. You had to pay for hosting and bandwidth. It was extremely expensive to host and present video on the internet before YouTube. That's why it blew up.
Yeah.
That's why it got so popular, because it wasn't a thing before then.
Haven't had the Curtis bot tell me that I won and contact him on Instagram yet, but I'm sure it's coming.
Have you not had those yet, Curtis?
What's this?
You haven't gotten the comment bots that use your photo and say "contact me" on Telegram?
Yeah, I have gotten those. Yep.
You know, I actually put in my what is it? Banned words from my comment section. I put a lot of banned words in there constantly. If there's a YouTube channel that constantly is mentioning one thing over and over again, and it's these spam bots, I will ban a keyword so that way they can't. And it's cut down a lot on my spam, but I still am at the point where my channel's small enough that I can respond to every single comment that comes in. And because of that, I'll see it come in, I'll instantly report it as spam, and it removes it. And if that same comment comes back in there, I will turn around and get rid of it. And sometimes hide the person from the channel. But then I also decide, if I hide the person from the channel, then I don't see their comments, but they're still out there, and I'd rather report it as spam. So
the weird thing is, YouTube used to be really good at capturing spam like that. If there's a repeat comment left over and over, it used to catch that. But with these channels that use your thumbnail picture and then saying Telegram, 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 here's my Telegram number, they allow hundreds of the same comment to be posted. It's really weird how that changed.
Yeah. Are you guys monitoring your own audio? Yeah. Well, StreamYard allows us to. It basically plays ourselves for us and the mix of everybody else back into our headphones. So we're just monitoring ourselves. I'm assuming that Bandrew and Curtis can hear themselves.
Yeah, I have zero latency monitoring on, and then I'm listening to them through StreamYard.
Your zero latency monitoring directly on the U67 there, just plugged into the...
Yeah, so I'm actually, what you're listening to is my webcam's microphone. That's what you've been listening to this entire night. I just have the U67. I don't even have it plugged into a power supply. It's just my headphones are plugged right into... I have a really weird, 8-pin connector for my headphones.
Yeah.
That explains everything.
You want a meme of Curtis's confused face?
I think that was when you were pouring the Zip Fizz into the microscopic amount of water.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was going...
Where is the garbage pail kid picture?
Oh, Cud Judd. Judd Cud.
No.
It's the Judd Cud.
I can't find it.
That's so awful.
It was funny. It was so funny. I didn't realize that I made that as a typo until Bandrew decided to mock me in his BSP, which was great. I thought that was great. But and then I know that Curtis's wife hates that. It was so
hates
funny.
what? She hates what?
You said that she hated the
I'm dropping
Cud-
a
Oh,
link to it.
Judd. Yeah. Oh, she was
There you go.
deeply offended. Yeah.
that was an accidental typo. Oh, you have where'd you put it?
In the chat and StreamYard.
Oh, geez, private chat. I've had it covered up
Oh,
by the
there's
cable.
there's a private chat.
Yeah, I've totally. It's been covered perfectly by the USB cable coming out of the ZV1s. I've missed it this entire time.
Yeah, Andre was like, "Hey, I need to go. Move me out. Move me out. Move me out for
Oh, is he?
like 10 minutes."
Brilliant. Aren't I a wonderful, host or whatever of this thing? Okay, so let's. I'll share that if you, unless Curtis says no, don't do it. It was actually really funny. I thought. The Garbage Pail Kid. There you go.
Issue 579A.
579A. Yeah,
Yeah.
Judd Cud.
Judd Cud. Oof.
It's awesome.
So I just mocked you for saying Cudjud.
Yeah.
And then I got an email later that day after the episode went out. So I had to bring it back up the following week with that Garbage Pail Kid.
Yeah, which is awesome. Oh, fireworks.
Did you hear it?
I did. That's pretty awesome. Let's see here.
Hey, speaking of that, so when you're monitoring, what kind of on like near field monitors, what kind of sound pressure levels do you usually push in? Just out of curiosity.
I'll tell you this: the Moco that I have here, the big knob, whenever I turn my Atom A7Xs live at 2 out of 10. That's where they live. The subwoofer is always with the roll off all the way down and the volume all the way down, unless I can turn it up. And the reason I do that is that way the crossover is back to the Adams A7 here. And so then I'll usually ride it no hotter than maybe halfway up. So at 2, which is like, it starts here, it goes up to here. Now actually it starts here, right there, and it goes up to there is about where it is. And both Adams live there. So the noise floor is very low, and I will usually not go higher than that when I'm watching, The Boys, when I'm watching Stranger Things, something like that, when I'm watching a movie and I turn it up, sometimes I'll turn it up a little bit louder, but for the most part, I don't have it up very loud at all.
Same. I keep it pretty. I think I measured it once. It's like 75 dB.
Okay.
So it's not very loud at all.
And if I were needing to be more detailed, I know that 85 to about 87 dB is what normally studios will have it calibrated to. I can turn them up if I want to, but for the most part, I don't need to have it. I have the speakers very close to me, and I should probably pull out my SPL meter at some point and measure it and see what it is. Not now when the whole household is asleep, but I'll do it. I'll probably do that soon. That's actually a good idea.
I find myself in the 60s a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But then I miss stuff. So I'm like,
right.
In a quiet environment,
a little bit higher.
But
I've been putting headphones on a lot lately to catch, like if I'm trying to catch the really nuancy stuff in spoken word, I'll definitely put the headphones on. But
see, one of the things I'll do is I do all my audio for my episodes in Reaper. So if I do like if I'm trying to level everything, I will level everything inside of Reaper because it's better to do in there and to get the audio completely, a whole track right, export that, sync it up to video, lock them in there, trim off the ends. And that way, every single time I do a cut, I just line up the new things and I ignore the audio that's basically connected to the video. I will do that over the course of time. And then once my audio is right, when I get into the actual edit, I know everything is leveled to the same thing. Then what I do is I take off the headphones, I bring up the Adams, and I edit that way with them not very loud because I've already done all my critical listening. I've already got the audio the way I want it to be. If I'm doing something like the review of the Rye Code, if I'm doing the review of the CADs, I don't do any processing. I'll level it, but that's about it. And I don't do processing, so background noise, I don't care about.
Yeah.
But I also did that video, like I recorded it at like 2:15 a.m. So it's quiet. And the air conditioner in this room is on the far side. So like if you watch my Adam Audio A7X video, that video right above it is where the air conditioning vent is. And in this room, I have a whole bunch of storage, set up, and it goes all the way up over there. So it's pretty much baffling that. And so the air hits those and it disperses through the room. So, and that is covered up right now by the audio mute blankets that are there. So I don't have a problem with noise in this room. I've measured it before. And the noise floor in this room is about 22 dB. If the air conditioning is on, it's about 26 dB right here at this desk, as long as I turn off the fans on my computer. It's really quiet, which is very good if it's below 30. So I'm pleased with it. I'm not familiar with the Behringer Flow interface. Does anybody else have any?
Nope, never heard of it.
Okay. There's your no answer. No is an answer. I truthfully only found your channel in the past 30 days, Alan. I've been following Curtis for years and genuinely just stumbled across it. Hey, you know what? Welcome aboard. If you actually, watch and stuff like that, you have over 400 videos you can go and watch. There's a lot of stuff there. So that's probably responding to me finally taking the Zip Fizz. Curtis, you need to slam a shot of beet juice to counter the Zip Fizz monster drinks.
I don't know about you, but once I drink enough caffeine, it just makes me tired.
Okay. I have two modes. Usually I'm pretty hyper. If I'm on set and I'm actively booming and I have caffeine, like from a Zip Fizz, I keep going. The second I sit down, I'm hyper by nature. If I'm not active, I fall asleep. That's just me. That's the way I am. So I will quite literally fall asleep if I am not active. And so that's one of the reasons why you'll see me pretty active on this channel. You'll see me actively bouncing around, and I'm putting water into this. It was just ASMR, I guess. That's not really, but whatever.
And where are we on that shot of beet juice, Curtis?
I'm going to get right on that in about 2 weeks.
Okay,
Copy.
Sounds good.
I'll expect to see that as a YouTube short.
Oh, jeez. No.
I think Bandrew needs an E100.
Well, let me put it this way. My revenue has dropped so much that almost all of my revenue goes into a savings account to give to the IRS. So I don't have the money to buy more microphones right now.
I don't know what that comment means. Curtis looks like he's been Thorazine D.
Thorazine is a drug that's given to people who are having really difficult times. So I
Curtis,
visited
blink
somebody
twice if you need help.
Yeah, I went to a hospital once, and the other patients there said, "Oh, that guy just stumbling around. That's the Thorazine shuffle. Like you become a zombie and just shuffle around."
Huh.
It's really crazy.
This is my brain just shuts down. This is where I get to dangerous places. I fall into YouTube rabbit holes at this time of night. And what I was doing is that for the first time, when Clark asked the question earlier, how much on average do you earn per YouTube video? I've been scrolling through because I never look at that stuff. This is kind of just, I'm curious how some of these videos perform and others don't. So to answer your question, I think a well-performing video of mine on my channel gets somewhere around $300 to $400, but that's over time, like over a significant amount of time.
And is this great. Like the highest performing videos on your channel, or is this like I'm just trying to? Is your CPM just bonkers?
I don't know. Let's take a look.
My highest performing video ever, I think, only has made me $200, something like that, and that's the one that has over 100,000 views and stuff like that. My channel is a niche of a niche of a niche, and then if someone happens to find me randomly, it doesn't help that I don't say like, share, subscribe, donate. I'm going to put up my Patreons at the end, the subscribers. It doesn't help that I don't do any of that. Basically, if that's the reason why I'm like I said before, I'm so confused, but at the same time kind of humbled and very
Wow.
happy and impressed that somehow I went from 4 channel members to 12 in a period of about a month. And to me, that's mind blowing because, it's like has the algorithm like mentioned? I mean, there's a couple of people in the stream at least that are members, channel members, and one of them even joined at the beginning of the stream, which I thought was awesome. He was the 12th. So, I mean, if anybody's in the comments and you want to tell me why it is that you decided to join the membership just randomly this month, I'd love to hear, because I don't think I did anything different.
I personally just thought, oh, I should become a member of all the audio YouTubers. Curtis, also, why don't you have memberships turned on?
Because I don't feel like I have the time to provide anything of value to people that pay me money like that.
He stopped talking. He stopped talking.
That was insane.
It's still going. It was still going. He stopped talking and it was still going.
You went full on robot.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, that's insane. It sounds like a bit crusher was engaged. Like you have 2-bit audio.
This is
Mr. Roboto.
the button. Where's the button that makes it sound good, Curtis?
Mr. Roboto.
This is the best thing ever.
Is it still robotic? Hello. Is it still robotic? I have to go, Curtis. I have to go.
Oh man. That is awesome. Oh man. Man, I wasn't ready for that, but man, am I
That's
glad that happened. That it's still there. It's still zapping around in the background. We hear your background noise. Oh, he just removed himself. Auto captioning in YouTube is amazingly good. I'll agree with that wholeheartedly. At Sound Speeds, would you be so kind as to share the speaking environment in which you are speaking from right now? I'm relatively new to all this. I'm here because Bandrew plus Curtis recommended you. Oh, great. Well, welcome aboard. I have a video that you don't have to go back more than like a month to see. It's called New Studio version 3. And definitely check that out because all my it's all in there. I go through, I show pictures of me making it, everything. So you can definitely check it out.
How you doing there, Curtis?
How do I sound now?
Much better.
Oh, you're not robotic anymore.
You sound like
You sound
Curtis.
back to normal.
You sound like
Okay.
Curtis. Do you know what happened?
I don't. Internet gremlins. I don't know. I just closed the tab and opened it back up again. So to answer Clark's question, or actually Bandrew, you asked on some of my better performing videos, especially like somehow I don't know how I managed to do this, but I think it was in early March 2020, I put up a video about my live stream setup and it exploded.
Right.
So that one earned over $1,300, but that's unusual for me.
Yeah.
That's very, very unusual. So for me, the advertising revenue I've never tried to count on that. Like it's never been at the top of my list. For me, it's more like course sales are the important thing. Like I can control all of that.
Okay. Yeah, see, I don't do course sales. I just have affiliate links and adverts. And because both of those fluctuate so much, it's why I finally came to the realization I'm never going full time. I'm going to keep working my day job so I don't have to rely on something that is so unreliable.
Yeah, but you have these amazing people too.
Yeah. They are amazing. I can tell you this. I could not live off of that.
Yeah.
It would need to grow about 100 times for. Wait, would it be
Understood.
100 times or something to be able to 10 times, 10 times, 15 times to make it sustainable for a. Yeah.
Got it. Understood. Yep.
Bandrew, you want to take this question? Don't know if this is on topic. I just joined. Bandrew, I missed your podcast the last few weeks. Did you go in a different direction, or are you taking a break? Might as well.
Yeah. So I have a where I had a massive leak in my studio, and that started the 18th or 19th of June, and it rained for a week straight. So I tore everything out, and I have not moved everything back in because they told me they fixed it. However, I have not heard anybody fixing anything. So I know if it rains again, likely going to be more water in here, and water and high humidity with $1,000 microphones, not a good mix. And secondly, they're going to have to do a bunch of drywall work. So they'll have to cut a bunch of drywall out, and that will send out a bunch of dust. I don't want drywall dust getting on microphones' diaphragms. So that's why I have not been recording.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Especially when you put it that way. I'm also someone that's a big fan of the BSP. Truth be known, and I've told Bandrew this, I don't normally watch consumer audio reviews, and that includes his. When he does a video about why you shouldn't spend money when he does something that's not necessarily a consumer product, or one of the reviews normally of a microphone or something like that, I'll usually watch those because those are more up my alley. A lot of the videos that are more educational and stuff like that, sound related things, I'll watch those. Reviews really aren't my thing. I'll watch a lot of the reviews if I buy something, or if I'm wanting an opinion on something before I buy, or if I want to recommend something and it's not in my wheelhouse, if I don't know it, I'll send a text message to Bandrew and I'll say, what's a good interface in this price range and whatever. And then I'll turn around and just say, well, I don't know, but this is what I just was told by Bandrew. And I'll usually do that. But, that's usually like, it's nice to have people that are experts on consumer and prosumer and other educators and that kind of stuff that you can call upon, because I fully trust what they would tell me on this.
And going back, this reminded me, Curtis, why haven't you launched memberships? Because you went robotic. I didn't hear anything.
Oh, it could be that I misunderstand the memberships, but I thought the idea with memberships was kind of like Patreon, where you're supposed to provide extra content. Is that the idea?
It can be
exclusive content.
It can be if you choose to. I know that like they make suggestions and recommendations for that. I think personally, that's more of a thing for like if you're a game streamer or something like that. I know that they would say, well, hey guys, I'm about to do a live stream. Check this out. This is my setup. I'm going to be doing this and I'm going to be talking about this and, that kind of thing. A lot of the time I'll send out a picture from like a set. I'll say, hey, this is a plant microphone I'm doing. This is how I did it. Or I'll send an old school picture of something, or I'll send out that kind of stuff. Videos, I have a level that if you do the entry level, which I call a supporter, if you're a supporter, then I send out pictures and stuff. If you're a colleague or a friend, then I'll send out, send videos. Now, sometimes I include the supporters in the videos. But also I'll tell you this, if you're one of the top level people on my channel, I had one of the supporters, Liberty Dude, who's actually in here, who's one of the friends, when he asked me a question that night, I went home and I made him a video, and I answered the question in the video. Cause to me, if you are the top level membership holder, I'll do that kind of thing. I turned the camera on and I answered his question, hopefully very thoroughly. And he responded back and said, that's great. Thank you so much. But I mean, that's the least, in my opinion, the least I could do for someone that joins at that level. I'll still answer all the questions from any member, but an actual video I would do and turn on for, top level member. Aside from that, videos would be shared at the second top tiers, and then the third tier, the entry level tier, I should say, not bottom. But that's a lot of comments. That's, pictures and other things. is what I do.
Got it.
I don't ever put names and stuff like that in my videos. I could, but I don't know when I would do that. Like maybe scroll them across the bottom at some point.
Do like Bandrew does.
I like the exit, the intro, if I fade out at the end of all my videos, I like having 4 different other video recommendations or other videos, something like that. To me, it's what I've always done. I could put them up there, but they'd get covered up.
And it helps with the channel, because I have had to decrease to just 1 recommended video.
And you see, to me, since I'm not really going after the revenue aggressively, otherwise I could put people's names up there and people would say, oh, I want to get my name put in a SoundSpeeds video. And that would probably help. But the way I look at it is if someone supports me through the membership, then they actually like the content I produce. And that's the kind of thing that they're wanting to show their appreciation financially. And they're not necessarily doing it for, the whole recognition thing or whatever. I mean, I guess I could put them in the description too, which I could do that. But at the same time, I try to concentrate more on just the content creation end of it. And if you like what I have, if you like what I offered and stuff like that, join the membership. If you wanted to get additional videos or pictures or whatever on the side, I mean, that's kind of what is easiest for me to do and what I find to be most valuable since I'm more educational.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think for me, when I made this decision, which was a fleeting decision that I made in about 33 seconds, about, I don't know, 6 or 9 months ago, the decision was, oh, I'm so swamped at work, I don't have time to provide anything special. So I felt bad about having people give me money when I wasn't going to be able to provide something additional for them, just in terms of time, because of my work schedule. And then secondly, I also maintain my online courses at a separate platform.
Yeah.
And I felt like maybe I would be, kind of then making 2 different places for people. And that was kind of like, I don't know if I want to maintain 2 separate kind of things. I don't know. Again, 33 seconds went into this decision.
Yeah.
I had the exact same reservations, and not the second one, because I don't do the courses, but I don't have enough time. I don't think I'll be able to get out the content regularly, which I haven't, but I sat there for a year with the ability to turn them on, but I didn't until enough people said, just turn them on. We don't care. Turn it on. And I'm supposed to do a monthly podcast. I've missed the last 2 months for the members.
But you see, here's the thing I'll say is that if people join your membership because they're hoping to get that members only podcast from you.
But wait a minute. So what's the upside? What's the upside for the members then in your case?
It's people who just want to support the channel
and get your name at the end of a video.
And you're saying the members only podcast is a net negative for them. Understood.
No,
that's what you were saying, Curtis. That was the meanest thing you have ever said to me.
No, Bandrew, the only things that I say to you that are mean are things like, you need to buy that new Shelford channel. It's only $3,500. It's such a bargain. It will change your life.
If the IRS doesn't take all the money that I earned, then maybe I will this year.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
But it's like if you turn on memberships, you just whatever you say you're going to do, try to deliver on it. I mean, that's the thing is that if you say, if you want to, here's $1 or $5. I mean, you could argue that I'd have more channel members if I lowered the minimal amount. And that's true. But at the same time, I've gotten emails in the past. I've gotten donations in the past. And usually people will say, here's a donation for, 20 or one, sometimes donations would come in randomly for like $50. I'm like, wow, that's great. And they're like, well, if you had a membership, then I would do that. And then it shows up. One guy actually, and I'll tell you this, during the shutdown of 2020, I was doing a lot of live streams and I had somebody reach out to me and say, my business has boomed. You've meant a lot to me. What is the best way for me to make a donation to you that will not take out fees? And I was like, I don't know, maybe family and friends through PayPal. I mean, would be the way that I could think of. But I mean, technically that's if you're doing a friend type donation, and all of a sudden I showed up with $500, which blew my mind. But he's like, your channel's meant a lot. I've been meaning to do something like this for a while. And that was when my wife had COVID and I was shut down and unable to work. So that was like, pretty amazing. But you see, the thing is though, I did like one thing I did do is I did a members only year, like when the 1 year anniversary came up of my my membership. I did a video, and this will trip you out, Curtis. I'm not going to show the video, but I did it as a members only perk. And what I did was Liberty Dude, who's in chat, he wrote and said, he in one of the live streams, he said, why don't you do some like Pop Rocks? I said, send me a link. He sent me a link and I bought them, and it was like this big honking thing of like 3 flavors of Pop Rocks and whatever. So I did this video, and Bandrew, you're a member, so you can actually go and see this if you wanted to. But I did this video, and as I'm talking about, what I've done and how I started and how appreciative I am and stuff like that, I'm tearing open all of these packs of Pop Rocks and putting them into a glass. And when the thing is like completely full and all of the things are out, I eat all the Pop Rocks with a spoon, chase it down with a powder Zip Fizz, and then chase it down with a Coke. I did that. And it's one of those things where you don't understand. Back in high school, I used to do a game with one of my friends named Thomas. We called the Kill the System game, where we would quite seriously and literally, and all it's happened is I've just gotten older. And so it just, I've not grown in maturity a whole lot. I mean, my wife has tamed me quite a bit, trust me. But when I'm just goofing off with my friends, we used to do a thing called the Kill the System game, where we would say, okay, let's chug 2 liters. Or actually there was when you didn't have any money, it was like you're a teenager. It's like 16 years old, 17 years old, something like that. They sold 3 liters for a limited time for a few years. And we would chug down like a 3 liter. Then we would each pour tall glasses of like a 2 liter until we were unable. And then we were like, our stomachs are killing us. Let's now drink, another 2 liter. And we would do this until we were quite literally like, in pain. And I remember one of my friends, this is Thomas again. He had his girlfriend coming over. And she was coming over to visit, and she was just running hours late. And so I said, we should play the Kill the System game. Now, I did not like this girlfriend at all. So we decided to play the Kill the System game to the point where we could not move. We each took out a 3 liter each. We each then split a 2 liter. And then we had 2, I think they were 20-ounce bottles of Coke, and started it on a can to the point where we were both laying on the ground in pain, laughing, and that hurt. She came and knocked on the door, and neither one of us could move. And we were like, Dorian, it's okay. Don't leave. But we can't. She's like, come to the door. We're like, we can't move. It was like, but that was the Kill the System game that we used to play.
So to most people, you would be shocked, appalled, horrified. But knowing how much Alan loves Jackass, it's no surprise to me that this is how he was.
And all I did was get older. And
you still behave like a 16-year-old boy. It's crazy.
I consider myself incredibly fortunate, and just to know you, Alan. Thank you so much for everything you've brought into my life.
Disclaimer.
No, there's no disclaimer. That's it. That's all. End of message.
Please get help. We want you around as long as possible.
Please send help to Alan.
Please get help. We want you around a lot longer, Alan. Don't drink 3 liters of soda. Follow it up by a 2 liter.
I don't do that.
That will kill you.
I don't do that anymore. The closest I do is the membership video I did with the Pop Rocks chased. It was like it was a glass. It was a thing, and I just pounded it down with the.
I don't understand how you didn't explode. Literally explode.
Because I still have a very weird system that doesn't respond to some things.
Okay.
Well, the thing that's a shame, a tragedy, is that when the Mythbusters wanted to test out if Pop Rocks and Coke would blow up a human stomach, they didn't have Alan try it out for them.
Yeah, but I mean, we have the ability to burp, which a lot of creatures can't. So that's where that kind of comes from. That's the thing, is that they plugged up and then they closed off both ends of the pig stomach. So that's like, you're gonna burp. You're gonna be able to. You'll still hurt yourself, and it'll slowly trickle through your system. But you know,
To answer a question a little bit higher, do you prefer YouTube membership or Patreon? The split is quite different. So I think YouTube is 70-30 and Patreon is 90-10.
yeah. But I also, same guy then joined as a member. So thank you very much for that, Nathan. Here's what I will say. Personally, I prefer YouTube, even though the split's not nearly as high, because it makes sharing things easier.
Mhm.
I can upload a video to YouTube. I can release it as a members only thing. I can do content creation just for YouTube. If I have to do something for Patreon, then I have to do an unlisted video
Yeah.
just for Patreon, and I can't even share that with YouTube membership. I mean, maybe there's a way if I made a separate playlist for that members only could do, and they would have to go into the
So,
membership. Maybe
There
that's a
is
way.
there is a way to do that. And I made the mistake because I used to release members only videos and share that on YouTube. Then I opened up Patreon and just started sharing those over there. And then people were like, hey, we can't watch your videos. So I had to change them all to unlisted. So if you make an unlisted video, post it on Patreon, you can still go to that unlisted video
Yeah.
and do share.
Yeah.
And then create post for members.
Yeah.
So that's how you would share it to YouTube members.
See, I have a playlist that's only for members, and the videos in that are only for members. I guess I could go back and make them all unlisted and then share them also to Patreon. But I told for a while I only had Patreon. So I was saying, if join the Patreon, and there was like, when I only had like 1 or 2 people on there that were like $1 per month, I was like, I'm not gonna even bother posting. And so I never got the money, because you have to post at least something unless you do the monthly thing. And I was like, you know what? It was only when I started to have people that was like, here, $5 per video with a cap of whatever. That's when I started actually taking it a little more seriously and posting things to it. But I did say that originally it was going to be a Patreon only thing, my live stream archive. I said, if you want to see a live stream after it's aired, you only can see that if you're a Patreon member. And I think that's probably the reason why I had those 2 people join it for $1, just because it gave him access to that. And then when after a while, I said, you know what? There's a lot of good information in those live streams. I'm going to make them all public. If you want to leave the Patreon, here's what I'm doing. And so there goes like your only benefit. And then I think I even said, when the channel membership started up, I said a channel membership allows me to share things easier on YouTube. And, that I think I was very open about it, just, as you would expect me to be, and make more, Eric Nathan, I do have 2 8-footers available still. After I finished and took all the orders, I had to remake one that was too short for someone that I asked if it was all right. He said, yeah, it should be fine. I sent it to him. He said, it's actually about 2 inches too short, but I signed off on it, so it's okay. I said, no, I said in my video, I want you to be happy. So I said, I'm going to remake it for you. I ordered more parts. And at that point, I went ahead and said, you know what? I'm going to make 3 extra 10-footers and 2 extra 8-footers. And I still have 2 8-footers available. So if anyone's interested in those, first come, first serve. Those are the last of the Sound Speeds cables I have any intention on making, unless someone sends me an email and says I have a custom order, and then I'll exercise discretion and whether or not I accept it. It's a good comment. I believe in supporting small content creators, especially the ones who provide a service, as this panel's case. And then that was one of the stories. Well, thank you, Nathan, there. Those cheap 3L Riz sodas.
It's Eric. Eric.
There you
His
go.
name is Eric.
Not Nathan.
Well, his last name is Nate. Oh, okay.
You need to buy.
Here's the thing. I tell you, this is one of those things where I use a lot of last names on people I know, and so it's just one of those automatic things into my mind because I'll say like my sound mixer is Siegel, my sound utility. So my brain instantly went to Nathan or to Eric.
Judd Cud.
That's where you got Judd Cud.
Judd Cud. Yeah.
Oh, stop the vocal. Can you teach me how to do vocal fry? I don't think I can do it.
So you
now, that push proximity effect. Do proximity effect on that.
You can't support your voice. So if as you support your voice less, the air just barely bubbles out.
That's so awful. That's such an awful sound.
This is NPR. We're gonna talk.
There's your answer. Let's see here. Is Mentos and Coke a viable a volatile mix? Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Coke.
Maybe
Mentos and Diet Coke.
But the thing is, though, I'm not going to swallow the Mentos. So if you chew them, it kind of takes out the fizzability. Now, I'm not about to put them in my mouth and then put Diet Coke in my mouth too and watch a cyclone happen. But
I would pay to see that.
Oh.
An Allen fountain.
And then Eric says he bought 2 10-foot cables and they're amazing. Awesome. Thank you. When you took those videos off private, didn't YouTube send out notifications to everyone you posted new videos for all of them? If I remember something correct, you were right. And that was something that actually made a bunch of people mad because I didn't know that was going to happen. I went through and I actually took all those live stream videos and I went public, and instantly YouTube released them all as if it was a brand new thing. And I think I did it like 11 or 12 at night, and it flooded people's subscriber thing or their channel, whatever the thing is called, their feed. And it was like live stream, sound speed. And so I got a few messages where people saying, you know what, I'm out of here. I'm unsubscribing because I can't believe you did this. You sabotaged my feed. And I was like, I see what happened. And so I then privated all or unlisted them all again. And then after like a week or two, since they were already privated once, or since they were already public once, when I removed them and then I brought them back like a week or two later, it wasn't promoting them the same way again. But you're right. You're exactly right, China Drum. That did indeed happen. Are you planning on making the YouTube membership stuff available to Patreons? I should. I really should. I need to probably go and do that. I'll probably have to do that this week. Actually, now that I think about it, and Bandrew's right. I think I can just make make the actual playlist unlisted with all the videos under unlisted, and then just do posts to members only about the video.
Yeah,
I think
that's how I have to do it.
That's probably a better way to do it. Where do you go to order cables? I will purchase the last 2 8-foot cables. Darren Land, just go into just send me an email at the email link down in the description below. And there you go, right there. Thanks, Larko. Because it basically just goes direct. But anyway, I don't have a website set up for sales and e-commerce and all that kind of stuff. But but yeah, that's where to do the cables. And I mean, if I get bored enough around Christmas time, who knows? I might make more if there's more of an interest. It's something that I don't do for me. I do because it's helpful. Oh, but I tell you, I did post recently on Twitter a close-up because I have a magnoscope. I bought one of those microscope. Yes, I'm making words here. That's a patented thing now.
A magnoscopetron.
A magnoscopetron. But I have a video coming out on cable on how I make my own cables and how I do them. And I go in super tight on like close up on the EMC like you've seen the inside of an EMC connector. Let me see if I can find the picture that I posted on Twitter, because that thing is very detailed. It's very very tiny.
Yes, the Zip Fizz is wearing off and the monster ain't cutting it anymore. I'm fading fast, boys.
Go get another monster, Bandrew.
Same.
This is the only one that I had.
Ah, you didn't prepare for this.
I still have about 2/3 of it. I just nursing it.
Get to chugging. Get to chugging.
No, I will not be doing that.
I will not eat, green eggs and ham. Let's see here. Imagine being a sound mixer in the 1970s and getting the Watergate bugging gig. Hey, that's awesome. Wait a minute. Why am I doing this way? I need to go and find the folder. Where did I put that folder? Because I know
How many
that's
people are still here.
38 people.
Wow.
I have had almost 40 people or more. We had up to I think 55 at one point. And most of the time we had 50 people in here for the majority of the stream. And then it dropped down to somewhere in the 40s. It just dropped below 40 recently. Yeah, so it's been doing pretty well. People have been here. Let's see here. What does it say? That's amazing about ZipFix. You need to make more time to get the same effect. Then you're just chasing a ZipFix dragon.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Where is I know I have this video here. I call it Making Cables, I think. Making a Boom. No, that's a different video.
While you search for that, I'll answer Eric's question. Why did I start Podcastage? Because I was looking to buy a microphone to start my podcast because I had made the mistake of buying condenser microphones in an untreated space, blah, 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 blah. So I wanted to research microphones and buy the right one. I couldn't find the videos that contained the information that I wanted, such as actually speaking into the microphone that you're heckin' reviewing. So I figured, hey, I can record audio. I'll try that because I'm sure other people are looking for it.
There you go.
That's what kicked it all off.
So there you go. That's where
I was embarrassed to. I thought YouTube, when I first heard about it, was stupid. I thought it's like belly button gazing, the ultimate version of belly button gazing.
Really?
Yeah, I was like back in 2005. I remember I think that's when they originally sold to Google, and I was like, what a stupid business. I can't believe they're doing that.
My first channel was in 2005. I launched it in 2005 and started uploading. And it's like I said, it's because I was uploading videos to our own server, paying for bandwidth, paying for hosting costs, all of that. And then I heard in 2000, hey, there's this website where you can upload videos for free. And I was right on it.
Okay. Was Vimeo? When did Vimeo show up?
I'm not sure.
Later.
I don't recall.
I think it's always been paid if you want decent quality. And I'm sure back then it was a paid thing.
Interesting.
And early on, I think one or two of my videos ended up on the front page because it was before it sold to Google. And the front page, there was no algorithm. It was all curated. So random ass videos would end up on the front page.
Yeah. Vimeo's kind of a sad story.
What's the story behind Vimeo?
No, I mean, it's just all of the YouTubers that do like independent filmmaking stuff, they all had Vimeo channels because it's much better quality over on Vimeo. And then I think it was around 2017, they're all just like, screw it.
Well, like
YouTube has so many more people. Why are we not over on YouTube?
Like it seems like the filmmaking community had the same realization as everybody who makes high quality physical music media. Yes, you can get incredible sounding audio. You can go buy high res downloads. It doesn't beat the convenience of subscribing to Spotify and getting a 256 kilobits per second MP3.
Yep.
And that convenience is going to win out.
Yeah, exactly.
Curtis, are you Union Sound?
No, I am not. I am primarily a corporate video person, education video, and I am not a union member. Not because I wouldn't want to be, but I just don't do that type of work. So, and also I live in Park City, Utah, and there's just not that much, even if I wasn't doing what I'm doing today, if I was doing location and production sound, there just aren't that many jobs here. So the union, I don't even know how that works. I'd probably join a union in another state, I guess is how it would work. Alan could probably answer that.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
The question was, Curtis, are you Union Sound? And I explained, no, I'm not, because I do, I have a day job with a company where we're making education videos.
Yeah.
So I live in Utah. I actually, that would be a question I have for you, Alan. If I were to do location and production sound in Utah here, what union would I join? Because I don't think there is a Utah. It's geographical, right? The unions.
How far are you from LA? Is that like 4 hours? Oh, is it 12?
12-hour drive.
Because I've mostly known people that have come in from LA when they've done, union shows that take place in Vegas, or they've come in from someplace else. It normally doesn't. It's normally one of those things that people will actually fly in, because I'm not sure that you have a union. Now, you might. I'm not outside of like the East Coast and like the National and 52 New York and 695 in the West Coast. I'm not 100% sure all the different union numbers. You could probably do a link for it. I know my cable wrangling video is being used by I was reached out to by local 42. And they asked me if they could use that as a training thing in local, which is I think in Nebraska or something like that. And so that's now part of their educational program for sound, but I'm not 100% sure of what it would be.
There's an IATSE Local 99 International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees of Utah and Southern Idaho. Is that
maybe? It depends. Is it stage?
Though.
Is it stage technicians or is it film?
Yeah, I don't know. Salt Lake City. Actually, they have a motion picture television application. I'll have to look into it.
And what kind of benefit would that give you if would it give you any? Because it sounds like you already have work. It seems as though it would just be an unnecessary addition of a party. Yeah, and you'd probably, that is real. I mean, you'd have to be aware of it.
Yeah. It would
because you have membership dues. How much work could you get that's union in your area? How many times have people asked you if you need union start paperwork when you do your contracting stuff out there?
Big old zero.
Maybe not.
He was holding up zero.
People would say, union or non-union start paperwork, and they might say that if they had ever asked you, do you need union, or how many times in your start paperwork do they ever give you? Does it have a form for fill this out for your union information? Any of those?
No, I think a lot of times the productions that I've worked on that come through here, it's small scale stuff. Like it's there's a guy I've worked with that does. He has a small production company. I've worked for him a couple of times. He's worked on a bunch of web series, commercial stuff. Yeah, mostly it's real. And when there are bigger productions that come here, it's usually they fly in the director. Certainly they might hire a local DP. And again, this is, when I say small stuff, I'm talking like a $30,000 budget. That's like one of the biggest things I've worked on. So it's a very different game than what Alan's working on. We're talking usually about small commercial pieces.
Okay, I finally found the picture that I was talking about a long time ago. which I love how long it takes me to find anything. But I thought I had it on the computer, and I was talking about a video that I have coming soon about the EMC connectors. What's the matter, Bandrew?
I was yawning.
Oh, this is an excerpt. This is a freeze frame of my cable wrangling video. Now, to give you an idea, an EMC connector has a little circuit board on the inside that's very small. Have you ever opened one up, Curtis, and looked at it? Okay.
I have not. Nope.
Look at this. That is at the bottom. That whole big disc thing you see is the board on a EMC connector. And this is an excerpt of, you can actually see the tip on the right-hand side. You can see the tip, which is 1/64 of an inch. You can see that tip right there.
Wow.
On the right-hand side underneath the blue. But that is, and it can show that I don't just put a little tiny, some people will do like just keep it tidy. They'll put the tiniest little bitty dot in there of solder to hold it. But to me, that can pull off so easily. And I had that happen many times a long time ago. So what I started doing is I started then pushing more into it. So I get a little bit, put it on there, put a little bit more, and I start pushing it in there and circling around. So it looks like a big, humongous, uncontrolled glob on the white one, but it's actually holding surprisingly well. And it's been, the little wire there has been pressed down into, you can see the cable thickness. Look at the white one on the right-hand side at the top. See the cable, how thick that cable is?
Mm-hmm.
That right there, compare that to the very bottom where the brass receptacle, where it's going in. It's almost the same exact size. And by the time you tin it, it's practically the same size right there. So that shows you how small it really is. And I have a video going in that detail. Now, I'll tell you, it's really annoying shooting something with this because you have to light it a certain way. You have to basically I have a microphone on it too. So, and then by the time I put the little microscope thing on there, it's so small, I can barely see around it. And I'm trying to get in there at the right angle. So it was very clumsy for me. I'm like trying to be very delicate, and it's just so annoying because it's so close at that point. But to get the right angle, just like in the film industry, it's all about the picture. But on this content creation video thing, you're going to see that kind of detail sometimes. Me dialing in on that. So
What a nightmare.
Oh, it took a long time to shoot.
None of my all of my
Fireworks on Bandrew.
SoundSpeed's cables, none of them have failed. They've been very, very good. Very happy with them.
Well, great.
Yeah. With that,
yeah.
I am done. There is nothing left in me at all of value. Just bad stuff. Just tired.
Well, you know what?
One final question. There's one question left in the chat we have to answer.
Okay.
Which one is
From
that?
Ramirez.
I love the morning from the UK. Ramirez. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Did you guys take a while to get comfortable on camera?
Curtis, you go first so you can head out.
I'm still not comfortable on camera. So yes, it's taken, my first video went up in 2009. Bandrew?
Yeah, I second that. It takes a while. It's the same thing as getting used to your voice. You hate it initially, and just like watching yourself on camera, it's terrible. You're uncomfortable. You're awkward. You don't know what to do with your hands. What is your face doing? That's weird. You didn't know you did that. Now you hate it. So yeah, it takes you a while to get used to it and just become desensitized.
Stop caring. Yeah.
Yeah. Alan, no, he just jumped on camera. It's like, I love this.
I'll tell you. I actually just posted the video, and you can't see. That means nothing, but you can click on the link if you're interested. Here's the thing I will say to that. Even from the very earliest days when I was a little bitty kid, my grandmother was an amateur photographer. She took pictures all the time. They also had a Super 8 camera, and she was constantly, whenever she was not shooting me, I was like, "Can we watch the films?" And she would have the projector set up because I basically was over there constantly, and we would watch those films on the wall. And I really liked it. I really just loved watching the videos and seeing myself run around. And I thought it was really magical to see my mom and to see my uncles and everybody, my grandmother even younger. I thought that was really magical to me. Then in the 80s, sometimes she got a video camera. This is when the VHS cameras were starting to become a thing that was more common. And I took that camera and was constantly, because she gave me a tape deck, or it was their old recorder that, had the handle on it, a regular tape deck, and you take that thing and I'd record everything. I would tell stories into that thing and just record until the tape ran out and said, I'm out of the tape. I need another one. And so she would give me another one. And there's so many random tapes of me just talking as like a 4 or 5-year-old walking through the house talking. And if you can imagine a little 3 or 4-year-old Alan walking around with the tape deck, telling his story, not wanting to stop. So I put it on the edge of the bathroom, go to the bathroom, still recording, and then walk away and continue the story. And that's the kind of, you listen back to those recordings, I'm like, I'm going to the bathroom, aren't I? And it's just, it's the craziest thing. And then when the video camera came up, by then I was a little older and wasn't wanting to record myself in the bathroom, obviously, but I was going around and shooting everything I possibly could. When I was into martial arts, I was doing these horrible ninja movies. I was doing everything I possibly could in front of the camera. Then we had, in 1990, we had a theft and someone stole that video camera. Luckily, there was not a tape in it, but the replacement value of that camera allowed us to get an SVHS camera. So we replaced that with an SVHS camera, and by then it was higher quality. So I was able to get an SVHS, a couple of SVHS video. Wait a minute. I got the SVHS VCRs in 1994, and that's when I really started to do more editing and stuff like that. And I was doing public access television, but I've always been comfortable in front of a camera. Even as a little bitty kid, I was a ham. You watch the home videos, and I'm always the kid jumping out in front, and I would say the most random things, and I laugh at myself. And like we would have, there was a 40th birthday party of one of my aunts who's now deceased, and she's like blowing out the candles. And as soon as that's done, you see me jump in front of the camera and say, I'm going to go take a suction cup and stick it to the wall. And it's like the most random thing I could say or do. And it's like, I would just do that, jump in front of the camera for no reason and say the dumbest, most random things. But
so my assessment was exactly correct.
It's not far. It's not far off. And then when public access television came up, I did things you can't get away with anymore. Quite literally, that me and my friends destroyed, one of my friends' car. He got tired of the car, so we decided to destroy it. He was like, you know what? I'm just going to destroy my car. No, it wasn't an insurance thing. He just decided he was going to destroy it. So I videotaped it. I put it on my public access TV show back in 1994. And then later sold that footage to Real TV, Life Camera Action, Maximum Risk, World's Stupidest People, and a whole bunch of these other shows. Then once the 2-year whatever clause ran out, they were just airing it all over the place. You can still find the footage. It's still online of guy willfully destroys his own property. And you'll see that I was behind the camera, and they mentioned me one time. They interviewed both me and Jeff, who it was Jeff's car, but I was way too hyper. So they didn't use any of my footage. If you can imagine that.
No, I can't imagine that at all.
But I had a public access TV show, and if y'all are really good, at some point, I might release it as a membership only thing, an excerpt or two of that old public access show. I'd be running around doing crazy things with Thomas, and then just the only thing that happened was when I was a professional PPA photographer, I was teaching photography classes. Then when I started doing sound, I was teaching sound classes. Then when I decided to do the YouTube channel in order to supplement the classes and to do videos that are things that I couldn't really teach in a classroom environment, I started doing that. But I've always been comfortable in front of the camera. I've always, like, I would do guest speaking at class at yes. But I would teach.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned about Bandrew. The bill of his hat just hit his expensive microphone because he's falling asleep.
That's funny.
I'm not falling asleep.
It's funny. But I will say this: when I've taught and gone to teach as a guest speaker at a school. They've said, well, this is one of those things where we have like 2 or 3 classes. Are you comfortable speaking in front of 60 or 70 kids? I'm like, yeah, sure, no problem. And then by the time I'm like, well, let me have all the class periods if you want. And then it would be like, by the end of the day, it was like 200. At one school I went to, they said, there's a lot of classes that are interested in this information. Would you be happy with us bringing in more? I'm like, yeah, bring in the whole school. I don't care. I later found out that they brought in over 2,000 kids in that one entire thing. And I'm up there talking. And I was like, how many people was that? That was a lot. And they're like, yeah, that was the whole school.
That's the thing that's amazing. So public speaking, that's one of people's biggest fears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's widely accepted as one of the biggest fears people have. I used to have that fear. Now I don't care at all. Now, maybe if I was speaking in front of 2,000 people, yes, I would be nervous. But as far as speaking in front of a class, in front of 100 people, 200 people, who cares? I don't care at all.
Yeah.
Bandrew it's past midnight.
Happy 4th of July, Bandrew.
Oh, thank you.
Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July,
all
Curtis.
of you.
And
Yeah,
sound speeds as well.
Bandrew, to Alan. Okay. Good night.
Yeah. Me as well. I'm calling it.
I can't. Look at that look from Alan. It was a disapproving father look. It was like, I cannot believe you. You're disappointing me.
Well, okay. Let me tell you something. When Alan said, hey, do you want to do a stream? I said, yes, I will do 1 hour. It's been 5 hours and 15 minutes. I have gone above and beyond what I committed to.
That's a true statement. That is a there you go.
Okay, I own it then. I'll be a lady and I'm going.
I will tell one. I will tell one last
tonight,
story. I will tell one last story then.
Dude looks like a lady.
I will tell one last story and then we'll call it. How's that? Most of the time, this is a story straight up. That's watching Titanic twice. Not quite. If we're here for 6 hours and about 20 minutes, then yes. And Bandrew does need more Zip Fizz, but he just had 5 hours of sleep. It's time to get up here. So you caught the beginning of the stream and you went to sleep and now waking up and we're still going. Yes, of course we are. Wait until you watch the epic live streams. Those things go on forever. All right. So let me tell you an interesting story about working on P-Valley. There was something, P-Valley is a show about that takes place in a Mississippi strip club. And we did what's called a presentation video where it's 2 days we shot a very reduced version of the script as kind of a sizzle reel to sell the show. When we did this, they decided to because they didn't have the budget to build a huge elaborate set, they decided to shoot in a real strip club. But because the background people were needed, they hired all the girls from the club. And so, and here in the South, like not everywhere in the world is, most places in the world are just topless. Well, here in the South, they're whatever, everything goes. So when we were doing this presentation video, they said if it's pretty graphic or whatever else, that's what they're going for. But they were still very professional. Like on the sets, usually there's privacy. They have consultants that are in there to talk about intimacy. They're called intimacy coaches. And there's a lot that is put into, okay, lock up the set. Let's make sure everything is blacked off so that way everybody's comfortable. Well, this show, they knew full and well what they were getting into, the actresses and actors in the show. And when it came down to it, this is one of those things where the girls that were working in the club, they knew they were going to be walking around the way they were going to walk around. Here's where the story gets kind of interesting. We did some walkarounds inside of the actual club, and they were like, throw money, get money up in the air. So we had girls dancing on the poles. We had girls dancing all over the place, and we had background guys. The background guys were given stacks of money that was fake money. And they were constantly like the handheld camera or the steady cam would pan off of them, and quickly people would give them more money. We had all the PAs picking up cash off the ground where the camera wasn't looking, and then putting them into guys and jogging them up and handing them to background guys' hands. And they were throwing the money in as soon as the camera would turn back onto them, because they were just like, get money in air, throw it, make it fly, make it rain. And those background guys, for about 2 or 3 hours, were watching the actual girls that dance on that club acting like craziness was happening and people were throwing around money. These girls were acting nuts, just like they would if someone was literally throwing around money like they were. And that was the way that the show wanted it to be. The show got sold. They just had, they're airing in the process of airing season 2. But I tell you, those background guys, as soon as they call cut, these background guys are like looking at each other with big eyes. They're like, dude, this is the best. I hope this show gets picked up. This is the best thing ever. Because these guys are like 18 to early 20s. And they are given stacks of money as if they're kings. And they're just like, girls dancing on them hard. And they're just like, freaking out, loving every bit of this. So that's the story I will end with, since I know that both of you guys are interested in winning. So.
And there's one last question. Is this a story to confirm union work is not for Curtis? Haha.
Confirmed. I'm not a young 20
you can take
year old.
Yeah.
I don't need that.
You're not going to be a background guy on P-Valley.
No,
for sure.
I'm not. Nope. Definitely not.
That would be hilarious if I signed Curtis up for that. If Curtis ever did come to visit, I'm like, hey, guess what? Let's go to set. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even as a utility, you have to do, and probably even as a boom op, you probably. Oh boy, look who showed up.
Yep. Hashtag blocked.
Yeah. Oh, look, they already evaded one of them.
Well, it's about to be blocked again.
Even just wiring up talent can be kind of. I mean, you're in their business, way in their business sometimes.
Yeah.
Right.
But by the way,
is it always the utility that does that, or does the boom op jump in and help with that as well?
Depends. It totally depends.
Oh, no. Okay, so time out. This is the question that we will start the next live stream with.
Okay.
That's a good question to start a live stream with, yes.
Yes. Okay, because I am just about to pass out. Okay.
Did he just leave?
I guess we're done. Okay, everybody.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Don't forget to like, subscribe to Sound Speeds and Curtis Judd Audio and
Podcastage
and
Podcastage.
Well. And
whoa, wait a second.
Seven Basic
Wrong
Filmmaker.
Button. Wrong button. This thing needs to block.
And we're gonna be sure to come back next time when we the first question we talk about is wiring up talent for film and TV production.
Absolutely, and I will not be there because I do not do that.
You say that. I'll bring you in just to smile and be eye candy for us all.
That's right. Bandrew is eye candy for us.
That's his purpose.
Peace out, homies.
Yeah, take care.
Have
Soundies.
a safe and happy 4th of July. Don't lose any digits.
Keep all the digits.
All.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Well, thank you very much for joining everybody. And 5 hours and 21 minutes. That's pretty impressive for both Bandrew and Curtis. So there you go. Okay. I don't have an outro padding music, but there we go. So awesome.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.